Chapter 151, Deal with Shi-mo and Shi-mo. 1/4. Humph. However, Bai Ji sneered at Duguyan and Yelingling's words. Now Bai Ji could basically see Duguyan's soul skills. Duguyan had already used 2 soul skills, one was red poison mist and the other was blue poison mist. These 2 poison mists were definitely not just poison, but should also have some special auxiliary effects. Because if it was an offensive poison, Duguyan would not be able to use it next to Shi-mo and Shi-mo. Bai Ji clearly saw that Shi-mo and Shi-mo had inhaled the poison mist released by Duguyan. So although the data shows that Duguyan is a control-type soul master, Bai Ji guessed that Duguyan might have an amplification auxiliary skill to make up for Yelingling's lack of amplification skills. Bai Ji now accidentally blocked Duguyan in the corner of the fighting soul stage, making Duguyan's poison unable to work. This can be said to be a lucky coincidence. But even so, the situation on the field is still not optimistic. Bai Ji would be stupid to let Duguyan add this poison to Yu Tianheng, Oslo, and Yu Feng. Stop talking nonsense, how long can these 2 guys stop me? Juxin Haitang can recover from injuries, but I don't believe that even soul power can be recovered. Looking at the 4 people in front of him, Bai Ji sneered. Now Shimo and Shimo are indeed blocking him like a copper wall, but using soul skills requires a lot of soul power. Shimo and Shimo frequently use gravity suppression and tortoise shell explosions. If it goes on for a long time, the soul power will definitely not be able to withstand it. Although the 9-hearted begonia is known as the king of recovery, according to Ning Rongrong, the 9-hearted begonia can only recover injuries, but not soul power. However, Bai Ji has the soul power recovery blessing and soul power storage of the goddess's tears as a trump card. If he continues like this, when the soul power of Shimo and Shimo brothers is exhausted, it will be time for Bai Ji to take over the battlefield. You. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Duguyan was a little angry. But Bai Ji didn't pay much attention to Duguyan, but started the spiral 9 shadows again. The whole person instantly pulled out several after-images and quickly disappeared in front of Shimo and Shimo. Where? Seeing Bai Ji disappear, Duguyan quickly scanned the surroundings, but did not see Bai Ji's figure. Strangle with thorns. Bai Ji quickly came to the side, and then used the thorn strangle again towards the position of Duguyan and Yelingling. Compared with the Skynet, the movement of the thorn strangle is obviously much smaller. Danger! But the moment he sensed the fluctuation of soul power, Duguyan quickly shouted, then suddenly grabbed Yelingling and quickly fled from the spot. Although he was a control-type soul master, after entering the state of martial soul possession, due to the characteristics of the green phosphorus snake, Duguyan's speed was actually not slow. And because the green phosphorus red poison stimulated the nerves, although the green phosphorus red poison mainly increased attack power and speed, it could actually improve perception. So at the moment when Bai Ji launched the thorn stranglehold, Duguyan, who sensed the fluctuation of soul power, quickly took Yelingling and fled to the side. And just as soon as Duguyan and Yelingling left the place, countless Moyun vines suddenly emerged from the previous position of the 2 people, and instantly entangled and strangled to form a twisted vine column. Looking at the Moyun vine covered with thorns, Duguyan couldn't help but feel a chill. If she was strangled by these vines, her clothes would definitely be lost, and she didn't want to be naked. Good opportunity. Seeing that Duguyan and Yelingling were out of touch, Bai Ji quickly activated the spiral 9 shadows and rushed towards Duguyan and Yelingling. But in his ears, a familiar shout came again, gravity suppression. As a strong gravity descended, Bai Ji's originally light steps instantly became heavy, and taking this opportunity, Shi-mo and Shi-mo brothers rushed over again and knocked Bai Ji aside. Seeing Shimo and Shimo blocking Duguyan and Yelingling again, Bai Ji was so angry that he almost exploded. Okay. Do you think that you must be defeated first before attacking your auxiliary and control spirit masters? Then I will help you. This was not the first time that he was blocked by Shimo and Shimo brothers. In his anger, Bai Ji decided to change his strategy. Heavenly Net. Looking at the 4 people in front of him, Bai Ji instantly activated his second spirit skill, Heavenly Net, but this time Bai Ji's target was no longer Duguyan and Yelingling. These 2 were too sensitive because of their identities, and with the destruction of Shimo and Shimo, there was basically no chance. Bai Ji simply set his target directly on Shimo and Shimo, to see if he could use the toughness of Moyunteng and his own strength to force these 2 guys off the fighting stage. I have been entangled with Duguyan and Yelingling for so long, these two guys probably can't guess that I have changed my target. Lingling, danger. Seeing countless Moyun vines quickly combined into a large net in the air and covered them, Duguyan quickly pulled Yelingling and moved again. However, as defensive soul masters, Shimo and Shimo were not so lucky. They were slow in themselves, and they didn't realize that Bai Ge would attack them, so they were careless and were directly bound by the net that covered them. Turtle shell exploded. Seeing the entangled Moyun vine net, Shimo and Shimo were very calm and directly activated the second soul ring, preparing to use the second soul skill turtle shell explosion to blow up the Moyun vine to death. But the two of them were undoubtedly overthinking. With the toughness of the Moyun vine, even if the top sword type soul master of the same level as Bai Ge used his soul skills, it would be impossible to cut it off, let alone the two defensive soul masters whose attack power was already insufficient. The huge Moyun vine net suddenly shrank after covering the brothers Shimo and Shimo, and instantly wrapped the two tightly. The two tried to break free but to no avail. Shimo, Shimo. Seeing that Bai Ge actually set his target on Shimo and Shimo, Duguyan couldn't help but shrink her pupils. Now without the protection of Shimo and Shimo, she and Yelingling could not avoid Bai Ge's attack at all. Haha. Didn't expect it. Seeing that the previously extremely difficult brothers Shimo and Shimo were solved by him like this, Bai Ge couldn't help but feel a little excited. It was not until this time that Bai Ge suddenly realized that he didn't need to keep staring at Duguyan and Yelingling. Because he had always rushed to the back row before, Bai Ge's thinking was a bit rigid. Because there were basically no defensive spirit masters among his previous opponents, Bai Ge had always been invincible. But now facing two defensive spirit masters, Bai Ge still followed the same way as before and was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. In fact, as long as Bai Ge used the advantages of the Moyun vine to control the brothers Shimo and Shimo, Duguyan and Yelingling would not be able to escape at all. But it is not too late to understand now. Chapter 152 The situation is reversed, Yu Tianheng explodes. 2/4. Yanzi, Lingling, you guys go. Shimo and Shimo found that they could not break free from the Moyun vine, even if they used the tortoise shell explosion. They could not break free. In this situation, they are basically useless. Even if Yelingling's 9-heart begonia recovers, it is useless because they are not injured, but controlled by others. In this situation, the two of them couldn't even use their third soul skill, the tortoise shell dance, and couldn't protect Duguyan and Yelingling at all. Let's go. Hearing the words of Shimo and Shimo brothers, Duguyan also gritted his teeth. The snake tail transformed by his feet, which had already entered the state of martial spirit possession, suddenly moved, and the whole person pulled Yelingling and ran towards Yu Tianheng quickly. Now on the entire battlefield, only Yu Tianheng still had the strength to protect the two of them. Want to run? No way. But seeing that Duguyan and Yelingling actually wanted to run, Bai Ge couldn't help but frown. Quickly performing the spiral 9 shadows, Bai Ge's whole person instantly turned into a residual shadow and ran towards Duguyan. On the other side, although Yu Tianheng was fighting with Dai Mubai, because of the overall strength advantage, although he was entangled by Dai Mubai, Yu Tianheng still had the energy to pay attention to the entire battlefield. When he saw the battle in the rear was suddenly reversed, Yu Tianheng was a little anxious. Yelingling can be said to be the tactical core of their entire royal fighting team, and Bai Ge must not let her leave the field. Seeing Bai Ge running straight towards Duguyan and Yelingling, Yu Tianheng immediately shouted to the flying spirit master Yu Feng, support Yanzi and Lingling. Hearing Yu Tianheng's words, Yu Feng immediately gave up confronting Tang San, Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun with Oslo, and quickly turned to support Duguyan and Yelingling. As long as Yelingling is on the scene, their royal fighting team will not die. Yelingling is the tactical core of the royal fighting team and must not leave the field. Moyantang. Seeing Yu Feng rushing over, Beg also felt something was wrong. After all, although the speed of the spiral 9 shadows was fast, with his current strength, it was impossible for him to be faster than flying. However, because the Skynet had been used to deal with the brothers Shimo and Shimo, and was still cooling down, Beg did not have any soul skills that could threaten Yu Feng in the air, so he could only summon a large number of Moyantang to block Yu Feng's way. However, facing the simple Moyantang blocking, Yu Feng suddenly activated his second soul skill in the air, and his speed suddenly increased sharply. He instantly rushed through the interception of the large number of Moyantang summoned by Beg and brought Yelingling into the air. Dragon's Fury. Thunder. Thunder Dragon Claw. Seeing that Yu Feng took Ye Lingling away, but Duguyan was still in danger, Yu Tianheng could not care about anything else and directly activated his 3 soul skills in succession. Although his body would not be able to bear it, with Ye Lingling by his side, he would be fine. If they could deal with the White Tiger Spirit Master on the opposite side, they would be halfway to victory. Not good. Dai Mubai was shocked when he saw Yu Tianheng suddenly explode. But even though he had realized it, it was too late. Just as Dai Mubai was about to launch the White Tiger Vajra transformation and the White Tiger body barrier, Yu Tianheng's attack had already arrived. The dragon claws wrapped in rolling thunder waved wildly towards Dai Mubai with amazing power, and at this time, Duguyan also arrived beside Yu Tianheng. The amplification and pain reduction brought by the red and blue phosphorus poisons made Yu Tianheng's power stronger again. The dragon claws wrapped in terrifying thunder and lightning suddenly swung at Dai Mubai, instantly knocking Dai Mubai out. But after knocking Dai Mubai away, Yu Tianheng's dragon-like right arm was already torn apart, and a large amount of soul power burst out from his body and used 3 soul skills at the same time. Coupled with the amplification of Duguyan's red phosphorus poison, the power of Yu Tianheng's attack was close to that of a high-level soul master. Boss! Seeing Dai Mubai was knocked to the ground by Yu Tianheng's attack and his life or death was unknown, Oscar and Ma Hongjun in the back couldn't help but change their faces. Fatty, go over there! Seeing Dai Mubai being knocked down, Oscar quickly stuffed several recovery sausages into Ma Hongjun. Now that Yu Feng had left, Ma Hongjun could use the flying mushroom sausage with confidence. Yet, hearing Oscar's words, Ma Hongjun quickly took out the flying mushroom sausage and ate it in one bite. 6 illusory transparent wings suddenly grew from his back, and Ma Hongjun suddenly flapped his wings and flew towards Dai Mubai in an instant. Coming to Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun first stuffed Dai Mubai with a few recovery sausages, and then fed Dai Mubai 100 herb pill. Before the battle, Bai Ji gave everyone 200 herb pills to save their lives. But although Dai Mubai was fed recovery sausages and 100 herb pills, seeing that Dai Mubai's mouth was bleeding, and the clothes on his chest were almost completely torn, and the wound was full of burnt black and blood, it was estimated that he could not fight. Ling Ling! Seeing the injury on Yu Tianheng's dragon-like right arm, Duguyan hurriedly shouted to Ye Lingling in the sky. Hearing Duguyan's words, Ye Lingling immediately launched his healing soul skills with all his strength. Ye Lingling's soul skills combined with the power of the 9-heart begonia produced a recovery increase that almost instantly completely healed the injury on Yu Tianheng's right arm. Damn it, never mind. Seeing everything in front of him, Bai Ji was also a little entangled. Now the layout was almost completely disrupted. He had dealt with the 2 defensive spirit masters on the opposite side, but the opponent had also dealt with one of his main players. Without Dai Mubai, Bai Ji could only go to resist Yu Tianheng, but without anyone to deal with Ye Lingling, they would basically lose. Now the plan had almost completely failed. So, Bai Ji was ready to break the jar and break the jar. When Yu Tianheng recovered his right arm, Bai Ji came directly and quickly to Shi Mo and Shi Mo. You two, I hope you can be stronger by then. Looking at the brothers Shi Mo and Shi Mo, Bai Ji said something that made them a little confused. After that, Bai Ji suddenly took a deep breath. Then in front of the 2 men, the large net of moyun vines that entangled them quickly produced branches, and then these branches twisted each other to produce a vine lock connected to the large net. The thick vine lock was suddenly grasped by Bai Ji, and at this time the 2 men realized that they looked like the hammer of a meteor hammer, and Bai Ji was the one holding the meteor hammer. What are you going to do? Suddenly feeling something bad in their hearts, Shi Mo and Shi Mo brothers couldn't help but be shocked. Weren't you 2 very hard just now? Then let me see how hard you are. Bai Ji smiled slightly. But in the eyes of Shi Mo and Shi Mo at this moment, Bai Ji's smile was obviously a devil's smile. Move! Grabbing the vine lock suddenly, Bai Ji calmed down and shouted in his heart, and the Xiantian power in his body surged wildly in his body. As the dragon elephant Prajna power was activated, Bai Ji's strength surged again. Finally, as Bai Ji activated the 13 Taibao refining golden bell cover, Bai Ji's skin gave off a faint copper and iron luster. Ah! 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 Bai Ji roared and suddenly pulled the vine lock connecting the millstone and graphite. The whole person ran towards Yu Tianheng like an angry bull, and behind him was the graphite and millstone dragged on the ground with a look of horror. Chapter 153 Flying Turtle Meteor Hammer, smash them all away. 3/4. While roaring, Bai Ji used all his strength, treating the graphite and millstone brothers as the hammerheads of the meteor hammer, and ran towards Yu Tianheng all the way. But after arriving in front of Yu Tianheng, Bai Ji did not attack Yu Tianheng immediately, but suddenly threw the meteor hammer in his hand towards Yu Feng and Ye Lingling, who were in the air. "Take it, flying turtle meteor hammer. Be careful." Yu Feng. The brothers Shi Mo and Shi Mo, who were tightly entangled by the Moyun vine, could do nothing but shout wildly to remind Yu Feng, who was in the air. Hearing the voices of Shi Mo and Shi Mo, Yu Feng, who was looking at Yu Tianheng, saw Bai Ji, who was dragging Shi Mo and Shi Mo on the ground. "My God, what the hell is this?" Seeing that the control-type soul master in the information was using his martial soul to drag Shi Mo and Shi Mo on the ground crazily, Yu Feng was confused. But before Yu Feng could stop Bai Ji's immoral behavior, Bai Ji suddenly smashed the flying turtle meteor hammer in his hand towards Yu Feng. Seeing the brothers Shi Mo and Shi Mo flying towards him, Yu Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. Wings of wind. There was no time to say anything. Yu Feng quickly activated the second soul skill, and the whole person instantly accelerated to avoid Bai Ji's flying turtle meteor hammer. Only then did Yu Feng understand that Bai Ji did not intend to retaliate against Shi Mo and Shi Mo brothers, but wanted to use Shi Mo and Shi Mo brothers as weapons to attack himself. Using defensive soul masters as weapons. This idea sounds a bit far-fetched, but when seeing the scene in front of him, Yu Feng could not laugh, but could only hold back his tears. The defensive soul masters have amazing defense, especially Shi Mo and Shi Mo brothers, whose martial souls are black tortoises. The hardness of the tortoise shells produced after entering the martial soul possession state is completely comparable to the weapon martial souls of weapon soul masters. Using the stone mill and graphite brothers as shields has always been the practice of the royal fighting team, but in theory, the graphite and stone mill brothers can also be used as weapons, as long as you can swing them, but who can use them as meteor hammers? First of all, the weight of the graphite and stone mill brothers is more than 100 kilograms, and the combined weight of the two is more than 200 kilograms, and this is not to mention the height and width. If you want to use the two as meteor hammers, you must first be a power-type soul master, otherwise you can't swing them even if you can hold them up, and then you must use a chain to entangle and swing the two, which can only be done by control-type soul masters. However, it is impossible for control-type soul masters to swing the two, so the best use of graphite and stone mill can only be shields, but Bai Ji relied on his own specialness to force the two brothers to become meteor hammers. A meteor hammer weighing more than 400 kilograms, who can withstand it? Bang! The huge flying turtle meteor hammer suddenly hit the ground after being avoided by Yu Feng, and the powerful force instantly smashed a big hole in the fighting spirit arena. At the moment when it was about to be smashed to the ground, Shi Mo and Shi Mo quickly retracted their bodies into the turtle shell condensed on their chests. Although there was some blood and chi shock, they avoided the end of concussion, which made the two of them relieved, but the nightmare was far from over. Heavenly Net. Seeing Yu Feng avoid his attack, Bai Ji immediately activated the second soul skill that had been cooled down. As Bai Ji suddenly stepped on the ground, countless Moyun vines suddenly grew quickly from all directions, almost instantly covering Yu Feng, and then the giant net suddenly tightened. Seeing this, Yu Feng quickly flapped his wings to get out of the range of the giant net. Want to run? Dream on! How could Bai Ji watch Yu Feng escape? Because most of the space was blocked by the heavenly net, Yu Feng can only escape in a few directions. Bai Ji aimed at the directions where Yu Feng could escape and danced with his meteor hammer. He was determined to get Ye Lingling out of the game. Lingling. Seeing Bai Ji dealing with Yu Feng and Ye Lingling, the other members of the royal fighting team couldn't help but get anxious and hurriedly prepared to support. But for a while, Oslo was entangled by Xiaowu and Tang San and couldn't get away at all, while Yu Tianheng and Duguyan were blocked by Ma Heng-jun, who had eaten mushroom sausage, with Phoenix Fire Line. Without Yu Feng, everyone had no way to deal with Ma Heng-jun flying in the sky. Bang! In this way, Bai Ji repeatedly swung the flying turtle meteor hammer in his hand, whistling back and forth in the air, and finally hit Yu Feng with one hammer. The powerful force carried by the meteor hammer instantly knocked Yu Feng out. But before being hit, Yu Feng still used his body to protect Ye Lingling. Because Yu Feng knew that as long as Ye Lingling was there, he would not die, but if Ye Lingling was injured and unconscious, it would be difficult for them to win this game. Yu Feng. Seeing Yu Feng being smashed away by Bai Ji's flying turtle meteor hammer, Yu Tianheng's face suddenly changed. Seeing Ye Lingling being thrown into the field by Yu Feng before leaving the field, Yu Tianheng could no longer sit still. Facing Ma Hongzhen's phoenix fire line, Yu Tianheng directly blocked the fire line with his right arm transformed into a dragon and his soul power to protect his body, and then crossed the fire line and ran straight towards Ye Lingling. The target was clear, it was Ye Lingling. It's impossible to save her. But compared to Yu Tianheng, it was obviously Bai Ji who was closer to Ye Lingling. Seeing Yu Tianheng rushing towards Ye Lingling, Bai Ji shook the Moyun Tang in his hand without saying a word. This is the second realm of the Poison Dragon Whip technique, Poison Dragon Spit's Teeth, which can gather strength to any part of the long whip in hand. Bai Ji directly used the Moyun Vine connected to the Flying Turtle Meteor Hammer in his hand as a long whip, and used the technique of Poison Dragon Spit's Teeth to concentrate strength on one point of the Moyun Vine. Under Bai Ji's control, the Moyun Vine suddenly bent violently, and the protruding part suddenly whipped Ye Lingling, instantly knocking Ye Lingling out of the field. Ye Lingling, leave! Lingling! Seeing Ye Lingling being kicked out in front of him, Yu Tianheng was shocked and angry. Damn you, you bastard! The terrifying blue-purple electric current was running back and forth on Yu Tianheng's dragon-like right arm, making a series of crackling sounds in the air. Looking at Bai Ji, Yu Tianheng gritted his teeth and raised his ferocious right arm, then stomped his right foot on the ground and rushed over instantly. Do you think you will win after letting Lingling leave? Looking at Bai Ji, Yu Tianheng roared, Thunder Dragon Claw! The terrifying lightning instantly burst out from Yu Tianheng's dragon-like right arm. Yu Tianheng tightly clenched the dragon claw, roaring, and violently swung his huge and ferocious right arm towards Bai Ji. Looking at Yu Tianheng's violently swinging dragon claws, Bai Ji did not dodge, but held the Flying Turtle Meteor Hammer in his left hand and clenched his right fist. Under the effect of Xian Tiangong's internal force and the 13 Teibao's horizontal refining gold bell, Bai Ji's right fist flashed with a platinum-like luster. Bang! The two fists collided with each other in an instant, and a burst of air waves and roars suddenly erupted. In terms of strength, if Yu Tianheng only entered the state of martial spirit possession, even with a dragon arm, he would definitely not be Bai Ji's opponent, but now because of the use of the enhanced soul skill Dragon's Fury, Yu Tianheng's strength at this moment is much greater than Bai Ji's. So after finding that he could not fight Yu Tianheng head-on, Bai Ji immediately used the Spiral 9 Shadows and began to play with Yu Tianheng with the help of the powerful control ability of the Moyun Vine. Chapter 154 Green Phosphorus Purple Poison? The poison is like a tonic to me. 4/4. Dragon's Fury, this is Yu Tianheng's third soul skill, which can increase the Soul Master's strength and attack power by 100%. However, like Daimyo Bai's White Tiger Vajra transformation, the effect time of such a soul skill that greatly increases strength is also limited, only half an hour. As time passed, the effect of Yu Tianheng's Dragon's Fury began to fade, and because he had previously inhaled Duguyan's red and blue phosphorus poisons, now without Ye Lingling's treatment, the sequelae of the two poisons began to rise. Now without the increase of Dragon's Fury, relying solely on the possession of martial souls and the blessing of soul power, Yu Tianheng's strength is far less than Bai Ji. So gradually Yu Tianheng found that he was actually at a disadvantage. Bang! 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 Left fist, right fist, big demon suppressing fist. Bai Ji threw punch after punch at Yu Tianheng, but without the blessing of Dragon's Fury, Yu Tianheng seemed very passive in the face of Bai Ji's attack. Because Bai Ji's punch was too strong, Yu Tianheng could only keep retreating. And occasionally when the soul skill was cooled down, Yu Tianheng launched Thunder Dragon Claw and found that Bai Ji dodged it awkwardly. The reason for this is very simple. Bai Ji is not a fool. When facing a threatening attack, he will naturally choose to dodge it instead of resisting it head-on. There are two main reasons why the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex is considered the strongest attacking beast spirit among the top beast spirits. One is the dragonization of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, which allows the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex Spirit Master to have the power of a defective spirit before level 70, and the other is the lightning power possessed by the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. The lightning power is an extremely powerful ability with paralysis and explosion effects. In a head-on battle, fighting against a Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex Spirit Master, it is easy to be paralyzed by the lightning power. As far as Bai Ji has seen, the only talent that can compare with the lightning power of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex is Ma Hongzhen's Phoenix Evil Fire. But unfortunately, Bai Ji is not afraid of the power of thunder and lightning, because one of the talents of Bai Ji's Moyantang martial soul is energy absorption, which makes Yu Tianheng's thunder and lightning power not only not cause damage and control to Bai Ji, but will continuously charge Bai Ji, making Bai Ji more and more courageous. As the battle progresses, Yu Tianheng's soul power is constantly decreasing. In fact, the entire royal fighting team is like this. The tactics of the royal fighting team originally relied on Ye Lingling's treatment and Duguyan's assistance to charge at all costs. As long as Ye Lingling is there, the royal fighting team can completely defeat the opponent before the soul power is exhausted. But now the entire royal fighting team has lost 4 people, including Ye Lingling, who is the core of the tactics. Without Ye Lingling's 9-heart begonia treatment, Duguyan could no longer use the red and blue phosphorus poison without scruples, because all medicines are 3/10 poisonous, not to mention that the red and blue phosphorus poisons are poisonous in themselves. The red and blue phosphorus poisons can certainly benefit the soul master, but in fact, this is at the cost of harming the soul master's body. It is precisely because of Ye Lingling's existence that Duguyan can use the red and blue phosphorus poisons without scruples. But now Ye Lingling has left the field. Duguyan's red and blue phosphorus poisons can only be used for himself. If used on teammates, it can only improve the combat power of the teammates in a short period of time, but will cause damage to teammates later. On the other side, under the Fighting Soul stage. Although he was whipped off the Fighting Soul stage by Bai Ji, compared with Yu Feng, Bai Ji still showed mercy to Ye Lingling, who was a girl. So Ye Lingling was not injured, not even poisoned, and because of the existence of the 9-heart begonia, the minor injuries Ye Lingling suffered were even healed quickly. Lingling, how are you? After Ye Lingling was pulled off the fighting stage by Bai Ji, Teacher Qin quickly rushed over, picked up Yu Feng and quickly came to Ye Lingling's side. I'm fine. Ye Lingling shook her head. It's good that you're fine, then you should heal Yu Feng quickly. Hearing Ye Lingling say that she was fine, Teacher Qin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Because from the bottom of the fighting stage, Bai Ji's poisonous dragon-spitting teeth looked very powerful, but it didn't expect that it only looked powerful on the surface, but in fact he was holding back. Yet, hearing Teacher Qin's words, Ye Lingling summoned the 9-heart begonia. As a pink crabapple flower emerged from Ye Lingling's palm, 3 halos, 2 yellow and 1 purple, slowly rose from Ye Lingling's feet and bloomed. Then the holy white light sprinkled down, and Yu Feng's injuries recovered quickly. Yu Feng slowly opened his eyes and immediately saw Teacher Qin. Teacher. Yu Feng couldn't help but sit up from Teacher Qin's body. What's wrong? Seeing Yu Feng wake up, Teacher Qin asked with concern. It's okay, thank you for your concern, and thank you, Lingling. While the soul power was flowing, Yu Feng checked his body and found that there was no injury. The injury had been healed under the recovery blessing of Ye Lingling's 9 hearts begonia. Yu Feng couldn't help but thank Teacher Qin and Ye Lingling. Yet, Ye Lingling didn't say anything, just nodded calmly. Teacher, what's going on? Looking back at the fighting arena, Yu Feng couldn't help but ask hesitantly. The situation is not optimistic. Tianheng's strength is not as good as the other party's control-type soul master I asked you to pay attention to, and Shi Mo are controlled by someone. It is almost impossible to successfully escape from control without the help of a strong external force. Oslo and Yanzi are also entangled now. If we wait until Tianheng is defeated, the outcome is almost certain. Teacher Qin sighed and said. Teacher, are we going to lose? Yu Feng was a little disappointed. Life can't always win. Sometimes losing is a good thing. All along, everything you have experienced has been too smooth. This time, losing is just a setback that does not affect your life. As long as you come out, you will be stronger. Teacher Qin did not answer directly, but said so. Yanzi, don't. But. Suddenly, Teacher Qin, who was looking at the fighting arena, changed his expression. On the fighting arena, seeing that his side had fallen into an irreversible disadvantage, Duguyan actually rushed behind Bai Ji and spit out a mouthful of black and purple poison mist at Bai Ji. This was the third soul skill that Teacher Qin clearly asked Duguyan not to use before the fighting, the azure purple poison. Poison. Not only did Bai Ji not feel poisoned when he found that the surroundings were suddenly filled with purple poison mist, but he felt an indescribable strong power suddenly surged in his body. Bai Ji knew that this feeling was triggered by the poisoning of the Poka copyright Monday characteristic obtained by the lottery. Why are you fine? Seeing that Bai Ji was standing in her azure purple poison and nothing happened, Duguyan couldn't help but widen his eyes, full of disbelief. With her azure purple poison, even Soul Sect and Soul King would be poisoned. Bai Ji was just a mere Soul Lord, how could he be fine? Hee, poison? Poison is just a tonic for me. In Duguyan's shocked eyes, Bai Ji's mouth corners slightly raised. Then, under Duguyan's gaze, Bai Ji suddenly inhaled a mouthful of thick purple poison mist again, and at the same time, a look of enjoyment flashed across his eyes. Chapter 155 Yu Tianheng admits defeat and defeats the royal fighting team. 1/4. Damn it! How is it possible? Seeing that Bai Ji in front of him actually inhaled a mouthful of the green phosphorus purple poison again as if provocatively, but nothing happened, instead he looked like he was enjoying it, Duguyan was extremely angry. But Bai Ji didn't care what Duguyan thought. Now that he had triggered the poison surge, he was like Daimyo Bai who had activated the White Tiger King Kong transformation. Whether it was attack power, strength, or speed, it would increase significantly, but this state was also time-limited. Because of the strong antitoxicity brought by the poison surge feature, the green phosphorus purple poison would not remain in Bai Ji's body for a long time, so Bai Ji had to take advantage of the poison surge state to deal with Yu Tianheng as soon as possible. Now 2 people from the royal fighting team have left the field, and 2 more have lost their combat effectiveness. The reason why the royal fighting team has not given up is that they are supported by Yu Tianheng. As long as Bai Ji solves Yu Tianheng, the royal fighting team should give up. What's going on? Yu Tianheng didn't know that Bai Ji had entered a state of poisoning. In Yu Tianheng's view, Bai Ji seemed to have suddenly used some kind of enhanced soul skill, and his speed and strength suddenly increased significantly, which made him, who was already struggling, unable to support it anymore. Bang! Just as Yu Tianheng was shocked, Bai Ji punched Yu Tianheng in the chest. In the state of poisoning, Bai Ji, who used the Great Demon Subduing Fist, had a punch of more than 2,000 pounds, and the powerful force instantly knocked Yu Tianheng out of the state of martial soul possession. Yu Tianheng flew out high and finally fell under the fighting soul stage. Ahem, we admit defeat. Blood flowed from the corner of Yu Tianheng's mouth. Yu Tianheng got up from the ground in a mess and looked at Bai Ji with a complicated look. He really didn't understand why the situation suddenly changed. Originally, the 2 sides were evenly matched. The 2 brothers Shi Mo and Shi Mo were responsible for protecting Duguyan and Ye Lingling, while he, Oslo and Yu Feng were responsible for charging and raiding the auxiliary soul master on the opposite side. But suddenly, the guy in front of him tied up Shi Mo and Shi Mo, and then used them as meteor hammers, first smashing Yu Feng away, and then making Ye Lingling leave the field. He had no choice but to explode and solve the opponent's White Tiger Soul Master, but after losing the blessing of the Amplification Soul skill, he embarrassedly found that he was not the opponent of the Control Soul Master in front of him, and finally he could only face defeat. A level 39 offensive Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex Soul Master was not the opponent of a level 38 Control Mutant Qingteng Soul Master in a head-on battle. I'm afraid no one would believe it, but the fact is so dramatic. Tianheng, are you okay? When Yu Tianheng said he gave up, Duguyan quickly jumped down from the fighting arena, helped Yu Tianheng up, and asked with concern. I'm fine. We didn't lose to Yu Shrek in this game, but to you. Yu Tianheng shook his head, but his eyes looked straight at Bai Ji. Maybe, but I think I can actually win more decisively. Bai Ji didn't comment on Yu Tianheng's unwillingness. The 27 consecutive team battles in the Soto Great Fighting Arena made him a little rigid in his thinking. As a control soul master, he regarded himself too much as an offensive soul master. In fact, if Bai Ji could have used the net to restrain the graphite and the millstone earlier, he could have quickly dealt with Duguyan and Ye Lingling. There was no need to forcefully attack Duguyan and Ye Lingling under the protection of the graphite and the millstone. Excuse me, is it time to announce the results of the competition? No, without looking at Yu Tianheng again, Bai Ji raised her head and shouted to the host Douluo in the air not far away. When Douluo heard Bai Ji's words, he suddenly woke up from a dream. In her opinion, this battle was really full of twists and turns. Originally, the 2 teams were evenly matched, but the balance was suddenly broken by Bai Ji. In order to maintain the balance, Yu Tianheng could only explode and severely injure Daimyo Bai, but unexpectedly, Bai Ji suddenly had a whim to use the graphite and stone mill as a meteor hammer to smash Yu Feng and Ye Lingling away. In the end, Bai Ji and Yu Tianheng fought. But unexpectedly, Yu Tianheng, a Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex Soul Master, was not Bai Ji's opponent. Then Duguyan inserted into the battle, but Bai Ji suddenly exploded and defeated Yu Tianheng. This scene really surprised her. The winner of this team battle is the Shrek 7 Devils team. Flying quickly to the fighting spirit stage, with the gathering of many spotlights, Douluo raised the cone-shaped loudspeaker soul guide in his hand and announced the result of the game. Hearing that their side had won, everyone on the fighting stage of Shrek suddenly shouted with joy. Only Dai Mubai was seriously injured. Although he woke up, he could not move on his own, so naturally he could not cheer together. Oscar, is Mubai okay? Everyone got off the fighting stage, and seeing Dai Mubai supported by Oscar, Bai Ge asked with concern. It's okay. Fortunately, the life-saving pill you gave me before did not make the injury worse, otherwise Dai boss would probably not be able to get out of bed for several days. Oscar smiled. Thanks, Bai Ge. Hearing Oscar's words, Dai Mubai also smiled at Bai Ge with some difficulty. Lingling, treat their injuries. Just as Bai Ge was joking with everyone, a voice suddenly came from behind. Hearing the voice, everyone turned around and looked. It turned out to be the leader of the Royal Fighting Team. But why did the leader of the Royal Fighting Team let their players treat their opponents? Everyone couldn't help but be very curious, and the people of the Royal Fighting Team were the same. However, although he was puzzled, Ye Lingling, who always respected his teacher, still stepped forward and activated the 9-heart begonia. As the holy white light fell, Dai Mubai's wounds recovered quickly. Thank you. Although he was a little confused, Dai Mubai still thanked Ye Lingling, but Ye Lingling did not respond, but returned to the team calmly. Although he returned to the team, Ye Lingling cast a curious look at Bai Ge. Why do you want her to treat us? We are opponents. Xiao Wu couldn't help but ask Teacher Qin curiously after her injuries were restored by Ye Lingling's 9-heart begonia. Haha, you will know this soon, let's go. Teacher Qin did not answer Xiao Wu's question directly, but smiled slightly, and then left with everyone from the Royal Fighting Team. You can ignore my poison, but I don't believe you can ignore all poisons. Just wait, one day I will poison you to wash away my shame today. Before leaving, Douluo suddenly turned around and said to Bai Ge viciously. I'll wait. Bai Ge didn't care about Douluo's words. For Bai Ge, it would be better if Douluo could research a more powerful poison. His resistance to poison is very strong. He is immune to ordinary poisons after being poisoned once. If there is a more powerful poison, he can actively stimulate the poisoning. Isn't this equivalent to a White Tiger King Kong transformation without consuming soul power? Chapter 156 Reflection of the Royal Fighting Team, Senior Qin Ming. 2/4, Teacher, I'm sorry, we lost. Returning to the luxurious VIP box before, Yu Tianheng lowered his proud head to Teacher Qin in disappointment. Do you know where you are wrong? Teacher Qin asked with his hands behind his back. We were wrong in underestimating the enemy. Teacher, you have repeatedly reminded us to pay attention to the control-type Soul Master, but we still didn't take it seriously. If I could have burst out with all my strength earlier to severely injure the White Tiger Soul Master, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Yu Tianheng said with his head down. Captain, this can't be blamed on you. We didn't expect this guy to be so perverted. He is obviously just a control-type Soul Master, but he can use Shi Mo and Shi Mo as meteor hammers. No one can predict such an unreasonable guy. Hearing Yu Tianheng's words, Yu Feng also hurriedly said. Captain, we are also wrong. We underestimated the toughness of that guy's martial soul. If we could avoid that Vine Net soul skill, that guy would definitely not be able to hurt Yan Ziai and Ling Ling, and we would not lose. Hearing Yu Feng's words, Shi Mo and Shi Mo brothers also began to take responsibility on themselves. I am also wrong. I am a control-type Soul Master, but I failed to control the rhythm. If I could release the red and blue phosphorus poison earlier, you could have taken the advantage earlier. Douluo also blamed herself. Okay. Just as everyone was about to continue talking, Teacher Qin suddenly interrupted everyone with a smile. Although you lost this game, it may be a good thing for you. Good thing. Hearing Teacher Qin's words, the 7 people couldn't help but feel a little confused. Yes, this failure is actually a test for you. Teacher Qin smiled. Your lineup is perfect, but you have won too many times with this lineup and have forgotten to adapt. The double defense system composed of Shi Mo and Shi Mo is indeed difficult to break through, but you have also seen it today. If a defensive Soul Master encounters a powerful Control Soul Master, he cannot break free from the control of the Control Soul Master without targeted skills, and the same is true for Oslo and Yufeng. If the Control Soul Master performs well, it will be a copper wall that is difficult to break through. You can't hurt the opponent's Auxiliary Soul Master at all, and your formation is too wide. If Tianheng can pull back a little and take care of the rear, he may be able to help Shi Mo and Shi Mo out, but you are too deep and have been disconnected from the team. Although this failure is largely due to the extraordinary performance of one person on the other side, you should also be aware of the shortcomings you have shown in this game. Failure is not terrible, what is terrible is that you cannot learn lessons from failure. This failure did not cause irreparable harm to you, but only made you encounter setbacks. If this setback happens in the future, perhaps you will have to pay the price of your life to understand everything in front of you. I think you should have found some of your own mistakes, so when you meet such an opponent next time, you will become stronger. The Shrek 7 Devils defeated you, but it was equivalent to awakening you. Each of you has unique talents and conditions. For this, I only have one sentence for you: grow in failure. Looking at the 7 people of the Royal Fighting Team, Teacher Qin said earnestly. Okay, you all have a good rest. I have something to do and I will go out first. After speaking, Teacher Qin waved his hand, then turned and left the room, leaving only the 7 people of the Royal Fighting Team in the room to understand the meaning of grow in failure. On the other side, unlike the Royal Fighting Team, the private room where the Shrek 7 Devils team was located was full of joy. But suddenly, the door of the private room was knocked. Dean Flanders, Vice Dean Zhao Wuji, how are you? Disciple Qin Ming greets you. Outside the private room, a familiar voice sounded. It turned out to be the leader of the Royal Fighting Team. Come in. Flanders lifted his glasses on his nose. Hearing Flanders' words, Qin Ming immediately opened the door and walked in. You stinky boy, I thought you forgot about us. Seeing Qin Ming, Flanders said a little unhappily. Good boy, you are getting stronger and stronger. It will probably not be long before you catch up with us old guys. Zhao Wuji also patted Qin Ming's shoulder and laughed. Listening to the conversation between the 3 people, except for Bai Ji who had completely memorized the plot of Douluo through NTZ Perfect Version, everyone else had an extremely surprised expression on their faces. No one thought that the leader of the Royal Fighting Team before was actually a student who graduated from their Shrek Academy. After not seeing each other for a long time, Flanders, Zhao Wuji and Qin Ming exchanged greetings. After introducing the master, Qin Ming also politely performed the disciples' salute to the master. Then, in order to celebrate the reunion, Qin Ming planned to invite the entire Shrek Academy to the most famous noble hall in Soto City for dinner. Because it was a graduate disciple who invited the guests, Flanders did not insist on the school rule that teachers could not eat students' meals casually. After entering the noble hall, Qin Ming directly and generously ordered the most expensive box. As the exquisite dishes were served, the atmosphere became more harmonious. As the communication with Flanders deepened, Qin Ming also learned that most of the Shrek Academy's juniors were only 12 or 13 years old, which made Qin Ming very surprised. What a pity, if the juniors were not from our Shrek, I would try every means to get you to the Royal Academy. If you join, maybe our Royal Academy can get a better ranking in the All-Continent Soul Master Elite Exchange competition next year. Qin Ming sighed. Even if they are from our Shrek Academy, you can't take them back to the Royal Academy. Outside the box, a calm voice suddenly came. It was the master who left halfway. I say, Master, are you deliberately trying to ruin my show? These children belong to Shrek, now and in the future. Can't we give them a good education in Shrek? Hearing the master's words, Flanders said unhappily. Although I don't want to say it, we really can't. Not to mention the martial soul mimicry training field, we don't even have the qualification for the elite exchange competition of the Soul Master Academy in the whole continent next year. Even if the children have the strength to participate in the competition, how can we participate if we don't have the qualification? Looking at Flanders, the master said indifferently. Authentic. Hearing the master's words, Flanders was silent. Chapter 157, The Poison Sutra of Disasters, Going to Tiandu Imperial City. 3/4. And I'm not asking them to join Tiandu Royal Academy. I just want the 2 academies to exchange with each other. If I remember correctly, as an academy established by the royal family of Tiandu Empire, Tiandu Royal Academy should have 2 places in the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange competition in a year. I can let these children temporarily join Tiandu Royal Academy as exchange students until the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange competition is over in a year. Teacher Qin, what do you think? Looking at Qin Ming, the master asked. It's possible, but I'm afraid that the younger brothers and sisters will not be able to come back after they go. Qin Ming smiled bitterly. Why do you say that? Zhao Wuji was a little puzzled. Teacher Zhao, you don't know that although our Tiandu Royal Academy has the title of the first academy in the Tiandu Empire, in fact, we have rarely produced powerful soul masters in recent years, and our status has even deteriorated. The leaders of the academy are eager for talented students. If the juniors go, I can't guarantee that they won't have any ideas. I'm afraid they will use all kinds of relationships and means to ask the juniors to stay. Wouldn't that be digging into our Shrek Academy? Qin Ming explained with a wry smile. Is that so? Hearing Qin Ming's words, the master also thought about it. In fact, they can join your Tiandu Royal Academy. As if thinking of something, the master suddenly said. Xiao Gang. Hearing the master's words, Flanders suddenly stood up, his face was a little ugly, and even the way he addressed the master changed. Flender, I know that Shrek Academy is your hard work, but now we Shrek finally have the opportunity and ability to participate in the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition. If you are still stubborn, do you want to miss this opportunity? You should know what the rewards of the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Competition are and how important it is to the children. Think about the ideal you told me about establishing Shrek Academy. I remember that you said that you wanted to cultivate geniuses in the Soul Master world and let the entire Soul Master world be shocked by them. And the path I chose for them is to make them go more smoothly if possible. Looking at Flender, the master said unwillingly. Also, I haven't finished. If I want these children to join Tiandu Royal Academy, I have a condition, that is, the academy must accept all the current Shrek Academy teachers and let us educate these children in person, and Tiandu Royal Academy must not interfere in any way. In other words, they can win honors for Tiandu Academy, but the education is still ours, and when we want to leave, Tiandu Royal Academy has no right to stop us. The master put forward the conditions. Master, you really gave me a difficult problem. Frankly speaking, from the perspective of Tiandu Royal Academy, being able to let the juniors represent Tiandu Royal Academy will undoubtedly bring countless honors to the academy and make the academy famous. The conditions you proposed are not excessive. All the teachers are celebrities in the Soul Master world. The academy will never refuse and will also provide generous remuneration. However, Shrek Academy is the brainchild of Dean Flanders. If you really do this, then I am afraid that in the future. Looking at Flanders, Qin Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly. But on the side, after hearing the master's last words, this sentence was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely crushing Flanders's persistence. Okay, just do what Xiao Gang said. Flanders suddenly picked up a large glass of beer in front of him and poured it into his stomach in big gulps. After drinking the wine, Flanders wiped his mouth, and his originally ugly face had completely turned into calmness. Xiao Gang is right. I shouldn't just consider my own pride. Everything should be for the good of the children. Tiandu Royal Academy belongs to the royal family of Tiandu Empire. It is a rare pure land for soul masters that is not interfered with by the spirit hall. The children will not suffer there, and Shrek's current teachers can also have a place to retire. All along, I have only considered my own ideas, but everyone has always followed me. Now we are all old, and it's time to find a home for everyone. Tiandu Royal Academy, this name seems to be good, not to mention that the children can also get good development there. This matter is settled, you can discuss it. Xiao Gang and Wuji represent me in full, I want to go alone and calm down. After speaking, Flanders left his seat and turned to walk out of the box. Seeing Flanders's actions, Ma Hongjun quickly got up and chased Flanders out of the box. Looking at Flanders' back as he left, the master sighed. Although he also understood Flanders, Flanders said that his dream was to let the name of Shrek's Monster Academy spread throughout the Douluo continent. But if you can't join the Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition, this wish can't be realized at all. Sometimes dreams can only be dreams if they don't change a little bit, and what the master wants to do is to turn dreams into reality. This time Shrek can have 9 students, but now almost all the children are already level 30, like Bai Ge is already level 38, and level 40 can graduate. When all the students graduate, no one knows whether Shrek can have students who participate in the elite exchange competition of Soul Master Academies across the continent again, so the master can only resort to this last resort. Qin Ming and the master's discussion is still going on. Just as the master and Qin Ming began to discuss specific cooperation matters, Flanders suddenly pushed open the door of the box and walked in. Outside, I don't know what Ma Hongjun said to Flanders, and Flanders's face looked much better. Sitting back in his seat, Oscar whispered to Ma Hongjun with some curiosity, "Hey, fatty, what did you say to the dean? Why do you feel like you have figured it out?" Oscar was a little curious. "Hehe, I just said that we go to Tiandu Royal Academy. Tiandu Royal Academy provides us with the qualification to participate in the elite exchange competition of soul masters in the whole continent and facilities such as martial soul simulation training ground, and we get honor for Tiandu Royal Academy. Isn't this like a deal? We are still people of Shrek Academy, this is just borrowing chickens to lay eggs, there is nothing to be sad about." Ma Hongjun laughed. "Fatty, I didn't expect you to have such a brain." Oscar was a little surprised to hear what Ma Hongjun said. "Go to hell, your fat uncle is smart." After discussion, the master finally reached an agreement with Qin Ming. Qin Ming will take the Royal Dou team back to Tiandu Imperial City tomorrow to explain the situation to the person in charge of Tiandu Royal Academy, and everyone will prepare for a few days and prepare to go to Tiandu Imperial City. 3 days passed quickly, and after 3 days of repair, the place of Shrek Academy has been returned to Shrek Village. After packing up, looking at the tattered plaque with the words Shrek Academy in front of them, Bai Ge and his friends were fine, but the teachers who had lived in Shrek Academy for 20 years were a little sad. After all, this was the place where they had lived for more than 20 years. During these 3 days, Bai Ge had already drawn the reward for winning the competition with the Royal Dou Academy. The prize he drew was the Poison Sutra, and the Poison Sutra compiled by Xiao Yuxian after his poison skills were perfected in Dou Po Kangsheng. This made Bai Ge think about something. Because the Noble Hall in Soto City was already presided over by relevant personnel, Bai Ge did not need to worry about it. In addition, with the help of the Dragon Snake family, the Noble Hall had already established a firm foothold in the Barak Kingdom, so Bai Ge could go to Tiandu Imperial City with confidence. In this way, everyone set out on the road to Tiandu Imperial City. Chapter 158 Blood Trial, Arrival at Tiandu Royal Academy. 4/4. Because everyone in Shrek Academy is a soul master, relying on Oscar's flying mushroom sausage and all-out efforts in the middle of the journey, after 3 days, everyone is finally about to arrive at Tiandu Imperial City. During these 3 days, everyone first left the Kingdom of Barak, and then passed through the Kingdom of Sylves. In the Kingdom of Sylves, the master still took them to participate in a cross-level soul battle as Bai Ge remembered in the original plot, and the opponent was still the Fierce God team. The Fierce God team is a silver soul fighting team at the soul sect level. The strength of the team members is above the soul sect. Except for Bai Ge, others are probably not opponents in a one-on-one fight. However, with Tang San's hidden weapon, the Fierce God team was easily killed. The purpose of the master arranging this battle is very simple, that is to make everyone bleed. The world of soul masters has never been quiet and peaceful, killing and plundering are the theme songs. People in the Junior Soul Master Academy and Shrek Academy may not feel it yet, but in the Tiandu Imperial City full of nobles and soul masters, all kinds of intrigues are no less than direct swordplay. That's why the master arranged this game so that everyone can be mentally prepared to face the world of soul masters, and everyone made a lot of money through this game. Hey, does anyone know where the Tiandu Royal Academy is? The outline of a huge city can be seen faintly in the distance, and Flanders only then remembered that he didn't seem to know the location of the Tiandu Royal Academy. I don't know. Not only did the students shake their heads, but even the teachers including the master didn't know. That, Dean Flanders, I know where the Tiandu Royal Academy is. Seeing that no one knew, Ning Rongrong raised her hand. Where is it? Everyone couldn't help but look at Ning Rongrong curiously. Tiandu Royal College is not far from my home in the castle of Tiandu Imperial City. My father, my clansmen, and I often came to Tiandu City to play and visited Tiandu Royal College. Although Tiandu Royal College is a royal college, the land price in Tiandu City is very expensive. In order to save money and allow students to receive better education, we have to go to Tiandu Royal College to avoid the cost of the college. There are all kinds of temptations in Tiandu City. Under the suggestion of the first dean of Tiandu Royal Academy, Tiandu Royal Academy was actually built outside the city of Tiandu City, just like our Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong explained. Outside Tiandu City, hearing Ning Rongrong's words, everyone was a little thoughtful. Only Flanders laughed. See, my vision is good, the first dean of Tiandu Royal Academy has the same idea as me, which proves that I still have a good eye. Come on, I'm different from you. You have to put the academy outside the city because you are short of money, but I want to avoid the luxury of Tiandu Royal City affecting the students. Although it is also to save costs, the facilities of Tiandu Royal Academy are definitely not inferior to any high-level academy built in Tiandu Royal City. Seeing Flanders so proud, as a longtime friend, the master immediately hit Flanders. Hearing the master's ridicule, Flanders was a little furious, but the other teachers not only did not help Flanders, but also followed the ridicule, which made Flanders very helpless. Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore, Wrong, you take us there, it's almost dark. Flanders looked at the sky helplessly and said to Ning Wrong. Yet. Ning Wrong nodded, now we can see the Tiandu Imperial City, and the Tiandu Royal Academy is not far outside the Tiandu Imperial City, so we should be able to get there soon. Then let's go quickly. Hearing Ning Wrong's words, Ma Hongjun rubbed his hands impatiently. He had never been to a famous place like Tiandu Royal Academy since he was a child. Under the leadership of Ning Wrong, everyone walked all the way to a nearby mountain. On the way, looking at the beautiful scenery around like a landscape painting, everyone felt much calmer, especially the students. When the Sylph's Kingdom fought against the Fierce God team, although the Fierce God team used hidden weapons to kill, it did not cause a particularly bloody scene, but it was inevitable that the first time to kill someone would be very uncomfortable, even Bai Ge was the same. Looking at the corpses of the Fierce God team, Bai Ge also felt a little nauseous at the time. Although it was not the first time to kill, Bai Ge had killed many soul beasts, chickens, ducks, fish, etc. before. Even before crossing, Bai Ge especially liked to watch zombie movies, and it was not a problem to use zombie movies as movies to go with meals. But when he was killing people with his own hands, even though he knew that the people in the Fierce God team were not good people, Bai Ge was still an ordinary person in both his lives, so it was a little hard to accept for a while. However, it might be because he had watched many zombie movies and various heavy-tasting American TV series in his previous life, especially when Bai Ge had taken NTZ Perfect version before. When he recalled the memories in his mind, it was like watching all the zombie movies and heavy-tasting American TV series he had seen again. So Bai Ge was the first person to recover among the crowd, and after accepting the killing, Bai Ge felt that it was actually just that. After traveling all the way, at dusk, everyone finally came to a big mountain. Wrong, are you sure it's here? Looking at the big mountain in front of him, it was impossible to see from the foot of the mountain that there would be a large academy in this mountain, and Flanders couldn't help asking with some doubts. If the Tiandu Royal Academy has not changed its location, it must be here. If you don't believe it, Dean Flanders, you can use soul skills to check from the sky. Ning Wrong was very sure of Flanders' doubts. Well, a college built in a mountain is more remote than our Shrek College. Flanders muttered. No, Dean Flanders, Tiandu Royal College is not built in this mountain, but this mountain is part of Tiandu Royal College. Ning Wrong added after hearing Flanders' words. Ah! Is Tiandu Royal College so big? Zhao Wuji was a little surprised after hearing Ning Wrong's words. Of course, this is the face of our Tiandu Empire. If we still fight like a small college, it would be so unreasonable. In fact, not only this mountain belongs to Tiandu Royal College, but also the forest behind and the big lake on the left belong to Tiandu Royal College. Ning Wrong explained as she led everyone up the mountain. It's really a good place to be surrounded by mountains and water. After hearing Ning Wrong's explanation, all the teachers and even the master were very satisfied. After all, this might be where they would live in the future. It was dusk, the sun was setting, and the sunset glow filled the sky. Under the reflection of the dim sunset, whether it was the mountains in front of them, the forests behind them, or the lake at the foot of the mountain on the left, they were all covered with a layer of light yellow smoke. Combined with the sunset glow above their heads, they could not help but give people a feeling of paradise. Under the leadership of Ning Wrong, everyone walked up the mountain. Gradually, as everyone went deeper, a huge marble arch appeared in front of them. Behind the marble arch is a white square also paved with marble, and on the marble arch, there are several large characters engraved in a flamboyant style, Tiandu Royal Academy. Chapter 159 Encountering an Avalanche, is it accidental or inevitable? 1/4. Hey, finally here. Seeing the marble arch in front of him, Flanders couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Okay, let's go in. Just as Flanders was about to lead everyone in, a group of young men in luxurious clothes suddenly came over from the opposite side of the marble square. "Stop! Who are you?" Looking at everyone, a noble boy standing in the front shouted. Seeing the group of noble boys in front of him, Bai Ji couldn't help but fall into deep thought. In the original plot, there was also such a group of noble boys who stopped the people of Shrek Academy, which eventually led to the people of Shrek Academy being expelled from Tiandu Royal Academy. According to the plot recalled by Bai Ji, this encounter did not seem to be accidental, but deliberately planned. Because the noble boy leading the way was not an ordinary noble boy, but the fourth prince of the Tiandu Empire, Xuebeng. But after recalling the plot of Douluo continent, Bai Ji was particularly disgusted with Xuebeng in front of him. In the original work, Xuebeng in front of him was finally portrayed as a wise monarch, and his previous performance was said to be a disguise to avoid being assassinated by the Spirit Hall. Although Bai Ji did not object to this statement, he felt disgusted with Xuebeng as a person. Because even if a person shows evil for the sake of future good, he has done it, just like Yu Buchan. Although many people say that Yu Buchan is a hypocrite, he has indeed done a lot of good things. Even if these are deliberately done, no one can deny these behaviors. But on the contrary, Xuebeng's evil is really evil. Even if it is to avoid being assassinated by the Spirit Hall, can't he be shown as a prince who eats and waits for death? He must be shown as a dandy who is courting death, and he is still mixed with the Prince Swexing who bought a female slave. As for the Prince Swexing who competed with Tang San and Ning Fengzi for the female slave in the original novel, Bai Ji did not believe that Prince Swexing bought the female slave back for show. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Even if it was a disguise, Bai Ji did not think that Xuebeng could be that clean. In the original novel, although Tang San supported Xuebeng as the emperor largely because Xuebeng was the only prince left in the Tiandu Empire, Bai Ji was not an ancient person. Even if Bai Ji was not prepared to be the emperor, after all, Douluo continent was a world with extraordinary powers, but why did the Prince Xuebeng have to inherit the throne of the Tiandu Empire? Other princesses are not impossible. As long as they have absolute strength, Bai Ji thinks it is not bad to cultivate a female emperor, such as Xuewu in the original novel. Anyway, Bai Ji just thinks Xuebeng is disgusting. In the original novel, Tang San was even worshipped by Xuebeng. At that time, Bai Ji was so disgusted that if it were Bai Ji would have wanted to slap Xuebeng to death and let someone else be the emperor. After all, others have treated you like that before. Why don't you retaliate now that you have the strength? However, Bai Ji can understand Tang San's decision at that time. After all, the situation was too critical at that time. Tang San did not have absolute strength, and Xuebeng was flexible and also worshipped Tang San as his master. Considering the situation at that time, the impact of revenge would be too great. But to be honest, Bai Ji felt that the development of Douluo continent was really too distorted. Not to mention other things, the taxes alone were too heavy. The subsidies from the Spirit Hall to the Spirit Masters were not allocated by the Spirit Hall, but by the Empire. However, Douluo continent is a medieval society. Because the royal family does not have too many industries, even the royal family is not very rich. Where does this money come from? It is not taxes collected from all civilians. In fact, it is easy to see from the hardship of civilian life that a Spirit Master, even the lowest level Spirit Master, can receive a gold soul coin every month, but a rural civilian can often only earn so much money in a year. With such a huge income gap and so few resources, this is simply robbing Peter to pay Paul. If children who are not ordinary civilians also have the opportunity to become soul masters, and the power held by soul masters and nobles in Douluo continent is too amazing, Bai Ji thinks that it is very likely that Douluo continent will burst into kings, princes, generals, and ministers, and it is not a good thing. However, according to what Bai Ji knows now, if he wins the elite exchange competition of soul masters in the whole continent, he will most likely be granted a title by Emperor Xueyat, and then he will be able to get a fiefdom. If he gets a fiefdom, Bai Ji thinks that he can actually climb the technology tree and change the world. But no matter what, now Xuebeng came out to deliberately embarrass Shrek in order to strike Xue King He, or Qian Rongxiu. Bai Ji thinks that this hatred is settled anyway. Bai Ji is not as generous as Tang San in the original work. Bai Ji may be very generous to his friends, but he is very petty to his enemies, not to mention that Bai Ji originally had no good feelings for Xuebeng. Now in Bai Ji's heart, Xuebeng is basically sentenced to death. But Flanders didn't know what Bai Ji was thinking. Seeing a group of noble teenagers blocking his way, Flanders thought it should be just a misunderstanding. "We are from Shrek Academy. We are invited by your Tiandu Royal Academy to exchange ideas. You lead the way." Looking at the young man who might be Xuebeng, Flanders patiently explained. "Tisk, you guys are coming to our academy to exchange ideas? Who are you kidding? I think you are beggars from somewhere. Get out of here, or we will start fighting." The noble boy who looked like Xuebeng showed a trace of disdain in his eyes and said sarcastically. But after hearing Xuebeng's words, Bai Ji felt that Xuebeng was doing it on purpose. Because if Xuebeng really had the IQ he showed in the later period, he would not have said such stupid words when he heard that it was the Soul Master Academy. After all, to be a mentor of the Soul Master Academy, one must be at least Soul Sect. They, the nobles who just eat and wait for death, can never be the opponent of Soul Sect. They even said they would fight. This is obviously what a retard would say. Moreover, although they were a little exhausted after coming from Shrek Academy, they were all Soul Masters after all. Although they were short of money, it was only compared to ordinary civilians. As Soul Masters, it was impossible for them to treat themselves badly in terms of clothing, so they would never be called beggars. The guy who looked like Xuebeng in front of them said this obviously to irritate them. But it just so happened that Bai Ji didn't have a good impression of Xuebeng, so after hearing what Xuebeng said, Bai Ji simply stepped forward and waved his hand to summon the Mo Yuntang. The Mo Yuntang covered with blood veins quickly emerged from Bai Ji's body. Bai Ji raised the Mo Yuntang in his hand and whipped Xuebeng and a group of noble boys. The tough Mo Yuntang made a burst of explosion in the air and directly whipped a group of noble boys away. And these noble boys flew far away after being whipped away, and finally hit a marble column in the square hard. Ouch! It hurts. After being whipped by Bai Ji, he flew and hit the marble pillar. The strong force of the Moyun vine penetrated through the clothes and acted on the noble boys who only knew how to eat, drink and have fun. In addition, his back hit the marble pillar hard. The noble boys felt pain in their chests and backs for a while. After all, Bai Ji's whip was merciless. Although considering the impact, Bai Ji did not have the ability to bless the soul ring and did not let the Moyun vine grow spikes, but the pain caused by the strong whip was inevitable. In addition, in order to reward Xuebeng, Bai Ji deliberately whipped Xuebeng's face with the vine whip, which directly swollen half of Xuebeng's face. Although Xuebeng is a prince, Bai Ji's strength is not vegetarian. Bai Ji was forced into a corner and planted a mushroom in the Tiandu palace to see who was stronger. However, because the prospective father-in-law and mother-in-law were both from the Tiandu Empire, Bai Ji would still be a little cautious. But with the useless Xuebeng on one side and the talented young soul master who was highly valued by the Seven Treasures Glazed sect on the other, Bai Ji could still guess what choice Emperor Shuye would make, so Bai Ji was not worried about the official retaliation of the Tiandu royal family. At most, Xuebeng would find Prince Xuexing, and then Prince Xuexing would find Douluo. But among all the titled Douluo, Bai Ji was least afraid of Douluo. And after knowing the plot and drawing the evil poison sutra last time, Bai Ji was looking forward to meeting Douluo. If Douluo could kidnap him, Bai Ji would be even happier. You know, Bai Ji is now thinking about the various immortal products and precious medicines in the yin-yang eyes. The yin-yang eyes of ice and fire in it are the best place for Bai Ji to refine his body. Chapter 160, Lesson, Meeting Qin Ming again. 2/4. Bai Ji, well done. Seeing Bai Ji teach the noble boys a lesson, the Shrek people couldn't help but cheer. Like Bai Ji, they had no respect for the nobles. You guys! Xuebeng climbed up from the ground and looked at everyone with hatred in his eyes. It was unclear whether it was acting or real. Why, are you not convinced? Bai Ji sneered and walked in front of Xuebeng holding the Moyun vine. 3 shining soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, rose slowly under his feet and moved back and forth around his body, causing the noble boys to panic. You know, none of them had reached level 30. You. Seeing Bai Ji's soul ring configuration, Xuebeng trembled all over, his eyes were full of fear, but in the depths of his fearful eyes, a trace of relief flashed by. This trace of relief was difficult to detect, but because Bai Ji had been paying close attention to Xuebeng, Bai Ji clearly caught the abnormality of Xuebeng. So it was really intentional. Bai Ji couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Qianrongxiu hasn't been exposed yet, but Xuebeng is willing to destroy the future honor of Tiandu Royal Academy to prevent Qianrongxiu from continuing to be valued by Emperor Shuye. It can be seen that even if Xuebeng has the ability, he is not a good person. Is this the student of Tiandu Royal Academy? It's just a bunch of garbage. I have begun to doubt whether coming here is a mistake-s decision. Flanders was a little angry when he was mocked by a group of noble children before he even entered the door. He is a man who cares about his reputation, and is a strong man at the level of Soul Saint, who doesn't have his own pride. Being mocked by such a group of scum nobles, if Bai Ji hadn't taken action, Flanders would have taken action himself. What happened? Why is it so noisy? Just as the Shrek people were indignant, a voice suddenly came from behind the marble square. Then a middle-aged man wearing a silver suit and a badge with the word Tiandu on his chest flew over quickly. Great, it's Teacher Sun. Seeing that a teacher from Tiandu Royal Academy had come over, Xuebeng immediately rolled and crawled in front of Teacher Sun, adding fuel to the fire, describing the people from Shrek Academy as deliberately making trouble, and Bai Ji as a commoner who ignored the dignity of the nobles, who needed to be severely punished, and it would be best if his cultivation was abolished. This made Bai Ji sneer even more. You jump, the harder you jump now, the more fun I will have to shoot you in the future. However, although Xuebeng tried his best to add fuel to the fire, Teacher Sun had heard about the style of Xuebeng and his group, so he didn't believe it completely. And looking at the Shrek people, each of them was in high spirits, especially Flanders, who looked very calm, as if he was not panicking at all, and his strength was also unpredictable. Teacher Sun was also a little unsure about the origins of the people. Thinking of the previous explanation of the academy, Teacher Sun couldn't help but feel moved. I am Sun Baiyu, may I ask if you are from Shrek Academy? Facing Flanders, who was obviously the leader, Sun Baiyu bowed slightly and asked. We are from Shrek Academy. We came here at the invitation of your teacher Qin. But we didn't expect that you students would call us beggars and ask us to get out as soon as we entered the door, so there was this conflict. Seeing that Sun Baiyu was very polite, Flanders could only suppress his anger and responded. You must be Dean Flanders. I admire you very much for being able to cultivate a genius like Teacher Qin. I apologize to you on behalf of Tiandu Royal Academy for what happened just now. Teacher Qin has already arranged everything for you. Please follow me. I will take you to see Teacher Qin. He glared at Xuebeng at the side and looked at Flanders again. Sun Baiyu's face was full of respect. After hearing this, Flanders' face looked better. Following Sun Baiyu, everyone entered the Tiandu Royal Academy and continued to walk up the mountain, but behind him, Xuebeng's eyes showed some ill intentions. The building of Tiandu Royal Academy is very luxurious, and even the stairs are carved from fine marble. Entering from the gate of the academy at the foot of the mountain, after reaching the mountainside, everyone entered the main campus of Tiandu Royal Academy. In the main campus, there are all kinds of tall buildings. In front of the building is a white marble square with many statues and fountains. At this moment, it is dusk, and many noble students are walking near the fountain. Seeing the people following Sun Baiyu, everyone is a little curious. Because of Bai Ji's age, the average age of Tiandu Royal Academy is over 15 years old, which is really a bit small. Following Sun Baiyu to go deeper, everyone finally came to a single tall building. Compared with the row buildings on the main campus, the tall building in front of him is shorter, but it also looks more substantial. In addition, Bai Ji did not see any noble students nearby. We are here, please come in. At Sun Baiyu's invitation, everyone entered the tall building and finally came to an elegantly decorated quiet room. Here, Sun Baiyu warmly entertained everyone to sit down, and then said with a smile. This is our teacher's office building. Teacher Qin is here. You wait here first. I will go to find Teacher Qin now. After Sun Baiyu finished speaking, he left the quiet room. After a while, with a burst of hurried footsteps, Qin Ming pushed open the door and walked in. Dean Flanders, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for so long. Seeing everyone, Qin Ming was very excited. Okay, don't talk so much about etiquette. We will follow you in the future. By the way, have you arranged our affairs? In response to Qin Ming's respect, Flanders shook his head and asked. I have always kept everyone's affairs in mind and have arranged them long ago. Everyone follow me. Qin Ming said with a smile. Following Qin Ming, everyone left the teaching building and walked towards the main campus on the mountainside. On the way, Qin Ming also told everyone about the general situation. Mainly the teacher structure of Tiandu Royal Academy and what matters need to be paid attention to in the academy. Now Qinming has basically greeted the top management of the academy, and is only waiting for everyone from Shrek to meet with the education committee. As long as they pass, Bai Ge and others will officially join Tiandu Royal Academy from now on. But thinking of the meeting tomorrow, Bai Ge shook his head in his heart about what might happen when he met the education committee. Whether on Earth or in Douluo continent, Bai Ge believed that the fight for the throne was the most brutal. Compared with the Xingluo Empire, the Tiandu Empire was already good, and Xuebeng was able to survive to the end and successfully become the emperor in the original work. Bai Ge did not believe that Xuebeng would give up so easily. Xuebeng could come to find trouble so timely, he must have known the information of Shrek. In order to weaken the influence of Jianrongxiu, that is, Xue Qinghe, Xuebeng would definitely not let Bai Ge and others join the Tiandu Royal Academy. So Bai Ge felt that tomorrow would definitely be the same as in the original work, but it didn't matter. If he could really be abducted by Douluo like Tang San, Bai Ge had more than 70% chance of subduing Douluo. And if he could get the spiritual medicine of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, Bai Ge would be sure to refine the Shengling pill and the breaking barrier pill. By then, with the help of the soul rising pill and the barrier breaking pill, Bai Ge is very confident that Meng Shu can also break through the titled Douluo. Together with Douluo, Bai Ge will have 2 titled Douluos. Then, with the cooperation of the 7 treasures glazed sect behind him, as long as he can cultivate some alchemists, Bai Ge can start the plan, establish a power Dan pavilion, gather soul masters, and become a big power. And with the soul rising pill and the barrier breaking pill, the strength of the Shrek people can also be greatly improved, and Bai Ge can be more confident about the future All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition. And if he can win the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition, and get the title and fiefdom of Emperor Shui yet as in the original work, Bai Ge can climb the technology tree and develop himself. Since taking NTZ Perfect Edition, Bai Ge has a lot of knowledge in his mind, but unfortunately there is no place to display it. After having a fiefdom, everything can be realized. Chapter 161 The Second Soul Ring of 1,000 Years, The Shock of the Tiandu Education Committee. 3/4. Qinming arranged a courtyard for the Shrek people. The courtyard was very large, and each person had a separate room. The daily necessities in the room were also prepared. It could be said that everything was available. The location of the courtyard was also very good. Not only could you see the mountain view when you left the courtyard, but there was also a small path not far away that led directly to the foot of the mountain, which could lead to Tiandu Imperial City. It was very convenient. After listening to Qinming's talk about the advantages of this courtyard, Flanders was very satisfied. This student was not taught in vain. Under Qinming's enthusiastic hospitality, everyone followed Qinming to Tiandu Imperial City and had a good meal there. However, Qinming was not very satisfied with the food, because in Qinming's opinion, the food he ate this time was far inferior to what he had eaten in Soto City. Everyone did not know about Qinming's dissatisfaction, otherwise Bai Ge would be forced to pretend again. After dinner, everyone returned to Tiandu Royal Academy. Because they had been traveling for several days before, everyone did not rest well, so after returning to the courtyard, everyone fell asleep one after another. The next day, because he was worried that everyone didn't know where to eat, Qinming came early. After everyone packed up, Qinming took everyone to the cafeteria of Tiandu Royal Academy. Because there were all nobles here, thinking that it was better to have less trouble than more, Bai Ge hid the blue bird in the other dimensional castle, so nothing bloody happened. After breakfast, Qinming prepared to take everyone to the Education Committee. The Education Committee is a special institution of Tiandu Royal Academy. Although Tiandu Royal Academy is affiliated with the royal family of Tiandu Empire, and the nominal dean has always been the Emperor of Tiandu Empire, therefore, there is no dean in the academy. However, as the Emperor of Tiandu Empire, it is impossible for the great Emperor Shui to worry about the affairs of Tiandu Royal Academy, so Tiandu Royal Academy has always had its own administrative agency, that is, the Education Committee. The Education Committee is composed of the 3 most senior and strongest Tiandu-level teachers of Tiandu Royal Academy. The Education Committee is responsible for all matters of Tiandu Royal Academy, unless there is something major, otherwise there is no need to consult the Tiandu Royal family. The Tiandu Royal Academy is very rough in grading teachers, that is, according to strength. Teachers with strengths of 40 to 50 belong to Tianwei, those with strengths of 50 to 60 belong to Tianzi, and those above 60 belong to Tiandu. However, to become a member of the Education Committee, one's strength must be at least in the top 5 of the current Tiandu Royal Academy, and must be appointed by the current Emperor of the Tiandu Empire. The 3 education committee members of the current Tiandu Royal Academy are all Seoul Douluo above level 80. Following Qin Ming, everyone came to the Tiandu Royal Education Committee located in the center of the main teaching area. This is an exceptionally tall building. Although it is not as large as the Wuhan Hall in Notting City in terms of area, it is not inferior in luxury and height. It may be because Qin Ming had informed the Tiandu Royal Academy's Education Committee in advance that Shrek Academy would come to visit. When everyone just arrived in front of the Tiandu Royal Academy's Education Committee building, 3 old men of different statures but in particularly vigorous spirits came to visit. Already waiting by the fountain at the door. The 3 old men all had gentle smiles on their faces, wearing black robes with golden patterns. These were specially issued clothes by the Spirit Hall, and only those who had reached the Seoul Douluo level could receive them. However, in normal times, few Seoul Douluos would wear such clothes that showed off their status, because such clothes not only represented status, but also represented solemnity. The 3 members of the Tiandu Royal Academy were able to wear the exclusive clothes of Seoul Douluo to welcome the people of Shrek Academy, and they took the initiative to wait, which showed that the 3 were still very solemn about this. Shrek Academy, Flanders, Spirit 4-Eyed Cat Eagle, Agility Attack System Level 78 7-Ring Battle Soul Saint, meet the 3 seniors. Seeing that the 3 Seoul Douluos actually came to greet him, Flanders was not an ungrateful person. After arriving at the fountain, Flanders quickly saluted the 3 people and introduced himself. After Flanders, Zhao Wuji, Xiao Xian, Lu Kaiban, and Li Yuzong also bowed and introduced themselves one by one. Hearing that the people in front of them were all Soul Emperors and Soul Saints, the 3 teaching committee members smiled as brightly as chrysanthemums. You know, even if you look at the entire Douluo continent, Soul Emperors and Soul Saints are absolutely powerful. Even in the entire Tiandu Royal Academy, the total number of Soul Emperors and Soul Saints is only 8. The teachers of Shrek Academy joining in front of them is almost equivalent to doubling the number of Tiandu level teachers for Tiandu Royal Academy. This can't help but make the 3 teaching committee members unhappy. Haha. Dean Flanders, you don't have to be polite. We have long heard of the famous Monster Academy, Shrek Academy. It is a great honor for us to have the teachers of Monster Academy come to guide us. I am the chief of the Academic Affairs Committee, Meng Shenji, Wuhan Hei Yeo, and the 86th level 8th Ring Battle Soul Douluo of the Control Department. After the teachers of Shrek Academy introduced themselves one by one, the teaching committee member in the middle of the 3 teaching committee members immediately stroked his snow-white long beard and stepped forward, smiling and flattering Shrek Academy. Then, Meng Shenji introduced the other 2 members of the Education Committee beside him. These 2 members of the Education Committee were also Seoul Douluos. One was slightly fat and named Bai Base Han. His spirit was Tianxing Lu, and he was a defense-type Seoul Douluo of level 85 and 8 rings. The other was very thin and named Zilan. His spirit was Tiankington, and he was a control-type Seoul Douluo of level 83 and 8 rings. However, although the names of Tiankington and Qingtang differ by only one character, one is a famous plant-type soul beast and the other is just an ordinary plant. There is still a huge difference between the 2. After introducing themselves to each other, Meng Shenji quickly invited everyone into the Education Committee and finally came to a spacious office. However, when Meng Shenji greeted the teachers including Flanders, Bai Ge felt that the other 2 members of the Education Committee obviously paid attention to them, the students, and seemed to be more interested in them. In the spacious office, everyone sat on the sofa one by one. Ning Rongrong sat on Bai Ge's left and Meng Yuran sat on Bai Ge's right. For some reason, Bai Ge felt that Ning Rongrong had become a different person since she came back from the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. She no longer rejected Meng Yuran, which made Bai Ge a little strange. But out of caution and wisdom, Bai Ge did not express his opinion. Anyway, this situation is already very good. Whether it is the man's possessiveness or for the sake of comforting Meng Shu, Bai Ge could not explicitly say no to Meng Yuran. If Ning Rongrong could no longer reject Meng Yuran, it would naturally be better. After everyone sat down, Meng Shenji asked the servants to serve tea and snacks, and then expressed his respect for Shrek Academy. The general meaning is that he agreed with Qin Ming's previous request, and did not intend to interfere in Shrek Academy, nor would he give any teaching tasks to Flanders and others. As long as Vlad and others train the Shrek 7 Devils team well, they can bring better results to their Tiandu Royal Academy in the elite exchange competition of Seoul Master Academy in the whole continent next year. Meng Shenji's words were very sincere, as if he completely believed Qin Ming's words, but compared to Meng Shenji, the other two teaching committee members seemed to be ready to test the quality of the Shrek Seven Devils. I heard from Teacher Qin that your academy seems to have two genius control type soul masters who broke through the soul master at the age of 12, and one of them seems to have reached the 38th level. I wonder which two they are. The teaching committee member named Zhilan suddenly asked. Zhilan teaching committee member is too kind, I don't dare to call you a genius. These two are my disciples, Bai Ji and Tang San, let Zhilan teaching committee member see your strength. The master smiled faintly and said. Yes, teacher. Hearing the master's words, Bai Ji and Tang San immediately stood up from the sofa and summoned their own martial spirits facing Zhilan. As Bai Ji and Tang San summoned their own martial spirits, 3 shining soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, and 2 yellow and 1 purple, slowly rose from under their feet. There is actually someone who can possess a 1000-year level second spirit ring. Compared to Tang San, when seeing the 3 spirit rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, appearing under Bai Ji's feet, not only Jilin, but even Meng Shenji couldn't help but mutter to himself in shock. Chapter 162 Silver Level Mission, The Test of the Tiandu Education Committee. 4/4. After being shocked, the 3 education committee members also calmed down. Among them, Jilin and Bai Basehan suddenly looked at each other and stood up at the same time. As the two stood up, a strong pressure immediately acted on them. On Bai Ji. Hey! Bai Ji was stunned by a strong pressure. But then Bai Ji realized what happened. Jilin was testing him with pressure, just like an entrance exam. Although they defeated the royal fighting team, the 3 teaching committee members in front of them did not see it with their own eyes. As the saying goes, hearing is false, seeing is true. Only by seeing it with their own eyes can they truly believe it, so it is normal for them to test it. And because Meng Shenji played the good cop in front of Flanders before, showing goodwill, even if Jilin and Bai Basehan came out to play the bad cop and test his and Tang San's strength, master and Flanders would not have any objections, on the contrary, they would definitely be happy. Because only in this way can they truly prove the excellence of their Shrek teaching. As teachers, they can prove their teaching ability. Master and Flanders are too happy to be unhappy. As Zhilan issued a pressure test, the system with a very low sense of existence in his mind finally issued a task again. Ding! The system detected that the host is facing the test of the 3 teaching committee members of Tiandu Royal College, and now issued a task, test. Please successfully pass the test of Soul Douluo's Zhilan, and reward, a silver level lottery opportunity. Bai Ji was no longer surprised by the silver level lottery opportunity, so after nodding in his heart, Bai Ji began to accept Zhilan's test very calmly. Facing Zhilan's pressure, Bai Ji was only surprised at the beginning. After that, facing Zhilan's pressure, Bai Ji did not even use his internal force. Just relying on his body, Bai Ji resisted Zhilan's pressure. After all, compared with the pressure of Jiangu Douluo with artistic conception, Zhilan's soul Douluo quality pressure is too weak. Seeing that Bai Ji showed no signs of operating his soul power, and even did not summon his martial soul, Jilin could not help but frown. Because generally speaking, low-level soul masters who can withstand the direct pressure of soul power brought by high-level soul masters and can withstand the pressure of soul power equivalent to 2/3 of their own level are already quite outstanding. And if they can persist to a level equal to their own soul power, then their willpower is extremely firm, but the prerequisite is that they must release their martial souls, and they must be beast martial soul masters with strong bodies. However, the soul power level released by himself is already level 25, and the young man named Bai Ji in front of him is still calm. Jilin can't be calm. See if you can summon your martial soul. Jilin was ruthless in his heart and raised his soul power level to level 30, but Bai Ji still looked calm. I will raise it again. Jilin gritted his teeth and raised his soul power level again, raising the released soul power level to level 38, which is almost the limit of the soul power that low-level soul masters can withstand. But Bai Ji still looked calm. What Jilin didn't know was that Bai Ji's physical strength was actually not inferior to that of a beast spirit master possessed by a spirit master of the soul sect level. In other words, if the spirit power level released by Jilin did not exceed level 40, it would be useless to Bai Ji. Even if it exceeded level 40, Bai Ji could easily withstand the pressure by running the Xian Gong internal force, the Dragon Elephant Pruchna Gong, and the 13 Tebeos horizontal refining of the Gold Bell. In order to make Bai Ji feel the effort, Jilin needed to increase the spirit power level to level 60. But even if Jilin increased the spirit power level to level 60, Bai Ji could continue to persist after summoning the spirit Moyun Teng, and with the energy absorption ability of the Moyun Teng and the ultimate soul absorption skill, Bai Ji would be more relaxed. In order to make Bai Ji reach the limit of the spirit pressure after summoning the Moyun Teng, Jilin needed to at least increase the spirit power level to level 80, but Bai Ji still did not reach the limit, because this was just the state where Bai Ji felt the effort. Because of practicing the Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra and the 13 Taibao refining Golden Bell cover, Bai Ji's ability to withstand is far beyond that of ordinary people. Even if Jilin releases all his soul power, it is uncertain whether he can force Bai Ji's 8 Spider Lance. After all, Jilin's martial soul is only the Azure Ivy. As a mild plant-type martial soul, the oppressiveness of the soul power pressure that the Azure Ivy martial soul can produce is far less than that of offensive beast martial souls or weapon martial souls. On the other side, as Bai Baishan increased the soul power pressure to more than 40 levels, Tang San could no longer hold on. Seeing this, Bai Baishan nodded and slowly stopped releasing the soul power pressure. Being able to withstand his soul power pressure of more than 40 levels with the strength of 34 levels, in Bai Baishan's view, Tang San is already a top genius. And seeing that his old friend beside him had finished the test, but he didn't even know the bottom of the test object, Jilin became a little embarrassed. Senior Jilin, because of his martial spirit, Bai Ji's body is somewhat different from that of an ordinary person. In terms of physical fitness, his physical fitness is actually not inferior to that of a soul master with the same level of beast martial spirit. Please let me go with the test. Seeing Jilin's embarrassment, the master guessed that Jilin was afraid that he didn't know how to exert pressure because he didn't know the details of Bai Ji, so the master couldn't help but remind him. His physical fitness is comparable to that of a soul master possessed by a beast spirit of the same level. No wonder he is so calm in the face of my soul power pressure of more than 30 levels. Hearing the master's words, Jilin's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. Level 40. Jilin's heart moved, and he increased the pressure again. Bai Ji's face showed some emotion. Level 45. Bai Ji took a deep breath and began to operate Xian Gong. With the operation of internal force, the pressure on his body suddenly decreased a lot. Level 50. Seeing that Bai Ji still did not summon the spirit, Jilin was a little unconvinced and increased his soul power again. At the same time, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but curl up a little arc at the corner of her mouth. Level 55. Level 60. Jilin gritted his teeth and continued to increase his soul power. As Jilin increased his soul power to level 60, Beg's body finally couldn't bear it anymore, so Beg chose to summon the Moyun Vine. As black and purple vines covered with thorns grew out from Beg's body, the pressure on Beg was reduced again. Seeing this, Jilin couldn't help but increase the level of soul pressure again. As Jilin's soul pressure increased, the third soul ring on Beg's body slowly glowed. With the use of the third soul skill, the ultimate absorption, the pressure on Beg dropped sharply again. Is this kid a monster? Seeing what happened in front of him, Meng Shenji couldn't believe his eyes, because ordinary soul masters could only withstand the same level of pressure released by high-level soul masters, but Beg had already endured twice the pressure, and it hadn't reached the limit yet. Level 70. Level 75. As Jilin's soul power pressure increased, Bai Ji finally bent down slowly, supported himself on the ground with one hand, and his face turned red, but he still did not reach his limit. Level 80. Jilin numbly raised his soul power level again, and as Jilin's soul power level increased, under strong pressure, Beg's mind was highly concentrated, and his mind suddenly fell into a state of emptiness. Faintly, Beg seemed to have entered the state when he took NTZ perfect version again, as if everything in his body was under control, and the heaven-changing and earth-strike technique began to operate automatically and voluntarily. As a dangerous spiritual technique, the heaven-changing and earth-strike technique could not be operated in a dangerous environment before it was a minor achievement, because it could easily damage the nerves. However, in this empty state, the heaven-changing and earth-strike technique automatically operated, and the bottleneck of the third level of the realm of five senses enhancement began to gradually loosen. Suddenly, there seemed to be a roar in my ears, and Beg's heaven-changing and earth-strike technique broke through the fourth level. With the breakthrough of Beg's heaven-changing and earth-strike technique in the fourth level, Beg's consciousness seemed to leave his body for a while. Everything in front of him began to appear in another way. Because of the small success of the heaven-changing and earth-strike technique, Bai Ji actually developed spiritual power. Now Bai Ji has basically possessed the strengths of all kinds of soul masters, whether it is control, strength, speed, defense, or spiritual power. This can almost be said to be all around. Chapter 163 Revenge of the Avalanche, the arrival of poison Douluo Douluo, 1/4. The breakthrough of the heaven-changing and earth-strike technique increased Bai Ji's endurance again, until Jilin increased the soul power pressure to the limit, and even failed to force Bai Ji's 8 spider lance. In the end, Jilin gave up the idea of continuing the test, because he had no way to deal with Bai Ji. Dean Flanders, your Shrek Academy is indeed worthy of its name, and it is worthy of being a monster academy. Jilin glanced at Flanders, his eyes full of complexity, and after speaking with mixed feelings in his heart, Jilin returned to the sofa and continued to sit down. Hearing that the test was over, Bai Ji was relieved. After releasing the summoned Moyanteng, Bai Ji slowly stood up from the ground, and then sat back between Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran, closed his eyes and began to regulate his breathing. On the other side, after seeing the talents of Bai Ji and Tang San, Meng Shenji began to chat with Master and Flanders more eagerly. But just as Meng Shenji was chatting with Master and Flanders, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside the office, and the footsteps stopped outside the door, and then with a loud voice, the door was suddenly pushed open. Is Chief Meng Shenji here? Although the words were inquiring, it seemed that the person did not want to be polite, otherwise he would not have opened the door and walked in. Following the loud voice, 3 people opened the door and walked in. The one walking in front was an old man wearing golden clothes. The old man was not tall, with grey hair. He looked to be in his 60s or 70s, but he was very imposing and looked like someone who had been in a high position for a long time. There were 2 more people behind the old man. The one on the left was also an old man, but he looked younger and taller. He also had silver hair, but his eyes were dark green, just like Duguyan that Bai Ji had seen before. Bai Ji guessed that this person should be Dugubo without much thought. As for the person on the right side behind the old man, it was Xuebeng whom Bai Ji had seen before. Xuebeng looked arrogant at this time, but with the swollen half of his face, he looked a little funny. After finding someone to support him, Xuebeng suddenly felt that he had someone to rely on, and he looked like he was getting carried away. Looking at Bai Ji, Xuebeng's eyes were full of resentment and hatred. Prince, why are you here? Seeing the old man in gorgeous clothes, Meng Shenji stepped forward and asked. However, although Meng Shenji looked neither humble nor arrogant, when Meng Shenji saw Xuebeng and Dugubo on the left side behind the old man in gorgeous clothes, a strong fear flashed in his eyes. Hearing Meng Shenji's words, Bai Ji naturally knew that the old man in gorgeous clothes who came was Prince Swexing. And seeing Meng Shenji's performance, the atmosphere in the whole office suddenly became solemn. Although Flanders and the master had not experienced this kind of intrigue, they were both smart people. When they saw Prince Swexing and his men break into the office, followed by the avalanche they had made enemies with yesterday, they immediately felt something was wrong. On the side, Qin Ming, who was originally smiling, became serious at this moment. Compared with Flanders and the master, as a teacher of Tiandu Royal Academy, he should be more aware of the open and secret struggles and intrigues in this academy. Seeing Dugubo, Qin Ming stood up quietly. While Prince Swexing and Meng Shenji were talking, Qin Ming quietly left from another exit of the office. This Tiandu Royal Academy is also the place where I am responsible. Why can't I come? Why do the 3 education committee members have so many guests here? Can't you introduce them to me? Looking at Meng Shenji, Prince Swexing said lightly. Hearing Prince Swexing's words, Meng Shenji couldn't help but frown. With his experience and wisdom, he immediately guessed that Prince Swexing's intention was not to drink. As a teacher, he didn't want to get involved in the fight for the throne, but Tiandu Academy inevitably needed a team to develop. However, compared with Prince Xueqinghe, Xuebeng was simply a scum. He naturally stood on Xueqinghe's side, which directly led to Prince Swexing and him not getting along. After becoming the person in charge of the Tiandu royal family for Tiandu Royal Academy, Prince Swexing made things difficult for him every other day. Although he was a sole Douluo, he could only hold his breath in the face of such problems. After all, in the system, you have to follow the practices of the system, so even if you don't like Prince Swexing, Meng Shenji can only bear it. But this time, it was not easy to recruit Shrek Academy, which not only made the teaching staff of Tiandu Royal Academy soar, but also met 2 geniuses whose future achievements will be at least at the Seoul Douluo level. And if the future development is good, they may even become title Douluo. 2 title Douluo who graduated from their Tiandu Royal Academy are of self-evident importance to their Tiandu Empire, but the Prince Swexing in front of him actually wants to destroy it, which Meng Shenji simply cannot tolerate. However, although he was very angry, the current situation was far from the point of revealing the true intentions, and Meng Shenji could only suppress his anger and introduce Prince Swexing. Your Highness, let me introduce you to the Dean of Shrek Academy, Flanders. Dean Flanders is here to discuss cooperation with us this time. Dean Flanders, this is Prince Swexing of the Tiandu Empire, and the Royal Academy is now under the jurisdiction of the Prince. Meng Shenji introduced while suppressing his anger. Hello, Your Highness. Although he was not very interested in the nobles, he was in someone else's territory after all, so Flanders bowed slightly and greeted him. But Prince Swexing was particularly arrogant and even contemptuous of Flanders' politeness. Shrek Academy? What kind of rubbish academy is this? How come I have never heard of it? It should be a low-ranking academy. Chief Meng Shenji, how can you let these people of unknown origin come to our academy? Looking at Meng Shenji, Prince Swexing raised his eyebrows and said coldly. When Flanders heard what Prince Swexing said, his face stiffened at that time. He was a soul saint, the top existence among soul masters. Even nobles were nothing in his eyes. Prince Swexing in front of him actually insulted his academy in front of him, which made Flanders furious. However, although he was angry, this was someone else's territory after all, so Flanders still suppressed his anger in his heart and planned to see how Meng Shenji would deal with it, and by the way, he also pulled Zhao Wuji, who was also very angry. Your Highness, you can't say that. Although Shrek Academy is not well known, it has trained countless outstanding soul masters. For example, our teacher Qin came from Shrek Academy. This time, Dean Flanders and the teachers of Shrek Academy can come to our academy to teach. We can't turn away talents. Meng Shenji said in a deep voice. Oh? It sounds good, but what's the use of having strength? Does our Tiandu Empire still lack soul masters? Chief Meng Shenji, these Shrek Academy soul masters you recruited just entered our Tiandu Royal Academy and hit Avalanche. Avalanche is the fourth prince of our Tiandu Empire, representing the majesty of our Tiandu Empire. How can we be easily humiliated by such an arrogant and domineering person? It's better not to. Prince Swexing sneered. You. Hearing Prince Swexing's words, Flanders was immediately angry. Don't distort the facts like this. Even if he is a prince, can he arbitrarily distort the facts and discredit others? In anger, Flanders' soul saint level pressure was immediately released and applied to Prince Swexing. As a prince who has been in a high position for a long time, Prince Swexing's strength is naturally very ordinary. Under the pressure of Flanders, Prince Swexing's expression suddenly became unnatural. But at this time, behind Prince Swexing, Douluo suddenly stepped forward, and a strong pressure came out, which immediately offset Flanders' pressure. Humph! You actually want to attack me without a word, Meng Shenji, look at who you recruited. Protected by Douluo, Prince Swexing immediately came back to his senses. With a roar, the cunning Prince Swexing directly seized on Flanders' previous action and beat the Shrek people into arrogant and domineering people. You! Hearing Prince Swexing's words, Flanders was almost furious. It was obviously the other party's fault, but now he was beaten back and became arrogant and domineering. This made the always arrogant Flanders unable to bear it anymore. Dean Flanders, let's go. With the strength of our Shrek Academy, even if we leave the Tiandu Royal Academy, is there any high-level Soul Master Academy in the Tiandu Imperial City that will not accept us? Seeing that Meng Shenji had completely fallen into a disadvantage in the confrontation with Prince Swexing, as a Soul Master, Meng Shenji was still not as good as the cunning Prince Swexing in playing tricks. Bai Ge couldn't help but speak. Yes, yes. Everyone agreed. As Soul Masters, they were not interested in nobles. After being insulted by Prince Swexing, they felt very aggrieved even if they stayed. After all, it seemed that this guy called Prince Swexing was in charge of Tiandu Royal Academy. God knows how this guy will cause trouble for them in the future. Chapter 164 The aggressive Prince Swexing left in anger, 2/4. You offended me and still want to leave like this, Mr. Douluo, catch him. Hearing Flanders' words, Prince Swexing shouted. Hearing Prince Swexing's words, Douluo immediately stepped forward and summoned his martial spirit in an instant. As a huge green snake emerged, 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and black rose from Douluo's feet. Title Douluo. Seeing the soul ring under Douluo's feet, Flanders and Zhao Wuji's pupils shrank and their hearts sank. Prince Swexing, Don't go too far. Seeing that Prince Swexing not only blamed him but also wanted to take the initiative, Meng Shenji and the 2 education committee members beside him were also angry. The 3 of them quickly summoned their martial souls, and then flew directly to the front of the Shrek people, blocking Douluo's pressure. Why, 3 education committee members, do you still want to stop me? Seeing the actions of Meng Shenji and the other 2, Prince Swexing frowned. Humph. Your Highness is afraid that he doesn't know what he is doing now. The recruitment of teachers for Tiandu Royal Academy is indeed the responsibility of His Highness. We did not get permission from His Highness to recruit teachers. It is indeed our fault, but now His Highness wants to commit a crime in front of us, and the 3 of us cannot stand idly by. Looking at Prince Swexing, Meng Shenji suppressed his anger and said. You guys! Seeing that Meng Shenji and the other 2 did not back down, Prince Swexing was in a dilemma. After all, the 3 teaching committee members in front of him were not only sole Douluo in their own strength, but also had a very high reputation in Tiandu Royal Academy. Although he would be gossiped if he occasionally caused trouble for the 3, the impact would not be too great. But if he let Douluo hurt the 3 teaching committee members, even he could not bear it. But Prince Swexing was a little unwilling to let the Shrek people go. You know, although Douluo stood on his side, it was because he had done Douluo a favor in his early years, so when he asked Douluo to help, Douluo would still help, but as a titled Douluo, Douluo was not his bodyguard. Now that he had offended Shrek Academy, he was afraid that he would be attacked in the future. Just when Prince Swexing was in a dilemma, the door of the office was pushed open again, and it turned out that Qin Ming brought Douluo in. Grandpa! Seeing Douluo, Douluo immediately rushed from Qin Ming's side into Douluo's arms, then put her head next to Douluo's ear and whispered to him. Listening to Douluo's words, Douluo nodded while looking at the Shrek side. When he saw Bai Ji clearly felt that Douluo's eyes stayed for a while. Bai Ji probably told Douluo about the last time he used the poison surge to exempt Douluo from the poison released by Douluo. Compared with the original work, Tang San only used Realgar to Huo broke Douluo's green phosphorus purple poison, and his disregard or even enjoyment would definitely arouse Douluo's curiosity. And for a person like Douluo who is both good and evil, he would definitely not care about the consequences as long as he is curious about himself, or in Douluo's view, there is nothing about Bai Ji that can make him afraid. So Bai Ji estimated that Douluo would follow him in a while, and then kidnap him like he kidnapped Tang San. After listening to Douluo's words, Douluo slowly retracted his martial soul. As Douluo's titled Douluo level pressure gradually dissipated, the originally solemn atmosphere in the office also relaxed. Chief Meng Shenji, since Tiandu Royal Academy does not welcome our Shrek Academy, we can only say goodbye. Seeing that things have developed like this, Flanders did not want to stay any longer. He walked behind Meng Shenji and saluted Meng Shenji, and then Flanders walked out of the office. And following Flanders, Zhao Wuji, master and other teachers, as well as Bai Ji and other students must have left the office one after another. Dean Flanders, wait for me. Seeing Flanders leave, Qin Ming followed him. Dean Flanders. Seeing Flanders leave, Meng Shenji was a little anxious, but he had no reason to let everyone stay. After all, things have developed to this point, and this time not only did he fail to recruit everyone from Shrek, but he also let Qin Ming leave. Meng Shenji was so heartbroken. Prince Swexing, you are so stubborn today, you will definitely regret it in the future. Tomorrow, the 3 of us will impeach you, and let His Majesty judge. After feeling heartbroken, Meng Shenji couldn't help but say to Prince Swexing angrily. Humph! Hearing Meng Shenji say that he would impeach, Prince Swexing's face was a little unnatural. But he has always been arrogant and never bows his head on his own initiative, so he snorted coldly. Qin Ming, why did you come here? It's none of your business just now. Just teach well at Tiandu Royal Academy and don't let it affect your future. After leaving the Education Committee building, on the way down the mountain, Flanders couldn't help but sigh as he looked at Qin Ming who followed him. Dean Flanders, you can't say that. Without you and the teachers, there would be no Qin Ming. You are all Qin Ming's teachers. What happened just now was indeed not caused by Qin Ming, but if it weren't for Qin Ming, the teachers wouldn't have been humiliated in Tiandu. Qin Ming smiled bitterly and clenched his fists. He was very angry when he thought that the always arrogant Flanders was humiliated in front of Prince Swexing. Hey! Hearing Qin Ming's voice, Flanders also sighed. Where should we go now? Ma Hongjun said in confusion. Dean, let's make Shrek Academy bigger. Suddenly, Daimyo Bai spoke. Like Flanders, he was arrogant. He was also very angry when he was insulted like that just now. However, facing the tall and powerful Prince Swexing and the powerful Douluo, they had no way to retaliate in a short time. They could only use the method of making Shrek Academy famous in the continent to prove that the two were blind. It's not that simple. Flanders smiled bitterly and shook his head. Well, let's go to Tiandu Imperial City first to try our luck. Maybe we can find an academy that is willing to give us preferential conditions and recruit us like Tiandu Academy. Flanders meant something, but except for Bai Ji, no one understood it. They just thought that Flanders was still immersed in the humiliation just now and was a little discouraged. With a heavy heart, everyone also planned to rest in Tiandu Imperial City. If it didn't work, they would go back to Shrek Academy in Soto City. Although it is easiest to get the qualification to participate in the elite exchange competition of Soul Master Academy in the whole continent directly from Tiandu Imperial City, in fact, as long as all teachers take the trouble to assess their teaching qualifications and then re-register for Shrek Academy, there is hope to get the qualification to participate in the elite exchange competition of Soul Master Academy in the whole continent within a year. After all, Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuan are backed by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Dragon Snake family, respectively, both of which have a certain prominent status in the Tiandu Empire. Unlike Daimyo Bai, who was born in the Xingluo Empire, it would be useless even if he had a prominent family background in the Tiandu Empire. If the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect was willing to help, maybe Shrek Academy would be qualified to participate in the Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange competition. But Flanders is arrogant, and if it is not necessary, Flanders really doesn't want to owe others a favor. Chapter 165, Lan Ba Academy, Douluo reappears, 3/4. Although the Tiandu Royal Academy is outside the Tiandu Imperial City, it is not too far from the Tiandu Imperial City. After leaving the Tiandu Royal Academy, everyone went straight to the Tiandu Imperial City, but along the way, everyone was a little depressed. After all, who could be happy after suffering such humiliation in the Tiandu Royal Academy? Along the way, Bai Ji was thoughtful and looked back from time to time, but it might be because the strength gap was too big, Bai Ji no trace of Douluo was found. But according to Douluo's temperament in the original book, after knowing that he was not only immune to toxins, but could even use poison as a tonic, Bai Ji didn't believe that Douluo was not curious. So Bai Ji could be sure that Douluo must be following behind. As everyone gradually approached Tiandu Imperial City, a huge and majestic city slowly appeared in front of everyone. Although they had been here once last night, the Tiandu Imperial City seen at night and during the day was completely different. At night, the Tiandu Imperial City saw more prosperity in the city, but during the day, it saw more soldiers and knights guarding the city. Hey, there seems to be a notice over there. As soon as he approached the city gate, Flanders immediately noticed a huge notice posted on the bulletin board next to the city gate, and then quickly approached it. Seeing Flanders's actions, everyone followed him. Recruitment. At the top of the notice were 2 big words, and below were the requirements for recruiting teachers for a high-level Soul Master Academy called Lanba Academy. Hey? It's actually a high-level Soul Master Academy, and it's short of people. Should we try our luck? After reading the notice, Flanders touched his chin and said, Dean, I've heard of this Blue Tyrant Soul Master Academy. Although I don't know the background of this academy, it was this academy that eliminated one of the 2 participating teams of the Tiandu Royal Academy in the last Tiandu Capital Circle qualifier of the All-Continental High-Level Soul Master Academy competition. However, this year's batch of students from the Blue Tyrant Academy should have graduated, and the strength of the Tiandu Academy's Royal Battle Team this year is much stronger than that of the last High-Level Soul Master Academy competition. I guess they don't have much chance this time. Qin Ming shook his head and said, Hey! Then they have a chance this time. Flanders showed a smug smile at the corner of his mouth. Following Flanders, because Qin Ming, who was familiar with Tiandu Imperial City, led the way, according to the address of Blue Tyrant Academy mentioned in the notice, everyone soon arrived at Blue Tyrant Academy. After entering the Blue Tyrant Academy, since Blue Tyrant Academy took the initiative to recruit teachers, there were already signs in the academy. Following the signs, everyone quickly came to the reception area for the applicants. After showing their strength, the teachers of Shrek and Qin Ming easily passed the assessment of Blue Tyrant Academy. After all, with the strength of the Soul Emperor and Soul Saint level of Flanders, even the 3 teaching committee members of Tiandu Academy were extremely surprised, not to mention the Blue Tyrant Academy, which had a shallow foundation. And with so many teachers recruited in a row, and all of them were soul emperors and soul saints, the teachers of Blue Tyrant Academy in charge of the assessment could not handle it, so they had to stop the work at hand and prepare to take everyone to meet the dean of their Blue Tyrant Academy. At this time, Bai Ge behind him clearly noticed the smile of conspiracy on the corner of Vlad's mouth, but the poor master was still completely unaware of it. However, although Bai Ge knew, he would not remind the master about this matter. Everyone, please follow me. The recruiting teacher named Yinzhu led everyone through the teaching area of Lanba College and finally came to the forest behind the college, which made the master a little strange. Doesn't your dean live in the campus area? The master asked. The dean is usually not in the college. She prefers quietness and lives alone in the forest. The daily affairs of the college are handled by the teachers. Only major matters need to be consulted with the dean. Yinzhu showed a respectful expression on his face, and behind him, Flanders' eyes flashed a hint of complexity. As everyone went deeper into the forest, in addition to the trees, some bright flowers gradually appeared around. It was obvious that there should be people living not far away. It should be the dean of Lanba College. At this time, a burst of singing suddenly came from not far away. The singing was sad and gentle, like crying and complaining, which sounded sad. This was for people like Beg. When the master heard the voice, the whole person suddenly stiffened, and then immediately turned around and prepared to leave, but was pulled by Flanders. Xiao Gang, how long do you want to escape? Looking at the master, Flanders' eyes were full of complexity and regret. The master's eyes also revealed an extremely painful look, and even his body trembled. Seeing the actions of the master and Flanders, everyone also understood that the dean of Lanba Academy might be related to Flanders and the master. And recalling Flanders's performance along the way, it was actually a bit strange, as if he came to Lanba Academy on purpose. Although being expelled from Tiandu Royal Academy was an accident, Flanders seemed to have the idea of bringing the master here. Pulling the master, Flanders seemed to be very familiar with this place, and he walked forward without the guidance of the sound book. Passing through one flower garden after another, a small lake appeared in front of them. There was a small house beside the small lake, and next to the small house, a woman was singing while carrying a kettle to water the flowers in front of her. Before Bai Ge, the song we heard was from the woman. Hearing footsteps not far away, the woman turned and looked over here. Xiao Gang. When she saw the master walking in front with Flanders, the kettle in the woman's hand suddenly fell to the ground, her face full of disbelief and excitement, and 2 lines of tears quietly slid from the corners of her eyes. Bringing the master here, seeing that the woman had seen the master could no longer escape. Flanders quietly loosened his hand holding the master's wrist, and then returned to the back. Teacher Yinzhu, let's go. Feeling very complicated, Flanders sighed and said to Yinzhu beside him. Oh. Teacher Yinzhu was stunned, but at this moment he also guessed something. Seeing that it was an old friend meeting, and the relationship between the two might be more than just an old friend, Yinzhu would naturally not be boring. Let's go, everyone follow me, I will take you to visit the academy. Yinzhu whispered. Following the message, everyone left the lake and headed towards the campus of Blue Tyrant Academy. On the way, Flanders felt very complicated. After receiving the letter from the master, he went to Notting City, and then took the master and Tang San to the Xingda Great Forest not far from Tiandu Imperial City. The reason why he went to the Xingda Great Forest instead of the Sunset Forest near Tiandu Imperial City was because the 1000-year soul beasts that Tang San needed were more in the Xingda Great Forest at that time, and when he left and passed by Tiandu Imperial City, he noticed Blue Tyrant Academy. Because of curiosity, after leaving Notting City, he did not return to Soto City immediately, but came to Tiandu Imperial City again and went to Blue Tyrant Academy. Unexpectedly, he happened to meet the person who haunted him, his second sister Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong asked him where Yu Xiaogang was, but because the problem was very complicated, Flanders did not say it. But then, by some strange coincidence, the master took the initiative to go to Tiandu Imperial City. He had always planned to bring the master to Lanba Academy. Now that he finally succeeded, Flanders felt a little complicated, including relief, sadness, but more loneliness. Following the news, everyone visited the campus of Lanba Academy. After that, the master and Lu Erlong also dealt with their own problems. Lu Erlong generously said that he would give Lanba Academy to Flanders and change its name to Shrek Academy. In order to celebrate the reunion, Lu Erlong found a high-end restaurant in Tiandu Imperial City to entertain everyone. After dinner, Lu Erlong personally arranged accommodation for everyone in the afternoon. However, perhaps because there were a group of soul emperors and soul saints around him, Bai Ji had not found the shadow of Douluo. Until after dinner, Bai Ji left the dormitory under the pretext of taking a walk and wandered in the woods. He didn't believe that Douluo would not take action. Sure enough, when Bai Ji was walking in the woods, there was a slight sound behind him, and then a poisonous fog suddenly enveloped Bai Ji, but this was useless to Bai Ji. However, for the sake of the plan, Bai Ji still pretended to faint. At the moment when Bai Ji pretended to faint and fell to the ground, a figure suddenly came behind Bai Ji and grabbed Bai Ji, and then the whole person instantly flew away, leaping quickly between the treetops, and in the blink of an eye, he left the back mountain of Lanba Academy and flew away to a farther distance. Chapter 166 Mission Triggering, Douluo, do you know you are poisoned? 4/4. At night, it was pitch black everywhere. Bai Ji only felt that he was being held by someone and constantly moving up and down in the air. In his mind, as Bai Ji expected, the system issued a task, which was to subdue Douluo, and the reward was a chance to draw a gold-level lottery. I don't know how much time has passed, maybe half an hour, or maybe an hour. Bai Ji suddenly felt that he had entered a half-cold and half-hot world, and then Douluo, who was hugging him, began to slow down and finally stopped completely. While stopping, Bai Ji also felt that he was thrown out. Boy, don't pretend to be unconscious, I know you are awake. Douluo's low voice came to his ears. How does Senior Douluo know that I am not unconscious? Hearing Douluo's words, Bai Ji slowly opened his eyes and laughed softly. While speaking, Bai Ji also observed the surroundings. Bai Ji is now in a cave, but because there are many crystals emitting light growing in the cave, the whole cave is still bright, and Douluo is standing in front of Bai Ji at this moment. Boy, I am a poison Douluo, and I made my fortune by relying on the ability of poison. If I can't tell whether a person has been poisoned by himself, then am I still worthy of being called poison Douluo? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Douluo couldn't help but say sarcastically. On the contrary, you, kid, you seem to know that I am following you, then why did you deliberately give me a chance, and deliberately pretend to be unconscious so that I can kidnap you, kid, what on earth are you thinking about? After answering Bai Ji's question, he was very upset that Bai Ji not only gave him a chance to kidnap her, but now he also Douluo was so calm that he couldn't help but be curious. Then why do you think I am? Bai Ji patted the dust off his body, cleared a space on the ground, and sat down. Looking at Douluo, Bai Ji smiled. Humph! Boy, don't be so frivolous, be careful I will kill you. Douluo was a little angry about Bai Ji's calmness. He didn't like this unexpected feeling, so he looked at Bai Ji and threatened. Kill me? Haha, I bet Senior Douluo doesn't dare to kill me. Bai Ji shook his head lightly at Douluo's threat. Don't dare to kill you? What a joke! Do you think those soul emperors and soul saints behind you can threaten me? Hearing Bai Ji's words and seeing Bai Ji so confident, Douluo couldn't help but sneer. But in his heart, facing Bai Ji, a soul master, and seeing Bai Ji's confident look, Douluo felt out of control for the first time. But thinking of what he was wondering about, Douluo suppressed his anger and asked, Boy, I heard from my granddaughter that you are immune to the poison of her third soul skill. Why is that? Senior, you invited me here because of curiosity, but since you want to ask me questions, please be polite. Bai Ji said with a smile. You're polite. I'm Douluo, the poison Douluo, a titled Douluo level soul master. You're just a little soul master, and you still want me to be polite. I'm lucky I didn't kill you right now. Douluo said coldly, finding that the rhythm of the conversation had been controlled by Bai Ji, and he seemed to be seen through by Bai Ji. Kill me, I said, Senior Douluo, you don't dare to kill me. Bai Ji shook his head, took out a token from the space ring and threw it to Douluo. What is it? Douluo took the token thrown by Bai Ji with some curiosity. 7 Treasures Token. By the light emitted by the crystal in the cave, Douluo could not help but exclaimed when he saw the pagoda engraving on the token in his hand. The 7 Treasures Token is a token issued by the 7 Treasures Glazed sect to important figures in the sect and those who have made outstanding contributions to the sect. It represents the 7 Treasures Glazed sect's appreciation for the holder of the token. Once someone holding the 7 treasures token of the 7 treasures glazed sect is killed, as long as the holder is not retaliated for doing evil, the 7 treasures glazed sect will avenge the holder, even if the opponent is a titled Douluo. Of course, if the strength is strong enough, even if the holder is killed, the 7 treasures glazed sect will not dare to retaliate, but Douluo is undoubtedly not among them. Although Douluo and the 7 treasures glazed sect are both on the side of the Heaven Do Empire, if the person holding the 7 treasures token is killed, Douluo can be sure that once this matter is known, even the Emperor Shuya will not be able to stop the 7 treasures glazed sect from retaliating against him. Senior Douluo used his soul power when he kidnapped me just now. If Senior Douluo had not clashed with us at Tiandu Royal Academy before, perhaps we would not know who kidnapped me. But unfortunately, there is no if, so I guess that my elders now know that it was you who kidnapped me. Looking at Douluo's shocked expression, Bai Ji said slowly. What is your relationship with the 7 treasures glazed sect? Douluo's eyes were a little daunted. It doesn't matter. I just call sect master Ning Fengzi my father-in-law. Bai Ji smiled slightly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Damn! He's already my father-in-law, and there's still no relationship? Douluo cursed in his heart. Boy, you are awesome. I didn't expect you to have such a relationship with the 7 treasures glazed sect. Although I don't dare to kill you, it's okay to torture you. Douluo said unhappily. If you don't explain my doubts, I will torture you severely and see if you can still be as calm as you are now. Although I can't afford to offend the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, if I don't hurt you, even the 7 treasures glazed tile sect will not dare to make an enemy of me. After all, I am also a titled Douluo. No. I think you'd better be polite to the junior, otherwise no one can cure your poison. Bai Ji shook his head. Poison? Are you saying I'm poisoned? What a joke. I'm the poisoned Douluo. In the past 78 years, I've been the only one who poisoned others, and no one can poison me. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Douluo frowned and sneered. It's true that no one else can poison you, but it's a pity that the poison you're in comes from your poison skills, so you'd better not make a conclusion too early. Bai Ji said slowly. You kid, if you don't tell me the reason, I won't let you go. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Douluo suddenly came to Bai Ji in anger, grabbed Bai Ji's clothes in front of his chest, and shouted. Seeing Douluo was a little angry, Bai Ji smiled. Senior, is it true that every time it is cloudy and rainy, you will feel numbness and itching in your ribs, and it will gradually intensify, and it will occur once at noon and midnight? In your current situation, it should last for more than an hour each time. Also, every night, around 3/4, you will feel a needle-like pricking pain on the top of your head and heart, and your whole body will spasm for at least half an hour. I don't need to describe the process of being in agony. If it is not poisoning, will such symptoms appear? Not only have you been poisoned, but the poison has also penetrated into your bones. I am just very curious why you are not dead yet. The poison you have is not something that can be suppressed by soul power at all. Because he took NTZ perfect version, Bai Ji has recalled all the plots of Douluo continent, so looking at Douluo, Bai Ji immediately smiled and said all the symptoms described by Tang San in the original book. You, how did you know? After Bai Ji hit the mark on the symptoms, Douluo immediately let go of his hand that was grabbing Bai Ji's clothes, and took several steps back. Chapter 167, Bai Ji is not afraid of poison, Douluo doubts his life, 1/4. How is it, was I right? Bai Ji smiled as he loosened his clothes that were wrinkled by Douluo before. Humph. You are indeed a little tricky, but so what? Can you cure me? After being shocked, Douluo came back to his senses. Seeing Bai Ji's look of having everything under control, Douluo asked back unhappily. Senior is right. I really have a way to cure you, and it can also make you stronger. Bai Ji raised his lips slightly, and said. The last time he won the lottery, he got the evil poison sutra created by Xiao Yuxian in the Do Po Kangsheng world after his poison skills were perfected. Although he could not practice it if he did not have the evil poison body, the unique method of taking poison, refining poison, and condensing poison pills in it was what all practitioners of poison skills desired. The reason why Douluo was poisoned was that although his martial soul, the green phosphorus snake, had now evolved into the green phosphorus snake king, the green phosphorus snake king was extremely poisonous, but Douluo himself did not have the physique to bear the poison, so he was poisoned after entering the martial soul. In the original work, Tang San's method of curing Douluo's poisoning was to let Douluo refine his poison skills into his soul bones, and use the soul bones as a place to carry Douluo's poison skills. In this way, as long as Douluo forced the poison that entered his body from the martial soul into his soul bones every time the martial soul was possessed, he would not be poisoned. But this will not play a big role in promoting Douluo's poison cultivation. After all, every time he uses the poison, he has to force the poison into his soul bone, which is a waste of time. If Douluo can get the method of taking poison and refining poison and condensing poison pills in Bai Ji's Evil Poison Sutra, he can undoubtedly greatly improve his poison cultivation. And as long as he condenses his poison into a poison pill, he will naturally have a place to store his poison power, and he will naturally not be troubled by poisoning. Don't you want to frame me? Douluo's eyes were a little suspicious. Although Bai Ji gave him a mysterious impression before, Bai Ji was still just a soul master after all. How could he compare with him in terms of understanding poison? It was really a bit like bragging to say that he could cure his poison and make his cultivation further. I know that you won't believe me easily, but you can still hold on for a long time with your profound cultivation, but your granddaughter may not be able to hold on for so long. Bai Ji said slowly. What? What do you mean? Is Yanyan also poisoned? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Douluo couldn't help but grab Bai Ji's wrist. Even with Bai Ji's defense comparable to that of a defensive soul master, he couldn't help but feel pain in his wrist at this time. That's right, senior, your granddaughter Douluo is actually poisoned. The poison you are poisoned with comes from your soul, the green phosphorus snake. So the soul masters of your lineage who inherited the green phosphorus snake's soul are actually poisoned. With the improvement of your cultivation, your signs of poisoning will probably become more and more severe, and eventually break out. Although I don't know how you have survived until now, and you are still holding on with your profound cultivation, your granddaughter may not be able to hold on for a few years. Bai Ji smiled slowly. Boy, what you said is true. Don't lie to me, otherwise, even if I risk offending the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, I will give you a hard time. Hearing Bai Ji talking about his granddaughter Douluo immediately looked at Bai Ji as if his reverse scale was touched, and threatened with cold eyes. Is what I said true or false? You should know it yourself, right? Bai Ji did not answer, but asked back. Humph. Of course I know, but you are a young boy, how can I believe that you can remove the poison in my body and make my cultivation further? Douluo snorted coldly and said. Then how can you believe it, senior? Bai Ji asked. It's very simple, boy, since you can remove the poison of my granddaughter, it shows that you still have a certain understanding of poison, but if you want to remove my poison, you must prove that you know more about poison than me. Outside this cave is my villa, and there are many medicinal herbs planted inside. You can go there to get whatever you want. Find, I'll give you 1 day, you can prepare the antidote yourself, as long as you can resist the poison I release after 1 day, then I believe you can remove the poison from me. Looking at Bai Ji, Douluo said slowly. I'm afraid this is not necessary, senior. Hearing Douluo's words, Bai Ji shook his head. What? If you don't want to, then how do you want me to believe that you can remove the poison from me? Douluo frowned and said angrily. No, that's not what I mean. I mean that you want to test me with poison. I'm afraid you're overthinking it. I have a special physique and I'm not afraid of any poison, because any poison will not be a threat to me, but a tonic. Bai Ji shook his head and his mouth curled up slightly. Boy, do you think I'm a fool? How can such a physique exist in this world? If so, wouldn't your physique not be afraid of any poison, but a genius physique for practicing poison skills? Looking at Bai Ji, Douluo laughed in anger. It does not exist in this world, because the characteristic of poisoning comes from another world. Bai Ji thought. Then senior, just try your various poisons and see if I am lying. Bai Ji said indifferently. Are you sure? If I accidentally poison you to death, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect will trouble me. Douluo hesitated. Don't worry, are you afraid, senior? Bai Ji retorted. Afraid? How is it possible? If you are not afraid of death, I will fulfill your wish. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Douluo was a little angry. Boy, get ready. Looking at Bai Ji, Douluo reminded him while summoning his own green phosphorus snake emperor martial soul. With the possession of the green phosphorus snake emperor martial soul, Douluo's pupils suddenly turned into vertical pupils like snakes. He pointed his finger at Bai Ji and directly ejected a poisonous mist. But after ejecting the poisonous mist, Douluo stared at Bai Ji closely, always sensing the toxins entering Bai Ji's body. As long as Bai Ji was in danger, he would immediately remove it. After all, he didn't want to offend the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect casually. The bone Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect was in some way a natural nemesis for him. How is it possible? But what shocked Douluo was that the toxin he released lost its sensitivity instantly after entering Bai Ji's body, as if it had been digested by Bai Ji. And after inhaling the poisonous mist, Bai Ji did not show any discomfort, but instead showed an expression of enjoyment. Even his aura suddenly increased a lot, which made Douluo almost doubt his life. Is there really a physique in this world that can be immune to any poison and can use poison as a tonic? Chapter 168 Douluo, who does not believe in evil, what do you think of my granddaughter? 2/4. I don't believe it. Douluo gritted his teeth and took out a small snake from his sleeve that was green all over, almost like green jade. The small snake was about 5 inches long, and its whole body was emitting a misty green light. A pair of small red eyes were like red jade inlaid on it, which looked particularly delicate. This was a different species of jade snake from the bamboo leaf green that Douluo accidentally obtained. After being cultivated by Douluo, this jade snake had 9 bamboo-like horizontal stripes on its body, which can be called 9-section jade, and it is extremely poisonous. Although the poison of the 9-section jade is much weaker than the strongest poison that Douluo can release at present, it is not something that a soul master can resist. Even if it is a soul king, if it is bitten, it will turn into a pool of thick water in less than half a quarter of an hour. Boy, this snake is a different species of jade snake that I accidentally obtained in my early years. It has now reached the level of 9-section jade. Its poison is not the same as the poison I just released. It is a soul power poison, but a real poison. Are you willing to let it bite you? If you are still fine, I will believe what you said just now. Looking at Bai Ji, Douluo's eyes were full of solemnity. Come. Bai Ji didn't say much, but stretched out his right hand directly. In the face of the poisoning, the green phosphorus snake and the emerald snake were all fake tricks. But when he saw the 9-section emerald in Douluo's hand, Bai Ji thought of the phantom-winged snake he got in a silver-level lottery. Ning Rong Rong has always wanted a pet like the blue bird's eye obi. Can he hatch the phantom-winged snake and give it to Ning Rong Rong? As a pet obtained in the silver-level lottery, the phantom-winged snake must have much stronger potential than the 9-section emerald in front of him. While Bai Ji was thinking in his heart, the 9-section emerald had already coiled around Bai Ji's arm and bit Bai Ji's hand. But it didn't even break the skin. Bai Ji's current body refining realm has reached the copper skin realm. His skin is as hard and dense as copper skin. He can't bite it at all. It's not something that 9-section jade can bite through. Boy, your skin is so thick. Douluo was a little surprised to see that his beloved 9-section jade didn't bite through Bai Ji's skin. What do you mean by thick skin? My skin is very thin. Bai Ji was a little speechless. Reaching out and putting his fingers on his arm, Bai Ji only had the juk sword on his arm to cut the skin, but it was a bit awkward to take out the giant sword as big as a door panel just to cut a wound, so Bai Ji could only use his own spear to attack his own shield and use his own nails to cut his skin. Using his fingernails to cut the skin, Bai Ji put the jade-like head of 9-section jade on the wound, and 9-section jade also bit it very tactfully. Soon, a pool of deep purple could be seen spreading from the wound. But unfortunately, it didn't take long. When the deep purple spread to the wrist, the poison had been quietly dissolved by Bai Ji's body. It can be seen that in less than 10 seconds, the deep purple that had spread on Bai Ji's arm disappeared without a trace. This seeing what was happening in front of him, Douluo was very incredible. But seeing it twice is believing, Douluo could only choose to believe his own eyes. I didn't expect that there was such a wonderful physique. If this physique can be passed down, then... Thinking in his heart, Douluo looked at Bai Ji with a few eager eyes. Boy, although you have this wonderful physique, you still can't prove that you have the ability to dissolve the poison in my body, so I still can't believe you. Looking at Bai Ji, Douluo sighed. However, if you can marry my granddaughter, I can let you go. Hey, I say, Senior Douluo, don't act anymore. You said when you saw my 7 treasures order before that you dare not provoke the 7 treasures glazed sect. How come you forgot it after such a short time? Shaking the 7 treasures order returned by Douluo in his hand, Bai Ji said speechlessly. Boy, stop talking nonsense. What do you think of my granddaughter? Looking at Bai Ji, Douluo said unhappily. What Bai Ji said was indeed right. He did not dare to provoke the Seven Treasures glazed sect, but when he thought that there was such a wonderful physique in the world, he was not afraid of poison and could use poison as a tonic. If this physique could be possessed by their Douluo family, then their Douluo family would no longer be troubled by the green phosphorus snake martial spirit, and every time the martial spirit possessed the body, even if the poison entered the body, it would be like eating a tonic, and there would be no need to worry about poisoning when practicing poison skills in the future. Senior's granddaughter is quite fierce. Bai Ji said with a smile. I'm not talking about this. I'm asking you if my granddaughter is beautiful. What do you think of her? Douluo asked speechlessly. Senior, why did you suddenly talk about this issue? I think your granddaughter should like Yu Tianheng of the royal fighting team. Don't match her up with someone else. Bai Ji looked a little strange. Yu Tianheng? Oh, I know Yan does like him, but will their Blue Lightning Tyrant clan allow the future clan leader to marry a biphosphorus poison girl? Douluo said sarcastically. Biphosphorus poison girl. Bai Ji was a little confused. Our Douluo family is also called the biphosphorus family because we have the inherited martial soul biphosphorus snake, and because as you said before, all soul masters with biphosphorus snake martial souls are basically poisoned since childhood, and almost no descendants of biphosphorus snake soul masters can live beyond the age of 25. Therefore, our biphosphorus family is on the blacklist of marriage in the eyes of many soul master families, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan is no exception. Douluo sighed. Senior, didn't I say before that I have a way to eliminate the martial soul defects of your biphosphorus snake family, and it can also make your biphosphorus snake family go further? Bai Ji said. I have said so much, Senior, don't you still believe me? Then tell me, what do you have to say? Don't forget to express your opinion on my granddaughter. I think you are quite suitable for my granddaughter. Douluo waved his hand and said. In fact, the reason why the senior family is deeply troubled by the venom of the green phosphorus snake is because the venom of your martial soul, the green phosphorus snake, is too strong, and your body can't bear this poison. And every time the green phosphorus snake possesses the martial soul, the toxin will infect your body and cause your poisoning to worsen. In this way, this poison has been passed down from generation to generation and has become a stubborn disease in your family. But if you can find a place to store the toxin, whether it is a soul bone or a twin martial soul, the second martial soul is a weapon martial soul, and inject the toxin into it, you can get rid of the trouble of the green phosphorus poison. Of course, this needs to start very early, like your granddaughter, but like you, your poison skills have been combined with soul power into one, I'm afraid it won't work. Bai Ji shook his head and said. Injecting toxins into the soul bone, this may be a solution, but the soul bone is so precious, and if this is the case, every time the martial spirit possesses the body it will take time to force the poison in the body into the soul bone, which will waste time for cultivation. How can we make our green phosphorus snake family take a step forward as you said before? Douluo frowned. Then we have to talk about the second method. I have a special skill that can condense all the poison skills into poison pills, and can enhance the poison power in the body by taking poison and refining poison. Bai Ji said slowly. Chapter 169 Douluo, I bet you can't kill me. 3/4. What? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Douluo couldn't help but widen his eyes. Condensing poison pill? He did have a pill bead in his body, but it was the essence of the soul power of his martial soul, the green phosphorus snake, which evolved into the green phosphorus snake queen. But can poison also be condensed into a pill bead? Senior, don't resist. I will first pass on some of the content of the senior's skills. Because the heaven-changing and earth-strike technique broke through the 4th level, Bai Ji already had mental power and could use the heaven-changing and earth-strike technique to pass on the skills with his mind. Of course, this requires the cooperation of the other party. After all, his mental power is still very weak, especially compared to a titled Douluo like Douluo. Through mental power, with the cooperation of Douluo, Bai Ji passed on some of the content of the method of condensing poison pills to Douluo. Boy, give me the rest. After accepting part of Bai Ji's skills, as a master of playing with poison, Douluo immediately felt the power of this method of condensing poison pills. Looking at Bai Ji, Douluo said excitedly. Senior Douluo, I didn't lie, did I? Bai Ji did not answer, but smiled. You kid really didn't lie, give me the rest of the skills. Douluo suppressed his excitement and said. Give it to you, I just said to prove to you that I can solve the problem of your Bailan family, but I didn't say I would give you the skills. Why should I give it to you? What is the relationship between us? But at this time, Bai Ge pretended to be crazy. Boy, are you kidding me? Douluo's face was livid. Since you are not going to hand over the technique, why show it to him? Of course, with Douluo's experience, he naturally knew that Bai Ge must have something to say, but this feeling of being out of control really annoyed him. Don't be angry, senior. I haven't finished what I said yet. I believe you are also very clear about the preciousness of the technique. Such a technique can make your Bailan family rank among the top families. If I give it to you like this, I am afraid you will be uneasy, because if you are too kind to others, you are either a traitor or a thief. My request is very simple. As long as you are willing to lead the Bailan family to join me, I will offer you the technique with both hands. Looking at Douluo, Bai Ge smiled. You want our Douluo family to become your servant family? Hearing Bai Ge's words, Douluo's eyes narrowed slightly, and a strong momentum immediately pressed on Bai Ge, but Bai Ge still straightened his back. The situation this time was very different from the previous time when Bai Ge conquered the dragon snake family. First of all, although the Douluo family was sparsely populated, it was at its peak because of the existence of Douluo, and it was impossible for a junior like him to surrender easily. Before, Bai Ge had grasped the lifeblood of Longgong and Shipo, and the dragon snake family itself was in internal and external troubles, and finally coerced and lured to conquer the dragon snake family. However, although the crisis of the Douluo family was also very serious, it was impossible to make a titled Douluo surrender just like that. After all, Bai Ge did not control Douluo's life, and the titled Douluo was the peak power of the Douluo continent. Whether it was Douluo's own pride or the eyes of the outside world, Douluo would not surrender easily. But Bai Ge himself was raising the price and paying it back. How could he get a better result if he didn't raise the price? Bai Ge still had plans for the next step. Becoming a servant of the younger generation can help the Douluo family survive the crisis and have a chance to go further. What's wrong with that? Or is the senior also a layman who cares about the secular perspective? Bai Ge said neither servile nor arrogant. Because he knew the original plot, Bai Ge understood Douluo's temperament very well. Douluo was both good and evil. He was the kind of person who didn't care about the secular perspective, and what this kind of person couldn't stand the most was provocation. Humph. I never care about the secular perspective, but as a titled Douluo, I surrender to a little soul master like you. Don't you think too much? Douluo snorted coldly. Then senior, can you bear to watch your granddaughter die tragically because of the outbreak of the green phosphorus snake venom? Bai Ge asked back. Don't say it. When Douluo was mentioned, Douluo became angry as if his reverse scale was touched. If someone else said this in front of him, he would definitely let that person die in great pain, but Bai Ge had the 7 treasures glazed sect behind him, and he also had a way to solve the problem of the Bailan family's Bailan poison, so Douluo could only endure it. He suppressed his anger. I am telling the truth. If it is not for my skills, if things continue like this, your family will probably disappear in the dust of history. Bai Ge said slowly. Humph. You have angered me again and again. Aren't you afraid that I will detain you, force you to tell me your skills, and then kill you? Even if you have the 7 treasures glazed sect behind you, our Douluo family is small. If I take my granddaughter and run away, even the 7 treasures glazed sect can't do anything to me. Douluo calmed down after being angered by Bai Ge again and again. From the beginning to now, Douluo finally discovered that the purpose of the young man in front of him was to subdue him. He has always been a loner. Even if he was Prince Swexing, he only reluctantly served as the royal advisor of the Tiandu Empire because he had saved his life. He would occasionally help Prince Swexing, but it was impossible for him to surrender like this, and to surrender to a young boy. No. I bet that you can't take me down, and you can't kill me either. On the contrary, if I want to, I can easily kill you. Bai Ge shook his head and said. What, kid, are you kidding? I'm a titled Douluo, and you're just a little soul master. You say I can't take you down, and you can kill me. Hearing Bai Ge's words, Douluo suddenly couldn't help but laugh in anger. Then let's make a bet. Senior, you can use all your strength, but if you still can't take me down, and I can prove that I can kill you, then you can lead your Bailan family to join me, how about that? Looking at Douluo, Bai Ge proposed a bet. Okay. As long as you can do it, what's wrong with me, Douluo, surrendering to you? Douluo sneered. Douluo thought in his heart that it was impossible for Bai Ge not to be caught by him, and Bai Ge had to prove that he could kill him. But what means can a little soul master have to threaten a titled Douluo? Since he was sure to win, he naturally agreed to Bai Ge's bet. I heard that Senior Douluo always keeps his promises. I hope Senior Douluo won't regret it later. Looking at Douluo, who still looked arrogant, thinking of Douluo's expression later, Bai Ge couldn't help but say with some amusement in his heart. Humph. Boy, don't worry, I Douluo always keeps my word. Douluo snorted disdainfully at Bai Ge's ridicule. Okay, boy, let's start here. Douluo looked at the cave with a radius of nearly 1,000 meters around him and couldn't help saying. Yes, it's here. Bai Ge nodded. Chapter 170 Absolute Defense of the Castle in Another Dimension, the wonderful use of the method of changing the sky and hitting the earth. 4/4. Boy, you better be ready. Don't accuse me of bullying you. After hearing Bai Ge's words, although he had already determined that Bai Ge would lose, as a titled Douluo, Douluo still had to save face. So Douluo said as he retreated to a distance of nearly 50 meters away from Bai Ge, so that Bai Ge would not be dissatisfied with his loss. Don't worry, Senior Douluo. I will definitely keep my promise just like you. Bai Ge smiled at Douluo's words and slowly took a defensive stance. Boy, here I come. Seeing that Bai Ge was ready, Douluo flashed in an instant. The distance of 50 meters seemed just a stone's throw away for Douluo. In the blink of an eye, Douluo appeared in front of Bai Ge, but to Douluo's surprise, Bai Ge actually broke through and disappeared. Teleportation Soul Skill. Douluo frowned when he found that Bai Ge suddenly disappeared in front of him. But even if it was a teleportation soul skill, Bai Ge's soul master level cultivation could not teleport too far, at most within a radius of tens of meters, but Douluo looked around and found no trace of Bai Ge, which surprised Douluo. Boy, where are you? Douluo shouted loudly while looking around the empty cave. Junior is here, what? Didn't the senior find it? About 30 meters away from Douluo, Bai Ge's figure suddenly emerged from the air. Looking at Douluo, Bai Ge smiled. Just now, Bai Ge naturally entered the other dimensional castle with him, so he could avoid Douluo's attack instantly. In the past, the other dimensional castle could only use the location where Bai Ge entered as the coordinates, and Bai Ge would only enter and exit at the fixed location of the entry location. However, after breaking through the 4th level of the heaven-changing and earth-strike art, Bai Ge developed spiritual power. The spiritual power of the Soul Master level Bai Ge can radiate from the location of the entrance to the alternate dimension castle to a radius of about 30 meters. From then on, Bai Ge can use the coordinates of the entrance to the alternate dimension castle as the origin and enter and exit the area within 30 meters around the area that the spiritual power can scan. This is almost equivalent to another kind of teleportation. If Bai Ge's as his strength increases, as the distance that Bai Ge's mental power can detect increases, Bai Ge can probably teleport farther, but it should not exceed the length of the alternate dimension castle itself. Because Bai Ge can teleport because the alternate dimension castle has been mounted on the Douluo continent world, it can form a special overlap with the space of the Douluo continent world. Without mental power, Bai Ge can only enter and exit at one coordinate, but because of mental power, within the range that mental power can radiate, Bai Ge can transfer the coordinate points of entry and exit, so that teleportation can be achieved. However, if the radius of teleportation exceeds the diameter of the alternate dimension castle and is not within the range that the alternate dimension castle can overlap, Bai Ge will naturally not be able to teleport there. Teleport soul skill? It's useless. Your soul skill should be unusable now. How can you avoid my attack now? Seeing Bai Ge appear again, Douluo felt that he had found the answer in his heart. He couldn't help but sneer and instantly turned into a residual image and rushed towards Bai Ge again. This is not a teleportation soul skill. Bai Ge shook his head, and just as Douluo approached, Bai Ge's figure disappeared again like a dream bubble. How is it possible? He grabbed nothing again, looked around, and Bai Ge's figure disappeared again. Douluo was shocked. Is it not a teleportation soul skill? But if it is not a teleportation soul skill, then what is it? Is it invisibility? Or absolute speed? But a mere soul master, even if he is not a titled Douluo of the agility attack system, but under the absolute strength gap, his speed is not something a soul master can resist. Douluo suffered too many incredible things from Bai Ji, and he was a little numb. Could it be that he really couldn't take down this little guy named Bai Ji? Douluo couldn't help but flash an idea in his mind, which made him shake his head in his heart. This is impossible. How could he, a titled Douluo, not be able to take down a soul master? This kid must have used some tricks. But under absolute strength, any tricks are useless. Douluo thought while continuing to carefully scan everything around him with his soul power. Maybe Bai Ji was invisible or something. Senior, are you looking for me? As a voice came, Bai Ji's figure quietly emerged more than 10 meters away. Boy, I caught you. Seeing Bai Ji appear in front of him again, Douluo learned his lesson this time. He said nothing and reached out to Bai Ji in a flash. But no matter how fast Douluo is, can he be faster than thinking? Maybe there is such a speed in the world, but Douluo's speed is definitely not among them. Senior, you can't catch me. Facing Douluo's attack, Bai Ji smiled slightly. With a thought, Bai Ji returned to the castle of the other dimension again, and then Bai Ji appeared dozens of meters away in an instant. Seeing Bai Ji appear, Douluo moved again, Bai Ji disappeared again, and then appeared again, and the two played hide and seek in the cave. Damn it! Finally, Douluo was really angry. Green Phosphorus Snake King, possess! Douluo shouted directly and instantly summoned the spirit Green Phosphorus Snake King. A huge green snake suddenly emerged from Douluo's body, and then instantly sank into Douluo's body. With the possession of the Green Phosphorus Snake King spirit, Douluo's physical fitness suddenly soared. Unlike Douluo, after entering the spirit possession state, Douluo's feet did not turn into snake tails, but only some green scales appeared all over his body, and his pupils turned into bright yellow vertical pupils. With his physical fitness soaring, Douluo started to rush towards Bai Ji again, trying to catch Bai Ji, but even though Douluo entered the state of martial spirit possession and his speed increased, this speed was not so fast that Bai Ji could not react. Facing Douluo's attack, Bai Ji could enter the castle of the other dimension with just a thought, and Douluo had no way to deal with Bai Ji. If Douluo had a strong mental power, he could use invisible mental power to attack Bai Ji, and perhaps he could make Bai Ji pause for a while, so as to catch Bai Ji. But unfortunately Douluo did not have it, and even Douluo did not know what the mechanism of Bai Ji's teleportation was, so naturally he had no way to start. It was undoubtedly impossible to catch Bai Ji just by relying on speed. Unless Douluo's speed was faster than Bai Ji's thinking, he could catch Bai Ji before Bai Ji could react, but unfortunately Douluo did not have this ability. Boy, what on earth did you do? Why did you disappear in front of me? This is definitely not a teleportation skill, nor is it invisibility. You did disappear in this cave just now. Although the time was very short, I am sure of it. Looking at Bai Ji, Douluo was full of doubts. Senior Douluo, you don't need to know this, but I now it has been proven that as long as I want to leave, you, the senior, can't stop me. Bai Ji shook his head and did not answer Douluo's question, but said. Chapter 171 Hey! Look at this black mushroom, it's big and round. 1/4, humph. You are awesome, I admit that I can't hurt you, but how can you hurt me? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Douluo couldn't help but snorted. So far, Bai Ji has given him too many shocks. To be honest, Douluo is also a little curious about Bai Ji. On the other hand, Bai Ji was relieved to hear Douluo's words. He was afraid that Douluo would not admit defeat and wanted to continue. In fact, although Bai Ji can teleport within a distance of about 30 meters with the spiritual power nurtured by the dimensional castle and the 4th level of the heaven-changing and earth-striking great method, teleporting all the time is also very consuming. If Bai Ji continues to teleport, he can only teleport about 50 times, and then his spiritual power will be almost exhausted. Of course, if Bai Ji takes pills like Baikou-Dan, he can continue to teleport, but at most he can only teleport about 10 times, and this is an overdraft of spiritual power. He must recuperate well afterwards, otherwise it may cause irreparable damage to his body. Senior Douluo, since I have proved that you can't hurt me, why can't I prove that I can hurt you? In fact, I can not only hurt you, but even kill you easily. Bai Ji said with a slight smile on his face. Kill me? Ha 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 ha. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Douluo couldn't help but laugh. He was amused. Boy, you are confused. Even the swordbone Douluo of your 7 treasures glazed tile sect can't guarantee that he can kill me. You actually said that you can kill me. If you can really kill me, then I will surrender to you, so what? After laughing, Douluo set a flag again with disdain, without any awareness that he would be slapped in the face. Senior Douluo, you have already made a bet before, and it is meaningless for you to say it again. Bai Ji said speechlessly. Boy, stop talking so much nonsense. Douluo said angrily. You better show me how you can hurt me and kill me. I'm standing here. Are you going to beat me to death, kick me to death, or poison me to death with your little arms and legs? I'm not bragging. There is no poison in Douluo continent that can kill me. Douluo became more and more excited. After confronting Bai Ji for so long, this was the first time he felt that he had the upper hand. He felt so happy. But as he was talking, Douluo suddenly saw Bai Ji take out a black mushroom from somewhere. It was a black mushroom about the size of a human head. It was pitch black and grey. There was a circle of dark red holes evenly distributed on the mushroom cap. The holes emitted a deep red light. Combined with the black color of the mushroom, it looked particularly ominous. For some reason, when Douluo saw this mushroom, he felt a sincere uneasiness from the bottom of his heart. This mushroom is nothing else but the nuclear bomb mushroom that Bai Ji got in the gold level lottery. Of course, it can also be called the destruction mushroom, which comes from the Plants vs. Zombies world. In fact, the reason why the nuclear bomb mushroom is called the nuclear bomb mushroom is because its power is almost comparable to that of a nuclear bomb. On the cap of the nuclear bomb mushroom, there is a circle of crimson holes, and a reaction similar to nuclear fusion is actually taking place inside. In the game, plants cannot be planted in places destroyed by the nuclear bomb mushroom. The reason for this is that the reaction similar to nuclear fusion in the nuclear bomb mushroom will leave a radiation field full of destructive radiation after the explosion. Although the killing range of the nuclear bomb mushroom may not be as large as that of a real nuclear bomb, a nuclear bomb can destroy a modern metropolis, while the nuclear bomb mushroom can only destroy a large town at most, but in terms of power, the nuclear bomb mushroom is not inferior at all. Such a nuclear bomb mushroom, even some gods in the god realm, if they do not have special skills, Bai Ji feels that they may die under the nuclear bomb mushroom, let alone Douluo. If Bai Ji detonates this nuclear bomb mushroom, the entire mountain where the yin-yang eye of ice and fire is located plus the surrounding area of dozens of miles will be reduced to ruins. Except for Bai Ji who has an alternate dimension castle and a 3-minute invincibility card, it is almost impossible for any living creature to survive. However, the reason why Bai Ji deliberately let Douluo abduct him, in addition to wanting to subdue Douluo, a large part of the reason is for the immortal products and spiritual medicines around the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, so Bai Ji naturally cannot detonate the nuclear bomb mushroom, just as a deterrent. Rabbit flying. The more powerful the life form, the more it has that kind of sixth sense intuition, and the titled Douluo is naturally an exception. Bai Ji can be sure that Douluo must have sensed the danger of the nuclear bomb mushroom. And the fact is not beyond Bai Ji's expectations. When he saw the nuclear bomb mushroom in Bai Ji's hand, Douluo suddenly felt a little creepy and a strong sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. Boy, what is that in your hand? Stay away from me. Seeing Bai Ji approaching him, Douluo could not help but step back nervously. If it weren't for his inner dignity, under great pressure, Douluo almost ran away. Senior Douluo, what are you afraid of? Look at this mushroom, isn't it big and round, just like your green phosphorus snake king? It is long and wide. Bai Ji laughed. What are you talking about? Douluo suddenly felt annoyed. What the hell is this? Come on, Senior Douluo, look at this mushroom in my hand, is it enough for a meal? Bai Ji continued to walk towards Douluo while saying with a bad taste, which made Douluo panic. You kid, take the thing in your hand away quickly, don't come close, what is this thing, it feels so deadly. Douluo retreated again and again, and kept cursing while retreating. Senior Douluo, weren't you fearless before? How come a mushroom scares you? Seeing that Douluo, who had been so awesome before, was now like a frightened mouse, Bai Ji felt so happy. What are you talking about, kid? I don't know where you got such a deadly thing. The previous Pope I saw when I went to the spirit hall to fight was not as scary as your mushroom. I touched your thing because I was tired of doing nothing. Seeing Bai Ji pressing forward step by step, Douluo couldn't help but swear. Senior, this is just an ordinary black mushroom. If you don't believe me, I'll touch it and show you. Bai Ge said innocently. While talking, Bai Ge also touched the nuclear bomb mushroom. It was quite cold, but in Douluo's eyes, he didn't believe Bai Ge's nonsense. This mushroom gave him a terrifying feeling. As soon as he saw it, Douluo felt that he was shrouded in the shadow of death. He didn't even have time to hide, and he was still afraid of being hit. Douluo didn't think his life was long. Senior Douluo, how do you feel now? Have you seen this black mushroom? This black mushroom is my trump card. Not to mention the titled Douluo, even the powerful people who have become gods at level 100 may not be able to withstand it. Do you still think I don't have the ability to kill you? Seeing Douluo's nervous expression, Bai Ge's face also became serious. You kid, what the hell is this? Douluo still stared at the nuclear bomb mushroom, feeling unspeakable fear in his heart. Senior, you don't need to know this. Bai Ge shook his head, took the nuclear bomb mushroom back to the system space, and then looked at Douluo. Senior, it's time to fulfill your promise now. I have proved that you can't hurt me, and I have proved that I have the ability to kill you. Now should you fulfill your promise? Looking at Douluo, Bai Ge said slowly. Chapter 172, 10-Year Agreement, to subdue Douluo. 2/4. Hearing Bai Ge's words, Douluo's face suddenly darkened. Now Douluo was also very conflicted. Although he was both good and evil, he always kept his word. Before, he made a bet with Bai Ge that if Bai Ge could escape from his hands and prove that he had the ability to kill him, he would lead the Bailan family to join Bai Ge. But at that time, he agreed to the bet because he thought that Bai Ge could not win the bet. In fact, Douluo did not take the bet seriously. As a titled Douluo, Douluo was arrogant by nature. Even Prince Swexing, who was a prince of the Tiandu Empire and saved his life, could not subdue him. How could a little-known soul master make him lower his proud head? Even though Bai Ge had already given him too many surprises, whether it was the elusive teleportation or the nuclear bomb mushroom he had just taken out, Douluo could no longer treat Bai Ge as an ordinary soul master, but as a strong man who could be treated equally. However, the pride of being a titled Douluo still made it difficult for Douluo to say the word submission. After all, Bai Ge's cultivation was a flaw in his eyes. Why, Senior Douluo can't afford to lose. However, seeing Douluo's performance, Bai Ge said sarcastically on the surface, but his heart could not help but move slightly, ready to add a few more fires and close the net. Can't afford to lose, who said I can't afford to lose? Hearing Bai Ge's words, Douluo couldn't help but jump in anger. Although he was both good and evil, and could be said to have a changeable personality, he always claimed to be a man of his word. It was for this reason that he ignored the rumors from the outside world. Otherwise, as the only titled Douluo on the continent who openly surrendered to the Heaven Do Empire, although he felt that he was just an advisor and was equal to the Heaven Do Empire, the Soul Master world always thought that he was a running dog of the Heaven Do Empire, so his reputation in the Soul Master world was very bad. It was precisely because he felt that he had kept his promise to Prince Swexing and felt that he was a noble man who kept his promises that he could ignore the rumors from the outside world so much, and sometimes even sighed in his heart that others were vulgar and could not see through him. But now if he failed to keep the bet with Bai Ge, it would be equivalent to breaking his own persistence and bottom line. If he could kill Bai Ge, maybe he would kill Bai Ge out of his rage, but unfortunately he didn't dare to kill him, and he couldn't kill him either. So Douluo seemed so irritable about Bai Ge's words, because he was very entangled at the moment, and his mind was in a mess. Since you can afford to lose, then you should fulfill your promise. Bai Ge smiled. Douluo was a little angry. Senior, you've made it very difficult for me. You don't want to keep your promise, but you still think you can afford to lose. Isn't this like being a whore and wanting to build a memorial archway? Bai Ge made an exclamatory expression. I didn't expect that Douluo, who always kept his promises in the rumors of Tiandu Imperial City, was actually a person who couldn't afford to lose. Forget it, just think that I was blind. Bai Ge shook his head, turned around and prepared to leave the cave. But when he saw Bai Ge was about to leave, Douluo suddenly became anxious. Thinking of Bai Ge's method of taking poison and refining poison and condensing poison pills, and thinking of his granddaughter, Douluo could no longer bear it. Boy, don't leave, I promise you. Douluo's exasperated voice came from behind Bai Ge. If it weren't for the fact that Bai Ji was the prospective son-in-law of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, if it weren't for the fact that he couldn't do anything to Bai Ji, if it weren't for the fact that Bai Ji had taken out the nuclear bomb mushroom that made him feel so terrified, Douluo would definitely torture Bai Ji severely. Because Bai Ji was so hateful in his eyes. This kid is so hateful, he has taken me for granted, 80-90. Douluo was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but he had to admire Bai Ji. He is such a person, with a clear distinction between love and hate, otherwise he would not have become a close friend with Tang San in the original work. Bai Ji is a real monster in Douluo's eyes. It's not that Douluo can't accept such a monster, but he just can't let go of the back that has been straight for too long. Senior Douluo, have you really decided? You must think about it carefully. You must know that Senior Douluo is a titled Douluo. Hearing Douluo's words, Bai Ji couldn't help but stop and turned back to say jokingly. So what if you are a titled Douluo? It's not the same as being killed by your own poison skills, and you can't even save your granddaughter. Douluo said unhappily. But you are a titled Douluo. If you surrender to me, will people gossip about you? Then what do you want to do? It's you who asked me to surrender, and now it's you who are afraid of being gossiped about. But what are you afraid of? Even if others say it, it's me. You are definitely praised for being young and promising. What are you afraid of? Douluo was almost furious. I'm also thinking about you, senior. Bai Ji showed an innocent expression. I don't care. Anyway, I'm joining you now. You must give me the method of condensing the poison pill, and the method of taking poison and refining poison you mentioned, and help me solve my granddaughter's problem. Douluo also gave up. Senior Douluo, how about we make another bet? Bai Ji suddenly said. What's your idea? Douluo was a little suspicious. Hehe, nothing, but I know that you, Senior Douluo, have always been arrogant. Even if you surrender to me, you will definitely feel uncomfortable. So I don't want you to surrender to me. Let's make a deal. I will give you the method of condensing poison pills. You will lead the Douluo family to serve me for 10 years. If I can become a titled Douluo within 10 years, you will officially lead the Douluo family to surrender to me and become my servants. If not, we will break up. But no matter what, after 10 years, I will hand over the remaining poison taking and poison refining methods as a reward for the Douluo family to serve me for 10 years. Senior Douluo, what do you think? If this spreads out, your reputation will not be misunderstood. Bai Ji smiled and said. You kid. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Douluo couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. Douluo naturally knew that Bai Ji was deliberately showing goodwill, but there was no way, he just bought it. Seeing Douluo's expression, Bai Ji's mouth corners couldn't help but curl up. According to the original plot, although it can be seen that Douluo keeps his promise, Douluo actually cares more about feelings. If Bai Ji uses the bet to force Douluo to surrender, even if Douluo surrenders, it is hard to say how much effort he is willing to make for Bai Ji. On the contrary, if Bai Ji can make Douluo return to his heart, even if Douluo is just a guest official or consultant on the surface, Douluo will definitely go all out, because this is Douluo, and this is why Bai Ji made a 10-year agreement. Within 10 years, Bai Ji has absolute confidence in breaking through the title Douluo, so this 10-year agreement doesn't matter to Bai Ji, but for Douluo, it is not only a favor, but also a step down for Douluo. Douluo is a person who values feelings and doesn't like he owed someone a favor, but Douluo had to owe someone a favor for Bai Ji. Since he owed someone a favor, Douluo would definitely go all out for Bai Ji, so Bai Ji not only did not lose anything, but made a lot of money. Chapter 173 Douluo surrendered, and the golden iron triangle arrived. 3/4. You little fox. Looking at Bai Ji, Douluo's eyes revealed a very complicated look. He naturally knew that Bai Ji was deliberately showing goodwill, but in the face of Bai Ji's goodwill, he had no way to refuse. With a sigh in his heart, Douluo said, Okay. Then I will make this deal with you and make this bet. After that, Douluo suddenly knelt down on one knee in front of Bai Ji and said in a deep voice, Douluo, hello, young master. Senior Douluo, you are welcome. Bai Ji naturally helped Douluo up quickly. He had to do the whole show, and Douluo knelt in front of him at such an old age, Bai Ji was afraid that it would shorten his life. Young master, you don't have to call me senior, you can call me Douluo, or Abio. Since you have given me Douluo face, I, Douluo, can naturally do what I say. Douluo said solemnly. But after hearing what Douluo said, Bai Ji was a little confused. Call you Abio? You don't have to be polite, I still let everyone call me H. However, Bai Ji smiled and said, Senior Douluo is too polite. Senior Douluo is so much older than me. I will just call you Senior Douluo. Senior, there is no need to say more. Okay then. Douluo also nodded. He didn't really care about these details. In fact, I also know how valuable the young master's poison pill method is. It is no exaggeration to say that it can make our Douluo family one of the top families. The young master has a deep background, and his own character and ability are also admirable. I can't do anything to the young master. In fact, as long as the young master has the poison pill method, he is not afraid that I will not submit. But the young master still gave me, Douluo, a way out. I, Douluo, am not a person who doesn't know what to do. From now on, for 10 years, I, Douluo and the Douluo family will be the young master's servants. If the young master has anything to ask, just tell me, and I, Douluo, will go through fire and water without hesitation. Douluo said in a deep voice. Don't worry, Senior Douluo, there is no need to go through fire and water, but if you need to use your senior and the Douluo family in the future, you should not refuse. Bai Ji shook his head and smiled. Don't worry, as long as the young master has a need, I, Douluo, will definitely help you achieve it if I can do it. Douluo said. Then thank you in advance, Senior Douluo. I am just about to create a force in Tiandu Imperial City soon. It would be great if I could have Senior Douluo's help. Bai Ji smiled. But please tell me. Douluo said solemnly. By the way, I'd better hand over the method of condensing the poison pill to Senior Douluo first. Bai Ji clapped his hands, as if he remembered something, and said to Douluo. Thank you, young master. Douluo bowed slightly, and then let down his guard as before. Bai Ji smoothly passed the remaining part of the method of condensing the poison pill to Douluo through the method of changing the sky and striking the earth. As for the other methods of taking poison and refining poison mentioned by Bai Ji, neither Douluo nor Bai Ji mentioned it. The reason is very simple. Although the two of them had initially established trust, it was still a master-servant relationship that had just been established. Bai Ji would definitely not hand over all the things at once, and Douluo also knew his own limitations and would not take the initiative to ask for them. Anyway, Bai Ji was here, and there would always be opportunities in the future. With this poison pill method, not only can my combat power be improved by at least 30%, but I can even break through level 92 within a year. After accepting the complete method of condensing poison pills, Douluo couldn't help but say excitedly. You know, it has been 7 or 8 years since he broke through the realm of titled Douluo, but because of this green phosphorus poison, he has been unable to improve his cultivation in these 7 or 8 years. It stands to reason that his talent is not bad. Other titled Douluos with the same qualifications can basically reach level 93 in 7 or 8 years, and it is not impossible for them to reach level 94 with higher talent, but he is still hovering at level 91. Ebook store. Now that he has the poison pill method, he will no longer be troubled by the green phosphorus poison, and even his combat power and cultivation speed will be greatly improved. He can't help but be excited. That's good. Hearing Douluo's words, Bai Ji was also very happy. After all, Douluo is his man now, and the stronger Douluo is, the stronger he will be. Then, Master, can my granddaughter Yanyan also use this poison pill method? After calming down his excitement, Douluo couldn't help but ask with some trepidation. Because of the poison of the green phosphorus, their Douluo family has always been sparsely populated. In this generation, only he and his granddaughter Douluo depend on each other for survival. This is why he is so nervous about Douluo. It shouldn't be possible. It takes a very strong cultivation to condense the poison pill. Your granddaughter is only a soul master at present, which is far from enough. Bai Ji shook his head. Is there any other way? Douluo was a little nervous. Of course there is. There are 2 ways at present. The first best way to eradicate the green phosphorus poison is to get a soul bone for your granddaughter to fuse. Just let your granddaughter force the toxins in her body into the soul bone. Bai Ji said slowly. Young master, you are embarrassing me. I believe you should know how precious soul bones are. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is hard to find. Even the spirit hall has always been unable to get soul bones, let alone me. Douluo sighed. Then we can only use the second method. What method? Use my blood. Because of my special physique, my blood also has a strong detoxification ability. As long as your granddaughter injects some of my blood into her body every once in a while, she will not be threatened by the green phosphorus poison, but this method is only a temporary solution and not a permanent solution. Bai Ji shook his head. It's enough to relieve it. At least I don't have to suffer from the poison of the green phosphorus anymore, and I don't have to worry about dying. Douluo sighed. Then I'll take you away from here now. Hearing that his granddaughter was saved, Douluo's mood calmed down a lot, so he couldn't help but say. No, I'm actually quite curious about this place. I feel that this may be a treasure land. Bai Ji would naturally not go back now. He knew where this place was. The Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire was a great treasure land for him. Treasure land, this is indeed a treasure land, then let me take you to visit it. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Douluo also smiled proudly. Okay. Bai Ji also smiled and nodded, but just as Bai Ji was about to follow Douluo out of the cave, a loud noise suddenly came from a distance. What's the situation? Hearing the movement, Douluo couldn't help but frowned and looked outside the cave. It should be my elders who are here. Bai Ji's heart moved, and he said. Senior Douluo, let's go out and take a look. Maybe the person who came is my elder. I have to explain to them and resolve our misunderstanding. Chapter 174 It's all misunderstandings, resolve grudges, 4/4. After following Douluo out of the cave, Bai Ji realized that the place he was in was actually a valley on the top of a mountain. There was an endless forest all around, and it was dark and he couldn't see the situation clearly, but not far away, in a place surrounded by thick fog, Bai Ji could vaguely see a red and blue Tai Chi-shaped ice and fire pool looming in the thick fog. Seeing this, Bai Ji's heart moved immediately, and he opened the purple extreme demon eye. With the opening of the purple extreme demon eye, the scene in the thick fog instantly appeared clearly. It was a circular pool similar to the shape of the Tai Chi diagram, with thick mist rising, like a hot spring. There was no dividing area in the middle of the pool, but the red and blue pools were as distinct as the shape of the Tai Chi diagram, which made people sigh at the ingenuity of nature. Around the pool, there were various plants growing, each of which looked very spiritual. Some of them were recognized by Bai Ji, and some were not. Looking at those strange and huge plants, each of which was shining like jade, with green branches and crystal petals, Bai Ji couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire? It really deserves to be the top treasure pot of spiritual medicine. But Bai Ji only took a quick look at Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire. Now he and Douluo are going down the mountain to talk to the elders who may come. Young master, can you go down from here? Do you need my help? Coming to a steep rock wall, Douluo couldn't help but look at Bai Ji and asked. No need. Bai Ji shook his head. For the steep cliff with a slope of almost vertical and a height of nearly 100 meters in front of him, Bai Ji would naturally not be able to go down by ordinary means, but with the help of the previous teleportation of the alternate dimension castle, as long as he teleported once every 30 meters, Bai Ji could go down easily. Then I will go down first. Hearing Bai Ji say yes, Douluo did not doubt it. Suddenly jumping up, Douluo jumped off the steep cliff in an instant, and then his whole body instantly turned into a residual image. After tapping the cliff several times, Douluo came to the bottom of the steep cliff. Seeing Douluo go down the steep cliff, Bai Ji also took a step. With the help of the teleportation of the alternate dimension castle, Bai Ji's figure flashed quickly in the void several times, and quickly came to the bottom of the steep cliff. Seeing Bai Ji actually go down the steep cliff in this way, Douluo couldn't help but exclaimed. Let's go, Senior Douluo. Arriving at the bottom of the steep cliff, thinking of the three masters who might be coming soon, Bai Ji couldn't help but start to operate the spiral 9 shadows. The whole person jumped up, and instantly turned into a shadow, jumping quickly between the treetops, and flew towards the direction where the noise came from. Another on the other hand, after discovering that Bai Ji was kidnapped by Douluo, the master, Lu Erlong and Flanders were extremely anxious. They didn't care about anything else and rushed to Tiandu Royal Academy overnight to ask the 3 teaching committee members where Douluo was. The 3 teaching committee members felt guilty and naturally told the master where Douluo lived. When they knew that Douluo lived on a mountain in the Sunset Forest, even though it was already night, the master who was extremely worried about Bai Ji did not give up. Instead, he entered the sunset forest overnight with Lu Erlong and Flanders and rushed to the mountain where Douluo lived. Because it was already night, all kinds of powerful soul beasts in the sunset forest began to go out to find food, and the entire sunset forest became very dangerous. If it weren't for Lu Erlong, Flanders, and the master alone would never have been able to get here. Teacher, Aunt Lu Erlong, Dean Flanders. Bai Ji used the spiral 9 shadows to fly over the treetops, and soon approached the 3 masters. After seeing the 3 masters, Bai Ji immediately shouted loudly. Bai Ji! Hearing Bai Ji's voice, the master looked in the direction of the voice. Because it was dark, the master could not see Bai Ji, but Bai Ji quickly landed in front of the 3 masters from the treetops not far away. Bai Ji, why are you here? Weren't you kidnapped by Douluo? Seeing that Bai Ji was safe and sound, and even came here by himself, the master was a little surprised. Before, there was a sudden soul power fluctuation in Lanba Academy. The cold soul power fluctuation was obviously Douluo coming, and then Bai Ji disappeared. Text. Bai Ji and Douluo didn't know each other at all, so the master immediately guessed that Douluo had kidnapped Bai Ji, but Bai Ji actually came by himself. What was going on? Teacher, I'm sorry to have worried you. Actually, it's not like that. It was Senior Douluo who asked me to come here. He wanted to ask me something. Now we are having a pleasant conversation. Seeing the master in such a state of embarrassment, Bai Ji was somewhat touched. You know, for a great soul master like the master, whose soul power is only level 29 and who is not good at fighting, venturing into the sunset forest at night, even with the protection of soul saint level Flanders and Lu Erlong, the danger is self-evident. He has something to ask you. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the master couldn't help but feel a little absurd. To put it another way, even if Douluo wanted to ask, would he need to use his soul power? But seeing that Bai Ji didn't want to say it, the master wouldn't ask. He was just that kind of person. As long as he knew that Bai Ji was fine, the master would feel at ease. Yes, I did bring him here because I wanted to ask him questions. Douluo's figure flashed and came in front of the 3 masters. Seeing Douluo, Lu Erlong and Flanders could not help but become very nervous. Don't be nervous, I won't hurt you or him. Seeing that the 3 masters were very nervous, Douluo waved his hand and said. Bai Ji, since you are okay, Rong was very anxious when he knew that you were kidnapped. He has already returned to the 7 Treasures Glazed sect to ask for help. But since you are okay, I will go to the 7 Treasures Glazed sect in a while, otherwise it will be bad if things get out of hand. Looking at Bai Ji, thinking for a while, the master said. Teacher, go back and tell Rong not to worry about me. I still need to practice here for a few months. By the way, I will ask Senior Douluo some questions. When I go back, I will bring gifts to all of you. Looking at the master, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile. Gift? No need. Your being alright is the best gift for us. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the master shook his head. No. Teacher, I believe you will be satisfied with my gift. Bai Ji said firmly despite the master's disapproval. Then I will look forward to your gift in a few months. Hearing Bai Ji's insistence, the master could only say helplessly. Since Senior Douluo wants to ask you for advice, we will go back first. Otherwise, Shrek Academy will be in chaos. I have to go to the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. Otherwise, it will be bad if the 7 Treasures Glazed sect finds Senior Douluo. Patting Bai Ji's shoulder, the master said. On the side, Douluo felt uncomfortable when he heard the master's words. After all, if he was not well, he might be blocked by the Swordbone Douluo. Who could stand it? Then Teacher Dean Flanders and Aunt Lu Erlong, goodbye. Seeing that the master was about to leave, Bai Ji bowed slightly to the 3 of them and said. Yes. The 3 nodded and ran quickly into the dark forest. Soon, they disappeared into the dark forest. Master, are you going to hide my affairs from them? Douluo couldn't help asking when he saw the figures of the master and the other 2 disappearing into the forest. It can't be hidden, but if we tell them now, there will be no surprise. Let's talk about it later. Let's go back first. Shaking his head, Bai Ji said. Chapter 175, Yin Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire, Douluo's Little Thoughts, 1/4. After meeting the 3 masters, Bai Ji and Douluo returned to the valley on the top of the mountain where Yin Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire were located. After walking through the cave entrance, Bai Ji came to the vast fog. Standing in the distance, looking at the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire that were faintly visible in the fog and the various immortal products and spiritual medicines near the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, Bai Ji felt a little emotional. He came here with great effort. In addition to wanting to subdue Douluo and lay the foundation for future plans, the rest was not for the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. With the various immortal products produced near the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, such as Narcissus jade muscles and bones, Narcissus jade muscles and bones can moisturize the tendons and bones, and circulate qi through the 7 meridians and 8 vessels. Bai Ji can completely use this as the main medicine, supplemented by various other spiritual medicines to refine a spiritual pill that can improve his skills. Compared to the original book, where one immortal product can only be used by one person, this refined pill may have a slightly worse effect, but it is much more valuable. Like Meng Shu's current strength is the 87th level Soul Douluo. If Bai Ji refines the soul-raising pill and lets Meng Shu take it, Meng Shu can at least jump to the 89th level Soul Douluo or the 90th level quasi-tidal Douluo realm after refining it. Combined with the barrier-breaking pill that Bai Ji is going to refine with the 9th grade purple Ganoderma as the main medicine, Meng Shu can completely break through the tidal Douluo realm by taking 2 pills in a row. Although Meng Shu's strength may be weaker than Douluo because of the spiritual medicine that forcibly improved his cultivation, Meng Shu, who has reached the tidal Douluo realm, cooperates with Chao Tianxiang to perform the martial soul fusion skill Dragon Snake joint attack, and the power that can be generated is likely to be comparable to the 93rd level, or even the full strength attack of the Super Douluo. Then, Bai Ji also had plans for other immortal products, but he was not prepared to give each person an immortal product like Tang San in the original novel. Bai Ji was going to give pills. As for the Shengling pill or the Pazan pill, Bai Ji felt that it was no less than the opportunity in the original Shrek 7 Devils, and even better. There was no need to give other immortal products to everyone. Although Bai Ji was very good to his friends, in fact, as long as the relationship was good, Bai Ji considered them friends. But so far, the only person Bai Ji really considered a brother was Tang San, and his relatives were only Grandpa Old Jack, Master, and Sister Marlena. Of course, for Master's sake, Dean Flanders and Lu Erlong could barely be considered. However, Dai Mubai, Oscar and Ma Hongjun were not among the brothers that Bai Ji considered. Bai Ji felt that the relationship between the three and himself was at best friends. Perhaps this was what it was like to be a time traveler. Because they were too familiar with the characters in the plot, it was difficult for them to have a true sense of adversity. In giving the spiritual ascension pill and the barrier-breaking pill, Bai Ji was largely for the next year's Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange competition, but Bai Ji would not give 3 immortal products to Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar as in the original book. As for the Acacia Heartbroken Red, it was naturally for Xiao Wu. Bai Ji was going to refine another kind of spiritual pill so that Xiao Wu's true identity would never be discovered. As one of the top spiritual medicine cornucopias, the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire not only grew various top-nourishing immortal products, but also various highly poisonous immortal products. However, what might be a highly poisonous immortal product to ordinary people was still a spiritual medicine to Bai Ji, and compared to nourishing immortal products, highly poisonous immortal products were still a trump card for Bai Ji to fight across levels. Taking the highly toxic immortal product, with the characteristics of the poisoning surge, the stronger the poison, the higher the strength that Bai Ji can increase. A highly toxic immortal product can completely allow Bai Ji to fight across 1 or 2 realms. Of course, this is for Bai Ji's current strength. If he reaches the realm of Soul Saint or titled Douluo, the strength that can be improved by taking the highly toxic immortal product may only be improved by 1 realm or only a few levels, but this does not affect the effect of the highly toxic immortal product on Bai Ji. Carefully recalling the memory that was clearly engraved in his mind after taking NTZ Perfect Edition, Bai Ji began to carefully identify the immortal products near the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. The first thing that caught Bai Ji's eyes was the 8-angled mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot. As products of the ice and fire properties of the yin-yang eyes, the 8-angled mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot are more robust than other immortal products. Compared with other immortal products, they are still normal. The 8-angled mysterious ice grass is blue as ice, the flowers are white and octagonal, and the center of the flower is like an ice crystal. The stamens are too obvious, and the fiery apricot is red as jade. Then there are large flowers with a pale pink body, no leaves, a 3-foot-long stem, and a huge flower. Each petal looks as crystal clear as crystal. It grows on the bank where the red and blue springs meet. This is the Yuxiang Kiluo immortal product. When Bai Ge saw the Yuxiang Kiluo immortal product, he thought of the Kiluo tulip, which made Bai Ge feel a little entangled. Because he knew the importance of the Kiluo tulip to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. With the Kiluo tulip, his cheap father-in-law Ning Fengzi would no longer be bound by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower martial spirit. But Bai Ge didn't know if the Kiluo tulip could still be used to evolve the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower martial spirit after it was refined into a pill, so after thinking about it, Bai Ge finally decided to leave the Kiluo tulip to Ning Rongrong alone. After the Kiluo tulip, there are also the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, the 8-petal fairy orchid, the 9-grade purple ganoderma, the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, the longing for the autumn water dew, and the acacia heartbroken red, etc. With the help of memory, Bai Ge also recognized them one by one. Then not far from the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, Bai Ge also found a jade bamboo that was like black jade. Seeing the black jade bamboo, Bai Ge couldn't help but think of the black jade bamboo, which was a fairy product that appeared in another series of Douluo. For some reason, Bai Ge felt that this black jade bamboo should be of great use to Meng Yuran. Thinking of this, Bai Ge couldn't help but secretly remember the black jade bamboo. Although Bai Ge thought a lot about the fairy products and spiritual medicines near the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, in fact, only a moment had passed. Following Douluo, Bai Ge walked into the thick fog and finally came to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Looking at the various immortal products and spiritual medicines around him, Douluo smiled proudly and said, "Sir, this is my medicine garden, what do you think? This is the top spiritual medicine cornucopia, yin-yang eye of ice and fire. The spiritual medicines growing near here can grow at a speed of 10 times, and the extreme cold and heat of yin-yang eye of ice and fire can also suppress your poison. No wonder you can live until now, you are so lucky." Bai Ge sighed. "What do you mean I am lucky to live until now?" Hearing Bai Ge's words, Douluo's face turned black. Although what he said is indeed good, why does it sound so unpleasant? Although this yin-yang eye of ice and fire can suppress the poison in your body, its function is not limited to this. In fact, yin-yang eye of ice and fire has more and greater uses. It is really a waste for you to use it. With the spiritual medicine produced by yin-yang eye of ice and fire, I can refine a spiritual pill that can improve your cultivation. If you take it, you can at least improve your cultivation by 1 level, and the speed of future cultivation will also be greatly increased. I can even use the spiritual medicine to create a titled Douluo." Bai Ge said with excitement. Spiritual pill improve your cultivation by 1 level, create a titled Douluo. Although he didn't know what yin-yang eye of ice and fire and spiritual pills were in Bai Ge's mouth, Douluo was shocked when he heard Bai Ge say that the thing could improve his cultivation by at least 1 level, and even create a titled Douluo. Douluo had no doubt about the truth of Bai Ge's words, because Bai Ge shocked him too much. "Sir, what you said is true. If it is true, then this yin-yang eye of ice and fire will be given to you. As long as you refine this elixir in the future, don't forget me, Douluo." Grabbing Bai Ge's wrist, Douluo said excitedly. "You know, because of the poison of the green phosphorus, his cultivation has not improved in 7 or 8 years, and he is still level 91. Many people in the Soul Master world call him the weakest titled Douluo, which makes him very ashamed. If he can break through as soon as possible, he will no longer have to bear this shameful title. Don't worry, you are mine, I will never treat you unfairly." Bai Ge patted his chest and said proudly. "Thank you, sir." Listening to Bai Ge's words, Douluo smiled. He was more and more satisfied with Bai Ge, and looking at Bai Ge, Douluo couldn't help but think of the previous thoughts in his mind. "Young master, you can get busy here. I have set up a poison array near this mountain. The soul beasts in the sunset forest cannot enter. I will go back first and bring my granddaughter Yunyan here. You can remove the poison from her body." Douluo smiled. Although Bai Ge said that he would not treat him unfairly, if there are more subordinates in the future, especially the titled Douluo that Bai Ge said can be created, then Douluo may not be able to take advantage. It is not enough to just have a relationship with subordinates. He must be closer, such as a father-in-law? Douluo thought complacently. Douluo has never suffered much in his life, but here with Bai Ge, Douluo not only suffered a great loss, but also lost his freedom. Although it seems good now, Douluo cannot suffer in vain. He must get back some ground. Then go back and bring Douluo here. Bai Ji's mind was full of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, but he didn't see Douluo's gleaming eyes. He waved his hand at Douluo indifferently, and Bai Ji said casually. Then I'll leave first, and I'll come back tomorrow. Douluo said respectfully on the surface, but he was racking his brains to think about how to tell his granddaughter Douguyan about this matter after returning home. Yes. Bai Ji nodded. After Douluo finished speaking, he instantly turned into a residual shadow and jumped up, and soon disappeared in a dark forest. Chapter 176 Taking Xianbing Star Anise Grass and Lihuo Xingjiaishu, 2/4. After Douluo left, Bai Ji continued to look at the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, thinking in his heart. The spiritual herbs of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire must not be eaten randomly. Most of the immortal herbs need to be kept for future alchemy, but some immortal herbs cannot be used for alchemy, such as Xianbing Star Anise Grass and Lihuo Xingjiaishu. Although Xianbing Star Anise Grass and Lihuo Xingjiaishu Kanta in the spiritual power is not inferior to other immortal products, but the properties of these two immortal products are too extreme. One is the extreme ice spiritual power, and the other is the extreme fire spiritual power. Ordinary people can't bear it at all. However, through the original book, Bai Ji knows the correct way to take two immortal products, that is, take them at the same time, and then use the ice and fire two yin eyes to suppress and offset the extreme medicinal power of the two immortal products, so that the medicinal power of the two immortal products can be fully integrated in the body to offset the extreme properties. In this way, the neutralized spiritual power will be much milder and can be absorbed by the human body, and it can also allow the person who takes it to gain the ability to not fear ice and fire, and be immune to all poisons. At present, the 13 Taibao horizontal refining gold bell cover that Bai Ji has practiced has broken through the 4th level of Copper Skin Realm and reached the 5th level, and is moving towards the 7th level of Iron Bone Realm. As long as he breaks through the 7th level, Bai Ji can have the legendary Copper Skin and Iron Bones, and the body's defense power will reach a qualitative change. In Bai Ji's view, Copper Skin and Iron Bones are no less than the defense power of the Soul King level defense Soul Master when possessed by the martial soul. However, the Iron Bone Realm is different from the Copper Skin Realm. Before the Copper Skin Realm, because the skin is on the surface of the body, it is easy to temper the skin with the help of ointment, so it is easy to break through the Copper Skin Realm. However, because the bones are inside the body, even if the ointment is applied on the body, it is very difficult to absorb the ointment and penetrate the medicine into the bones, so the practice of the Iron Bone Realm is very difficult. Bai Ji also broke through the 5th level last time by using the pressure of the sword bone Douluo to temper his body. But now, with the mysterious ice star anise grass and the fiery apricot, with the help of the ice and fire spiritual power of these two immortal products, as long as the two immortal products are taken in reasonable times, and the external force of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes and the internal force of the two immortal products are used to temper the body, Bai Ji is very confident that he can break through the 7th level of the 13 Taibao's golden bell cover in a short time. Do it as soon as you think of it. Looking at the Xianbing octagonal grass and Lihuo Xingjiaishu not far away, Bai Ji moved his mind, and two slender moyun vines suddenly grew out of the ground quickly, instantly wrapping up the Xianbing octagonal grass and Lihuo Xingjiaishu. As the moyun vine exerted force, the two immortal products were immediately pulled out, and then thrown into the air, flying towards Bai Ji. Facing the extreme ice and fire power of Xianbing octagonal grass and Lihuo Xingjiaishu, Bai Ji's current moyun vine could not withstand it, so the two slender moyun vines almost turned into ice lumps and ash at the moment they rolled up and pulled up the Xianbing octagonal grass and Lihuo Xingjiaishu. But this had no effect on Bai Ji, because Bai Ji did not use soul power to maintain the connection with the summoned moyun vine after summoning it. As the black ice star anise and fiery apricot were pulled apart and thrown into the air, Bai Ji became nervous for a moment when he looked at the two immortal products in the air. But although he was nervous, Bai Ji was still very calm in his heart. After opening the purple extreme demon eye, everything in front of him suddenly slowed down. Bai Ji took out a jade knife from the space ring, which Bai Ji had prepared before. When the black ice star anise and fiery apricot flew into the air and gathered together, Bai Ji suddenly jumped up and came to the front of the two immortal products. Holding the jade knife in his hand, he quickly raised the knife and cut it down, first the stem, then the flower into two, and thus quickly divided the black ice star anise and fiery apricot into 3 accurate parts. Then, Bai Ji quickly put the two immortal products into the space ring. When the two immortal products meet, although they will lose the characteristics of extreme cold and extreme heat in a short time, their effects will also completely disappear after 10 breaths, so Bai Ji must quickly put the 2 immortal products into the space ring. Time in the space ring is still, and the medicinal power of the 2 immortal products will not fade. After doing everything and landing on the ground, Bai Ji breathed a sigh of relief. After all, with Bai Ji's current soul master level of cultivation, he can't touch the black ice star anise grass and the fiery apricot. Although Bai Ji has the characteristic of poisoning and is not afraid of any poison, the poison of the black ice star anise grass and the fiery apricot is not a real poison, but the ultimate power of ice and fire, so even Bai Ji can't bear it. After separating the black ice star anise grass and the fiery apricot, and putting them into the space ring, looking at the ice and fire yin-yang eye in front of him, Bai Ji felt that it was time to enter the ice and fire yin-yang eye for cultivation. China. He took out a portion of the black ice star anise grass and the fiery apricot from the space ring, both of which were stems, because Bai Ji likes to suffer first and then sweet. But although they are stems, in terms of the spiritual power contained, the stems and flowers of the black ice star anise grass and the fiery apricot are actually the same. He stuffed the stems of 2 immortal herbs into his mouth, barely chewing them. The moment they entered his mouth, the stems of the 2 immortal herbs turned into 2 streams of jade liquid that flowed into Bai Ji's throat. Suddenly, Bai Ji's body trembled violently, and he couldn't help but groan. Because almost within a moment after taking the 2 immortal herbs, the medicinal power of the 2 immortal herbs surged up. First, it was extremely cold. The terrifying extremely cold spiritual power instantly turned Bai Ji's body into ice blue, but because of the protection of the medicinal power of the fiery apricot, Bai Ji did not suffer any harm. Then the medicinal power of the fiery apricot, the terrifying extremely hot spiritual power surged out instantly after the extremely cold spiritual power, turning Bai Ji's body red, just like a boiled shrimp. Bai Ji's clothes turned into ashes at the moment when the 2 spiritual powers alternated, but Bai Ji had spare clothes in his space ring, so he was not worried. Enduring the pain of being cold as ice and hot as fire in his body, Bai Ji put the space ring on his hand and the tears of the goddess on his neck into the system space. Although Bai Ji believed in the quality of the system's products, a gentleman should not stand under a dangerous wall. Standing in front of the ice and fire, Bai Ji's body surface was alternating between ice blue and red. In the process of the continuous alternation of ice and fire spiritual power, Bai Ji also felt that his body was constantly being tempered. Not only the bones that were originally to be tempered, but also the muscles, internal organs, skin, etc. were constantly being tempered in the process of alternating spiritual power. After the alternation of ice and fire spiritual power, the gentle spiritual power generated by the fusion and offset is also constantly strengthening Bai Ji's cultivation. The pleasure of improving cultivation and the torture of ice and fire spiritual power alternate, making Bai Ji happy and painful. However, only taking Xianbing Bajiaoko and Lihuo Xingjiaishu cannot bring the effectiveness of the 2 immortal products to the extreme, and the body cannot bear it. It must be combined with the tempering of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. Only in this way, one from the inside out and the other from the outside, can the effects of the 2 immortal products be brought to the extreme, allowing Bai Ji's body to be tempered more completely. So after feeling the feeling of taking Xianbing Bajiaoko and Lihuo Xingjiaishu, Bai Ji looked at the ice and fire yin-yang eyes in front of him. Standing at the intersection of the cold yin spring and the hot yang spring of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, Bai Ji took a deep breath, leaned forward suddenly, and threw himself into the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. As his body sank into the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, Bai Ji suddenly felt the pain of ice and fire in his body disappear, but before Bai Ji could breathe a sigh of relief, the double pain suddenly broke out, and Bai Ji didn't even groan, and the whole person fell into a coma. Bai Ji was right. With the power of yin-yang eye of ice and fire, he could not only offset the damage to his body caused by the ice and fire power of Xianbing Bajiao grass and Lihuo Xingjiaishu in his body, but also maximize the medicinal power of the 2 immortal products, so that Bai Ji's body and qi training would increase at the same time, but the pain would also double. However, since he had taken the 2 immortal products, Bai Ji had no choice. While Bai Ji was unconscious, the reaction in his body was still going on. In the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, the extreme cold power in the spring water entered Bai Ji's body, and then was instantly dissolved by the extremely hot spiritual power of Lihuo Xingjiaishu in Bai Ji's body. One from the outside to the inside, and the other from the inside to the outside, tempered Bai Ji's body, and then turned into gentle pure spiritual power. The extremely hot power in the spring water was dissolved by the extremely cold spiritual power of the black ice octagonal grass after entering Bai Ji's body. The two merged and offset each other to become pure spiritual power, which also tempered Bai Ji's body. Although Bai Ji was unable to use the 13 Taibao refining golden bell cover or any other skills due to his coma, the tempering of ice and fire spiritual power would not be weakened, and the pure spiritual power generated would not disappear. In this way, under the alternating tempering of the extremely cold power and the extremely hot power from the inside out and from the outside in, Bai Ji's body was steadily undergoing a transformation. And it was not just Bai Ji's body, at a deeper level, something was also quietly undergoing a transformation. Chapter 177 Duguyan arrives, the figure in the eyes of ice and fire, 3/4. I don't know how much time has passed. Gradually, a hint of fish belly white quietly emerged in the distant sky, and the fiery red sun slowly rose, and the morning glow dyed the sky red. It's dawn. Bai Ji was still immersed in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. After a night, the medicinal power of the eight-angled mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot in Bai Ji's body had almost been transformed into gentle spiritual power and integrated into Bai Ji's body. As long as Bai Ji refined it a little, his cultivation would be rapidly improved. After this night of extreme ice and fire spiritual power tempering, Bai Ji's body also underwent a reborn change. Although he still did not break through the realm of copperskin and iron bones, he took a big step towards the realm of copperskin and iron bones. As long as the remaining black ice eight-angle grass and the fiery apricot were all refined, with the help of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, Bai Ji could easily break through to the realm of copperskin and iron bones. But just when Bai Ji was still sleeping in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, as the day dawned, Douluo had already arrived again with Duguyan. Grandpa, are you sure that guy named Bai Ji can remove the green phosphorus poison in my body? Duguyan followed behind Douluo, and thinking of what Douluo said before, Duguyan couldn't help asking. Yan Yan, don't call Bai Ji, call him Master, or Master Bai Ji. You should know that your grandfather has decided to lead our Douluo family to serve others, so you must be more respectful. Douluo frowned. Didn't he threaten you with the method of removing the green phosphorus poison from our Douluo family, so that you decided to lead our Douluo family to surrender? What respect is there for such a villain? Douluo. Yan was somewhat indignant at Douluo's words. Yan, you can't think like that. They have nothing to do with us. If we don't pay a price, why would they teach us the method to remove the green phosphorus poison? You should also know that there is no good without reason in this world. Douluo had a headache at Duguyan's words. That's also taking advantage of the fire. Although he knew it in his heart, it might be because of the previous fighting spirit in the Soto Great Fighting Spirit Arena that Duguyan hated Bai Ji, so even if he knew it in his heart, Duguyan was unwilling to change his words. Douluo did not tell Duguyan specifically about the deal he made with Bai Ji. On the one hand, he couldn't let go of his face, and on the other hand, he felt that even if he told Duguyan would not believe it. After all, the bet he made with Bai Ji was too unbelievable. In this way, Douluo brought Duguyan to the vicinity of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, but what puzzled Douluo was that Bai Ji was not found here. Could it be in the cave? Douluo couldn't help but think. Yan, wait for Grandpa here. Be careful not to get close to the red and blue spring pool. The water there is extremely cold and hot. Even if Grandpa accidentally falls in, he may be dead. So you must be careful. Before entering the cave, Douluo told Duguyan. Yes, Grandpa, I know. Duguyan nodded, but while remembering what Douluo said in her heart, she couldn't help but feel curious. After all, it was incredible to her that there were things in this world that even a titled Douluo like his grandfather would be afraid of. After telling Duguyan, Douluo flashed into a cave not far away, but in the cave, Douluo also did not find any trace of Bai Ji. Did he leave? But it's impossible. Douluo was very puzzled. Bai Ji took great pains to subdue him and gave him the method of condensing poison pills. Now he didn't let him do anything. It's impossible for him to leave like this. It hurts. Did he leave here and haven't come back yet? Douluo left the cave while thinking in his heart. But just as Douluo left the cave, Duguyan's voice suddenly came from not far away. Grandpa, come and see, there seems to be someone in this red and blue spring pool. How is it possible? Hearing Duguyan's words, Douluo didn't think much, and immediately thought that Duguyan was joking and teasing him. He knew very well how powerful the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire were. The blue spring pool was extremely cold, even stones could be frozen into ice slag, while the red spring pool was as hot as magma, even steel could be melted into molten iron, and it was impossible for anyone to enter it. But thinking that he had told Douluo not to get close to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire before, and now Douluo didn't listen to his instructions and went over, Douluo was a little angry, but more worried. Yan, didn't Grandpa tell you not to get close to this red and blue spring pool? It's very dangerous here. Douluo quickly came behind Douluo, grabbed Douluo's wrist, and said a little unhappily. Grandpa, I'm not lying, there really is someone here. Douluo said coquettishly. Someone. Hearing Douluo's words, Douluo looked at the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire with doubt. But when he saw the faint figure in the clear yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, Douluo was shocked. Oh my god! Is there really someone who can enter this extremely cold and hot spring pool? Douluo only felt that his face was slapped. This is the young master. When Douluo looked more carefully at the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, under the powerful eyesight of the titled Douluo level, when he saw the iconic silver-white long hair, Douluo couldn't help but understand that the person in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire should be Bai Ji. Only this boy who could shock him again and again and made him feel like a monster could do such an incredible thing. Is this Bai Ji? Douluo still remembered Bai Ji's name, but when Douluo looked carefully at the yin-yang eyes of Bing Huo, Douluo couldn't help but scream, Grandpa, you are not wearing any clothes. Yan, I have said that the water in this red and blue spring pool is extremely cold and extremely hot. How can ordinary clothes survive in it without being destroyed? As for not wearing clothes, you will see similar things in the future anyway, so don't be shy. Douluo was still trying to match his granddaughter with Bai Ji. Seeing the scene in front of him, Douluo felt that his granddaughter and Bai Ji were destined to be together, so he couldn't help but laugh. Grandpa. Hearing Douluo's words, Douluo couldn't help but glare at Douluo. Grandpa, let him out. Turning around, Douluo covered her eyes and said. Grandpa can't do anything about this. However, Douluo couldn't do it for his granddaughter's request, so he couldn't help but smile bitterly. However, it seemed that Bai Ji felt someone coming. A string of bubbles suddenly rolled out of his originally calm yin-yang eyes, and then Bai Ji slowly opened his eyes in the spring water. Chapter 178 Treating Douluo, the Moyun Vine has evolved. 4/4. As his consciousness awakened, after discovering that Douluo and Douluo had arrived, Bai Ji immediately activated his internal force, and suddenly jumped out of the yin-yang ice and fire eyes and landed on the shore. The one called Bai Ji, put on your clothes. Not far away, Douluo, with his back to Bai Ji, said angrily. Hearing Douluo's words, Bai Ji's face was a little unnatural, but he didn't mean it. While thinking, Bai Ji quickly activated his internal force to evaporate the water stains on his body, and then quickly took out a new set of clothes from the space ring and put them on. Senior Douluo, I didn't expect you to come so early. After putting on the new clothes and looking at Douluo, Bai Ji was a little speechless. It's not too early, it's not too early, I'm just in a hurry. Douluo waved his hand and smiled awkwardly. By the way, sir, do you have time to cure Yanyan's poison now? Douluo asked. Yes, but the method may be a little strange, don't misunderstand it later. Bai Ji touched his chin and said. Strange? Douluo was a little confused, but didn't ask, Sir, just rest assured to cure it, I promise I won't interfere with you. Okay, then let your granddaughter come to my side. Bai Ji nodded. Yanyan, come here. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Douluo immediately grabbed Douluo's hand and pulled Douluo in front of Bai Ji. What are you looking at? Don't you see a beautiful woman with natural beauty? Seeing Bai Ji staring at her, Douluo said with some shame and anger. You are also naturally beautiful. Bai Ji suddenly laughed. Come on, I don't have that much time to talk nonsense with you. Stand still, I'm going to treat you. Douluo was about to get angry, but after hearing Bai Ji's words, he could only hold back. Moyun Teng, come out. Looking at Douluo, Bai Ji's mind moved and summoned the Moyun Teng. When Bai Ji said that he needed to use blood to treat Douluo, he didn't mean to feed blood to Douluo. That was nonsense. Bai Ji's blood did have the ability to purify any poison, but when it entered the stomach, it would only become protein in the end. Bai Ji meant to inject some of the blood in his body into Douluo's body. These living bloods would automatically purify the surrounding poisons and purify the green phosphorus poison accumulated in Duguyan's body. But when he saw the Moyun Tang he summoned, Bai Ji was a little surprised. Because he found that the purple-black Moyun vine, which was originally covered with thorns, now had many blue and red lines on it, just like the blood lines before, and in the Moyun vine, Bai Ji actually sensed the same extreme ice and fire power as the eight-angled mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot delicate shoe. Could it be that my Moyun vine has evolved and has the same extreme ice and fire power as the eight-angled mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot delicate shoe? 33. Bai Ji couldn't help but think immediately. Because of Moyun vine's energy absorption talent, this conjecture is entirely possible. After all, in addition to taking the eight-angled mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot delicate shoe, he also soaked in the ice and fire yin-yang eyes for a night. Although Moyun vine was not actively summoned, the martial soul and the soul master originally have a mysterious connection. Perhaps Moyun vine also absorbed the extreme ice and fire power of the eight-angled mysterious ice grass, the fiery apricot delicate shoe, and the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, thus completing its evolution. Hey, what are you thinking about? And what do you want to do by summoning these ugly vines? Seeing Bai Ji in a daze, Duguyan couldn't help but said unhappily. Don't talk, I don't owe you anything, don't always look so superior, your grandfather asked me to treat you, don't make it sound like I'm begging you. Bai Ji couldn't help but said irritably after being suddenly interrupted by Duguyan. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Duguyan's face turned blue and red, but thinking that he was indeed asking for help, Duguyan could only bear it. Do you think you are noble? My Rong is the eldest lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, but she is not as arrogant and domineering as you. You are so arrogant, who do you think you are? In an irritable mood, Bai Ji was also a little angry when he thought of Duguyan's face when he met him. You. Duguyan was also a little angry, but his status was indeed not as good as the eldest lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, so for a while Duguyan didn't know how to refute it. What are you saying? Stand still and hold it in. Bai Ji manipulated a Moyun vine to wrap around Duguyan's wrist, but when Duguyan saw the ferocious Moyun vine on her wrist, she was a little scared. Grandpa, look at what he is going to do. Seeing Bai Ji wrapping his granddaughter's wrist with the ferocious Moyun vine, Douluo was a little worried, but thinking of what Bai Ji had just said, Douluo could only hold it in. Don't scream, I thought you should have at least some courage since you are so arrogant and domineering, but I didn't expect you to be so timid. As Bai Ji spoke, he controlled the Moyun vine that was wrapped around Duguyan's wrist, and wrapped the other end around his wrist. There is no blood transfusion tool in Douluo continent. Compared with cutting the wound and exchanging blood from wound to wound, it is more convenient to use Moyun vine, although it may look a bit scary. What do you want to do? Seeing Bai Ji wrap the other end of the vine around his wrist, Duguyan didn't care about being afraid anymore, but suddenly became curious. Because I want to treat you. The biphosphorus poison of your biphosphorus family is not so easy to treat. Even my blood can only remove the biphosphorus poison accumulated in your body at one time, but as time goes by, as long as you use the biphosphorus snake martial spirit, the biphosphorus poison will continue to be produced, so as long as you don't find the soul bone, you must transfuse some of my blood every once in a while, otherwise you will be tortured by the biphosphorus poison again. Bai Ji said while controlling the Moyun vine to pierce into the body and began to absorb blood and transport it to Duguyan. Ah! I need to inject your blood. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Duguyan couldn't help but open his mouth for a moment. He suddenly felt something indescribable in his heart. On the one hand, he felt a little ashamed. After all, he made others suffer in order to heal himself, and he was so angry with others. On the other hand, he felt a little unnatural. After all, in the ancient society of Douluo continent, blood transfusion was not as common as on the earth of Bai Ji's previous life. Duguyan still felt quite unnatural when it came to the exchange of body fluids. But since it was related to his life and death, Duguyan couldn't say no. As Bai Ji's blood was injected into his body and gradually spread in his body, Duguyan gradually felt that the green phosphorus poison that had been accumulating in his body was actually beginning to disintegrate. Although it was not visible on the surface, after the green phosphorus poison was removed, the sense of relief was indescribable. But for some reason, while the green phosphorus poison was being removed, Duguyan also felt waves of cold and heat constantly alternating and impacting his body. The cold and heat were not strong, but rather mild. However, under the impact of these two extreme feelings at the same time, Duguyan gradually began to feel it. Chapter 179, Duguyan, who was extremely ashamed and angry, and Dugubo, who was shocked and numb, 1/4. No. No. Under the impact of the cold and hot pleasure in her body, Duguyan's body was involuntarily excited. And in the midst of Duguyan's terrified shouting, the thing she least wanted to see still happened. She actually lost control of her bladder in front of a strange boy. Duguyan wanted to die for a moment. From now on, Duguyan felt that she could no longer look Bai Ji in the face. But Bai Ji was completely unaware of Duguyan's inner grief and anger at the moment. He did not turn on the perspective cheat, so it was naturally impossible for him to see Duguyan's private situation. However, Bai Ji felt a little strange when he saw Duguyan's face suddenly become very ruddy and his body was still trembling faintly. I say, Duguyan, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Bai Ji asked directly the doubts in his heart. No, I feel fine. Duguyan forced an ugly smile on his face, and his inner strength almost wanted to strangle Bai Ji to death 10,000 times. Can you not ask about this kind of thing? Just give me your blood and cure your disease. Duguyan was roaring wildly in his heart, that was the rage of impotence, but on the surface, Duguyan still showed a smile that couldn't be more ladylike. Really? Why do I feel something is wrong? Bai Ji was a little confused in his heart, but Bai Ji didn't think too much about it. Anyway, Duguyan had nothing to do with him. Time passed by minute. Although Bai Ji was still transfusing blood, he didn't actually lose too much. After all, although using Moyuntang to draw blood looks terrible, the efficiency is really touching under Bai Ji's control. The green phosphorus poison in Duguyan is not deep, so as long as the blood injected by Bai Ji can purify the green phosphorus poison in Duguyan's body before Duguyan's immune system kills him due to the rejection reaction of Duguyan's body, the amount of blood is not the key. Although Bai Ji's blood has the ability to dissolve any poison due to the poisoning surge, in fact, Bai Ji's blood does not have any other special effects. However, because he had taken Xianbing Bajiako and Lihuoxing Jiaisha before, after being tempered in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, Bai Ji's body has a lot of ice and fire spiritual power hidden in it, which naturally includes blood. When in Bai Ji's body, because Bai Ji had not yet started to refine it, the ice and fire spiritual power in Bai Ji's body was still in a latent state. However, as it was injected into Duguyan's body through blood transfusion, the ice and fire spiritual power in Bai Ji's blood naturally broke out, which caused a scene that made Duguyan particularly ashamed and angry. However, these bursts of ice and fire spiritual power can also improve Duguyan's cultivation to a certain extent, so Duguyan actually did not suffer any loss. It can be said that it was a blessing in disguise. As Bai Ji's blood injected into Duguyan's body by the Moyun vine began to take effect, the green phosphorus poison in Duguyan's body was quickly cleared. Soon, the green phosphorus poison in Duguyan's body was swept away. Perhaps because of the nourishment of the ice and fire spiritual power, as the accumulated green phosphorus poison in the body was cleared, not only did Duguyan's complexion improve a lot, the dark purple hair became brighter, and even the original fishy fragrance on his body now turned into a pure fragrance, and his skin became crystal clear like jade. After healing Duguyan, Bai Ji took back the Moyun vine. Because his body was full of vibrant ice and fire spiritual power, although his blood was drawn, Bai Ji was still energetic. Okay, the green phosphorus poison in your body has been cleared, but this is only a temporary solution. As long as you continue to use the green phosphorus snake martial spirit, the green phosphorus snake poison will still be produced in your body. As the green phosphorus poison accumulates, you will still be tortured by the green phosphorus poison. If you don't want to suffer, you can only come to me again. Bai Ji said, looking at Duguyan. Well, thank you. Duguyan said a little shyly, looking at Bai Ji. Although he was not interested in Bai Ji at the beginning, he was still grateful when he saw Bai Ji transfusing blood to heal him. Looking at Bai Ji, Duguyan found that Bai Ji was actually quite handsome. His appearance was not inferior to Yu Tianheng at all. Although his words were more irritating, he was still a good person. Thank you for your compliment. Bai Ji smiled slightly. Okay, but now that your problem has been solved, it's time to solve my problem. Is there anything else you need our help with? Duguyan asked in a somewhat strange way. If it's not you, you can't help me. Bai Ji glanced at Duguyan, making Duguyan a little angry. Why does this guy always talk so irritatingly? It's Senior Douluo, I need Senior Douluo's help. Bai Ji said. Sir, just tell me what you want me to do. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Douluo bowed to Bai Ji respectfully. He had already decided to serve Bai Ji for 10 years, and Bai Ji had just treated his granddaughter, so Douluo naturally agreed to Bai Ji's words. It's like this, I have now been promoted to level 40, so I hope Senior Douluo can help me hunt a suitable spirit ring in the Sunset Forest. Bai Ji smiled. What, you have been promoted to Soul Sect? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Douluo was a little shocked. Because judging from Bai Ji's age, Bai Ji should be only 14 or 15 years old now. It is unbelievable that he has already been promoted to Soul Sect at the age of 14 or 15. You know, even his granddaughter Douluo and Yu Tianheng, who have good backgrounds and talents, have only just broken through to Soul Venerable at the age of 14 or 15, but Bai Ji has already reached Soul Sect. You should be only 14 or 15 years old this year. You have already reached Soul Sect. Douluo couldn't help asking. No, I'm 12 years old today. Bai Ji smiled modestly. 12 years old. Douluo was numb. Douluo did not doubt Bai Ji's words, but he was a little skeptical about life. This is my martial soul, Moyun Teng. I need a soul ring of a plant-type soul beast that can give my martial soul the ability to explode. As Bai Ji spoke, he summoned the Moyun Teng. With the black and purple body, covered with sharp spikes and red and blue lines, the Moyun Teng, which was half emitting ice and half emitting heat, slowly emerged. Looking at the 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, rising slowly from Bai Ji's feet, Douluo was no longer shocked. He was numb. Okay, young master, I'll take you there now. Douluo said numbly. Grandpa, I want to go too. But after hearing Douluo's words, Douluo couldn't help but speak. Yan, why are you going with me? You don't need to hunt soul rings. Sunset Forest is very dangerous. Hearing his granddaughter's words, Douluo had a headache. No, Grandpa, I finally came here once, I want to take a look, just take me there to take a look. Douluo said coquettishly. Well, okay. Although he didn't really want to take Douluo with him, seeing Bai Ji on the side, Douluo finally nodded in agreement after thinking about it. Chapter 180 Entering Sunset Forest, the Land of Thunderstorms. 2/4. The Sunset Forest is located in the center of the Tiandu Empire. Compared with the Douluo Great Forest, the Sunset Forest is not only much different in area, but also has a very different plant species because of their different locations. The Douluo Great Forest is located in the center of the Douluo continent, in the tropics, so there are more tropical plants in the Douluo Great Forest, while the Sunset Forest is located in the temperate zone, and there are mostly broad-leaved forests and coniferous forests in the Sunset Forest. Following Douluo, Bai Ji and Douluo walked in the Sunset Forest. In the Sunset Forest, because there are mostly broad-leaved and coniferous plants in the forest, although the trees in the Sunset Forest are also tall, they do not block the view. Young master, what type of soul ring do you want? Douluo asked while exploring the nearby soul beasts. Because the Sunset Forest is relatively small, there are no known 100,000 year soul beasts in the Sunset Forest, but only 10,000 year soul beasts. In front of the titled Douluo level Douluo, there will be almost no blind 10,000 year soul beasts blocking the way, so Douluo seemed very relaxed along the way. I currently have enough soul skills for binding and control, so I need an explosive soul skill, whether it is a single or a group. Bai Ji thought slowly. But Bai Ji, your martial soul is a plant-based martial soul, and it seems that there is no soul beast that is particularly suitable for you. Douluo couldn't help but say when he heard Bai Ji's words. No, that's not necessarily true. There aren't many plant-based soul beasts with explosive means. The only ones I know of are the Red Flamethorn and the legendary Thunder Hellvine. But in fact, plant-based martial spirits can also absorb the soul rings of animal-based soul beasts. If I absorb the soul rings of some special animal-based soul beasts, I can actually get explosive attack skills. Bai Ji shook his head and said. Plant-based martial spirits absorb the soul rings of animal-based soul beasts? How is that possible? In front of him, Douluo couldn't help but feel ridiculous when he heard Bai Ji's words. Why not? Bai Ji asked back. In fact, as far as I know, someone has successfully absorbed the soul rings of animal-based soul beasts with a plant-based martial spirit, and more than once. Who? Douluo asked. My classmate Tang-san is also one of the Shrek Academy students you saw at the Tiandu Royal Academy. We all worshipped the master as our teacher. According to the teacher's theory, martial spirits absorbing soul rings is not absolute, and there are many techniques involved. Bai Ji said. Master, is it Yu Xiaogang, the master of Wuhan theory who published the theory of the 10 core competitiveness of Wuhan? Douluo thought about it and asked. Yes. Bai Ji nodded. Although my classmate Tang-san was able to absorb the spirit rings of animal spirit beasts with plant spirits because his spirit was blue-silver grass. Because the strength of blue-silver grass is very weak, theoretically blue-silver grass will not reject the spirit rings of any spirit beast. But in fact, as long as the body is strong enough and there is no great repulsion between the spirit and the spirit ring, I can also absorb the spirit rings of animal spirit beasts. Bai Ji explained as he walked. Is there any trick in this? Douluo asked curiously. Yes, my martial soul is the Moyun vine, which belongs to the plant-type soul beast and is poisonous. So theoretically, even if I can absorb the soul rings of animal-type soul beasts, I should also absorb soul beasts that are equally poisonous, such as snake soul beasts that are similar in shape to vines, spider soul beasts that can spit spider webs, and poisonous scorpion soul beasts. However, for some soul beasts that are too repulsive to my martial soul, such as bird soul beasts and sub-dragon soul beasts with dragon blood, although I can absorb them as long as my body is strong enough, it is very dangerous because my martial soul cannot produce suitable soul skills after absorbing the soul rings of these soul beasts. So I think that as long as the abilities and characteristics of the target soul beast can be simulated by your martial soul in theory and soul skills can be produced, in fact, our martial souls can absorb them. For example, I can get soul skills such as entanglement by absorbing snake soul beasts, web soul skills by absorbing spider soul beasts, and piercing soul skills by absorbing poisonous scorpions to strengthen the hardness of martial souls, but it is difficult to get any suitable soul skills by absorbing dragon attribute soul beasts and bird soul beasts, so it is difficult to absorb. Bai Ji explained his understanding of the spirit absorption of spirit rings. It sounds like that's the case. Listening to Bai Ji's words, Douluo couldn't help but feel that there was some truth in it. C3/4a with ring above yen superscript 3c. But this is just my guess. I haven't even collected data, so it's not true. Bai Ji smiled and shook his head. Then I'll ask you to pay more attention to scorpion spirit beasts. Thinking of what Bai Ji said before, Douluo couldn't help but say. Yet. Bai Ji nodded. Along the way, Douluo did find quite a few spirit beasts with poisonous attributes, such as the human-faced demon spider, the ground-web demon spider, the mandrake snake, the thorn-horned viper, etc. But unfortunately, if Bai Ji absorbed the spirit rings of these spirit beasts, he could only get control-type spirit skills, but Bai Ji needed explosive spirit skills, whether it was single unit or group burst. So for spider and snake spirit beasts, Bai Ji was direct. Sir, there is a king of the earth over there. Suddenly, Douluo pointed in a direction. Looking in the direction Douluo pointed, Bai Ji saw a soul beast. It was a huge scorpion soul beast, nearly 3 meters long, snow-white, with protruding joints all over its body, forming a series of armor sheaths like sharp blades. Behind it was a tail made of 9 tail bones, but unlike the snow-white color, its tail was connected to a sharp red tail hook. This is the king of the earth. Because he was familiar with the mainland soul beast illustrations, Bai Ji recognized the identity of this scorpion soul beast almost the moment he saw this snow-white scorpion soul beast. The king of the earth did meet Bai Ji's needs to some extent, because the king of the earth had a very special skill called Magma Earth Strike. Magma Earth Strike was the innate skill of the king of the earth, and it was also its most powerful skill, which would become stronger as his cultivation improved. Before using the magma cracking attack, the Earth King will also release a semicircular distorted light to the surroundings. The air vibration range of the distorted light can make the enemy dizzy. The duration of the dizziness depends on the difference in strength between the Earth King and the opponent. Once the opponent's body is fixed, the next moment, the high-temperature fire column with the temperature of magma will give the enemy a fatal blow. This is the magma cracking attack. Bai Ji now has the ultimate ice and fire attributes of the Moyun vine. The magma cracking attack of the Earth King can be said to be very suitable for Bai Ji, with both control and attack. But it is a pity that the Earth King in front of him is Snow White, which is the manifestation of the Earth King's 1000-year cultivation. According to the tailbone of the Earth King, this Earth King has only about 4,000 years of cultivation, less than 10,000 years. Because of the tempering of the ice and fire yin-yang ice, Bai Ji's current physical fitness is almost as good as that of the Soul King, so Bai Ji wants to absorb the 10,000-year level Soul Ring. This Earth King is too young. Bai Ji shook his head at Douluo. Not young. Bai Ji, this Earth King is just about 4,000 years old. Didn't you become a Soul Master? This age is just right. Douluo was a little surprised. No, my 4th Soul Ring goal is 10,000 years old. Bai Ji said firmly. Ah. Douluo was a little surprised, but Douluo did not question it, but said, since the young master wants a 10,000-year soul beast, let's continue looking for it. Avoiding the Earth King, Douluo took Bai Ji to continue searching in the Sunset Forest. They searched from morning to afternoon, but unfortunately they still didn't find a suitable soul beast. What is that place over there? Suddenly, Bai Ji found that there was a place full of thunderclouds in the mountains in the distance, but the strange thing was that the weather in other places around was normal. It's a thunderstorm land, there are no soul beasts there, but thunder often falls, it's very dangerous. Douluo shook his head. No, I think there may be a soul beast I need there. Hearing Douluo's words, Bai Ji's heart suddenly moved, and he said. Chapter 181 The target appears, the thundering hellvine. 3/4. The thunderstorm land is located in the mountains deep in the Sunset Forest. It is a forbidden area that is difficult for humans and soul beasts to set foot in. In the thunderstorm land, thunder often falls, especially on rainy days, the thunderstorm climate is even more terrifying. But such a special place also reminds Bai Ji of a special soul beast, that is the thundering hellvine. The thundering hellvine is a kind of existence that is at the top of the plant-type soul beasts since birth. It is innately intelligent. When it just grows out, it is like a bamboo shoot with only a small section. The place where it grows must be a place with dense thunder and lightning. Only when it rains and thunders can the thunder hellvine develop. After each lightning strike, the thunder hellvine will become stronger. 100 lightning strikes are equivalent to 1 year of cultivation for ordinary soul beasts, so the cultivation of the thunder hellvine is very slow. However, although the cultivation is slow, if the cultivation is successful, such as after 100 years of cultivation, the thunder hellvine can actively receive thunder, and after 10,000 years, it can change the sky and let the thunder roll down. According to Douluo, the thunder in the thunderstorm area is very frequent, and sometimes there are pieces of thunder suddenly falling. Bai Ji thinks that it is very likely that there is a relationship between the thunder hellvine, so Bai Ji decided to check it out. As Bai Ji entered the thunderstorm area, the surrounding trees suddenly disappeared, and there were rocks and large areas of charred everywhere, which were struck by lightning. Before entering the thunderstorm land, Douluo was going to set up a poison array for Douluo to stay inside, and he would take Bai Ji to the thunderstorm land to check the situation, but Douluo insisted on following him, and after Bai Ji said that he could guarantee Douluo's safety, Douluo had no choice but to agree. Walking slowly in the charred rocky beach, the surrounding cliffs and peaks were full of potholes and charred black. It might be because of long-term lightning strikes, the rocks on the cliffs even faintly revealed a grey-black metallic luster, and in the potholes, Bai Ji could vaguely see the exposed black rock blocks. What is that? Bai Ji was a little surprised. With a flash of his figure, Bai Ji quickly stepped onto the cliff and came to a pit in the blink of an eye. Then he stretched out his finger and inserted it into the dark stone like a gun. Oh no! It's not a stone, but a special metal. However, this metal is not too hard. At least Bai Ji easily inserted his finger into the dark metal and removed a piece of it. Because the mountain is very dangerous, after removing some dark metal as a sample, Bai Ji quickly flew down. Not long after Bai Ji left, a thunderbolt struck not far from the pit where Bai Ji was before. Is it some kind of magnetic powder? Bai Ji crushed the fine metal block in his hand into powder with his fingers and carefully observed the powder. Seeing the luster it emitted and the powder condensed into a mass, Bai Ji immediately recognized that the dark metal was probably some kind of magnetite. It is precisely because of this that this thunderstorm land is so attractive to thunder, but such places are often the best places for the growth of thunder hellvine. Young master, what's wrong? Seeing Bai Ji suddenly fly up to the mountain and then fall down, Douluo couldn't help but ask in surprise. I found the reason why this place attracts thunder and lightning. Bai Ji said. What's the reason? Douluo was a little curious. Because the surrounding mountains contain a rich amount of magnetite, tall iron objects are easy to attract lightning, and magnetite is easier to attract lightning than ordinary iron ore, so this place is often struck by lightning. Bai Ji explained. Oh. Duguyan nodded a little blankly. Although he didn't know why Bai Ji said that tall iron objects are easy to attract lightning, it sounded like it was very powerful. A superscript 1 AOE. And Bai Ji didn't want to explain too much. He took Dugubo and Duguyan and continued to walk deeper into the thunderstorm land. As the three of them went deeper, the surrounding mountains became more and more bumpy, and the pits became bigger and bigger. The charred and exposed black ore became more and more obvious. Thunder fell more frequently around them, but because of the tidal Douluo level Dugubo, there was no need to worry about being hit. That's Thunder Hell Vine. Suddenly, Bai Ji saw a strange vine with a dark purple body and bamboo-like vines appearing between the peaks not far away. That was exactly what Bai Ji knew about the Thunder Hell Vine. I didn't expect there was really a Thunder Hell Vine here. Bai Ji was very excited. Compared with the previous king of the earth, the attack power of this Thunder Hell Vine was undoubtedly more terrifying. Is this vine-like soul beast the legendary Thunder Hell Vine? Behind him, Dugubo was also a little surprised when he heard Bai Ji's words. Although he had heard of the legendary plant-type soul beast Thunder Hell Vine with the blood of the Thunder God, he had no idea about its appearance and living environment. He didn't expect to see a living Thunder Hell Vine now. While Bai Ji and the others were observing the Thunder Hell Vine, the Thunder Hell Vine in the distant mountains was cultivating by attracting the thunder in the sky. Thick thunders kept falling on the Thunder Hell Vine. The Thunder Hell Vine was trembling, but it seemed to enjoy it very much. As the vines swayed, the purple current kept crackling. But looking at the Thunder Hell Vine in the mountains, Bai Ji didn't know how to judge the cultivation of the Thunder Hell Vine. Because according to what Bai Ji knew, it would take 100 years for the Thunder Hell Vine to attract thunder, and it would take a very deep cultivation to form a thunder pool. And seeing that there is already thunder liquid under the vine of this Thunder Hell Prison Vine, and it has begun to produce thunder pools, it should be very deep in cultivation, but Bai Ji doesn't know how many years it has been. However, seeing that the Thunder Hell Prison Vine in front of him has no signs of thunder compression out of control, it should have been cultivated for no more than 20,000 years. Senior Dugu, go and test this Thunder Hell Prison Vine. Thinking that the Thunder Hell Prison Vine can change the celestial phenomena after reaching a cultivation of 10,000 years, Bai Ji couldn't help but say to Dugubo. As long as this Thunder Hell Prison Vine shows the power to change the celestial phenomena, then this Thunder Hell Prison Vine should have been cultivated for 10,000 years, and as long as the cultivation is not more than 20,000 years, Bai Ji has the confidence to absorb the soul ring of this Thunder Hell Prison Vine. But Senior Dugubo, the Thunder Hell Prison Vine is good at lightning attacks, and its attack power is amazing. Senior's poison skills are restrained by lightning, so you must be careful. Seeing Dugubo preparing to go and test it, Bai Ji hurriedly reminded him. Don't worry, it's just a plant-type soul beast that has cultivated for 10,000 years. Even if it is the legendary Thunder Hell Vine, what's there to be afraid of a soul beast that can't move? Dugubo smiled indifferently. Be careful. Seeing that Dugubo didn't take it seriously, Bai Ji still warned him. Grandpa, be careful. Before Dugubo left, Duguyan also said with concern. Chapter 180 Chapter 2, Thunder Forest, confirm your cultivation. 4/4. Thunder Hell Prison Vine? Let me see how powerful you are as the legendary Thunder God Vine. After accepting Bai Ji's test mission, Dugubo suddenly flew up from his hiding place, quickly stepped over the cliff and came to the front of Thunder Hell Prison Vine, laughing. Although Thunder Hell Prison Vine has no eyes, plant-type soul beasts have their own perception system, so when Dugubo appeared, Thunder Hell Prison Vine immediately knew that an enemy was coming. Feeling the vast aura emitted by Dugubo, Thunder Hell Prison Vine felt as if it was facing a great enemy. If it weren't for the fact that it was a plant-type soul beast and couldn't move, Thunder Hell Prison Vine might have run away and escaped directly, but unfortunately, the identity of a plant-type soul beast destined Thunder Hell Prison Vine to have to fight hard against the enemy. Sizzle. Because it was at a disadvantage, the Thunder Hell Vine had no choice but to strike first. It waved a bamboo-like vine, and a thick thunderbolt shot out and flew towards Dugubo, but unfortunately Dugubo just dodged the thunderbolt attack by sidestepping. Is that all you can do? After dodging the attack of the Thunder Hell Vine, Dugubo laughed. Facing Dugubo's ridicule, as a plant-type soul beast, even if the Thunder Hell Vine had intelligence, it was a pity that it could not understand. However, compared to Douluo, who was not very concerned, the Thunder Hellvine, facing the crisis of life and death, was very serious. Hula la! Waving the dark purple vine quickly, thunderbolts flew from the vines of the Thunder Hellvine towards Douluo. A large amount of thunderbolts seemed to be interwoven into a thunder net. Even Douluo could not avoid it without using his soul skills. Green Phosphorus Snake King, possess me! Facing the Thunder Hellvine that used its true power, Douluo was a little more serious. After all, lightning was his nemesis. If he was really struck by lightning, although he would not be injured with his cultivation, he would still feel very uncomfortable, so Douluo decisively summoned the Green Phosphorus Snake King martial spirit. With Douluo's loud shout, a huge green snake suddenly emerged from Douluo's body, and then instantly sank into Douluo's body. With the possession of the Green Phosphorus Snake King, Douluo's whole body suddenly gave birth to pieces of green jade-like scales, and his eyes instantly turned into bright yellow vertical pupils. At the same time, 9 shining soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and black also rose from Douluo's feet. 5th soul skill, Snake Python Tiangang Shield. Among the soul rings that were vibrating around Douluo, the 5th soul ring suddenly burst into dazzling brilliance, and then a huge green snake phantom suddenly emerged from around Douluo, instantly coiling around to protect Douluo. The lightning net released by the thundering hellvine bombarded the snake python Tiangang shield, and circles of emerald green scale-like ripples on the green snake phantom rose like waves, but there was no sign of cracking. Haha, is this all you can do? Douluo could not help but feel a little swelled after easily defending against the attack of the thundering hellvine. Even if it was the legendary thundering hellvine, it was only a 10,000-year soul beast at most. How could it threaten a titled Douluo? But after hearing Douluo's words, the thundering hellvine seemed to be angry. The whole vine suddenly began to shake violently, and the silver-purple lightning kept surging on the vine, crackling. No. Bai Ge suddenly felt something was wrong. Although this thunder hellvine had intelligence, it couldn't understand human language. How could it be angry? There must be something fishy. As he was thinking, Bai Ge suddenly saw that thunderclouds began to gather above the thunder hellvine. 62. Although this thunderstorm area was full of dark clouds, the dark clouds were also divided into different levels, such as lead grey and black. These were 2 different levels of dark clouds. The dark clouds that gathered above the thunder hellvine were black clouds, and soon the black clouds covered the area within 100 meters around the thunder hellvine. No, let's go. Seeing that the top of his head was actually covered by the gathering black clouds, Bai Ge was shocked and quickly picked up Douluo. He ignored Douluo's screams and flew up quickly. In a few breaths, he left the original place nearly 100 meters away. Less than 3 breaths after Bai Ge left, terrifying thunder rolled down from the dark clouds like rain. Within 100 meters around the thundering hellvine, the entire area was shrouded in a sea of thunder, and at the place where Bai Ge was just now, several thunders as thick as buckets fell, instantly blasting a huge pit nearly half a meter deep on the ground, which was charred inside. This. After being put down by Bai Ge, Douluo was about to give Bai Ge a good look, but when she saw that the place where she was just now was covered by rolling thunder in the blink of an eye, she was stunned. Now she suddenly understood that Bai Ge was not deliberately taking advantage of her, but saving her life. Grandpa. But when seeing Douluo also enveloped by the sea of thunder, Douluo suddenly came back to his senses and panicked. Don't worry, Senior Douluo is fine. Seeing Douluo was very nervous, Bai Ge couldn't help but comfort him. Although the rolling thunder was a fatal blow to low-level soul masters like them, it should be useless to Douluo, a top-level powerhouse at the titled Douluo level, especially Douluo who had just activated a defensive soul skill. You soul beast can actually play tricks. As if to confirm Bai Ge's words, a particularly aggrieved voice suddenly came from the sea of thunder. It was Douluo. Douluo was also very depressed at this time. He thought that Lei Ming Yunutang was shaking with anger before, but he didn't expect that he was brewing a big move. Although he had used the snake python Tiangang shield, the snake python Tiangang shield was time-limited, only 10 breaths. However, after blocking the electric net, the snake python Tiangang shield consumed 3 breaths of time, and the thunder sea from brewing to finally falling lasted a total of 9 breaths, which added up to more than the defense time of the snake python Tiangang shield. After the snake python Tiangang shield ended, although Douluo had used all his soul power to resist the thunder falling from the sky, and was also dodging the thunder with all his strength, he did not dodge all of the nearly 10 thunders that fell in 2 breaths, but was struck by 3. However, although there were only 3, for some reason, the power of this thunder was terrifying. Although it did not break through his defense and hurt him, it also made him look grey and dirty, and many places on his clothes were burnt black. Fortunately, his clothes were of extraordinary quality, and he had soul power to protect his body, otherwise, with these rolling thunders, his clothes would probably become beggar clothes. Senior Douluo, this thunder hell vine has been in cultivation for 10,000 years, this is it. Seeing that the thunder hell vine's full strength attack only led to a sea of thunder, this should be the first skill of the thunder hell vine, the thunder forest, but this is just ordinary thunder, and it has not condensed into an attack such as a compressed thunder ball. This proves that this thunder hell vine has not yet reached the point of compressing the thunder in its body, and should not have broken through the cultivation of 20,000 years. This is his most perfect prey. Okay, then I will control it immediately, and you prepare to give it the final blow. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Douluo responded immediately. Time freezes. With a thought in his mind, the 8th soul ring surrounding Douluo's body suddenly burst into a shining brilliance, and the black light burst out and instantly turned the green scales that appeared on Douluo's body into dark green. As Douluo used his 8th soul skill, everything around him, whether it was the still mountains and rivers or the thunder hell vine that was constantly dancing its dark purple vines as if it was facing a great enemy, fell into stillness at this moment. Chapter 183 Absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring, the 4th soul skill, Ice, Fire and Thunder Explosion. 1/4. After using the 8th soul skill, Time Solidification, Douluo once again spit out a jade-like bead. The jade-like green bead was the elixir bead that condensed in Douluo's body after his martial soul evolved. Melt! As the elixir bead appeared, Douluo shouted. A green light instantly shot out from the elixir bead and suddenly enveloped the thunder hell vine. After being illuminated by the green light, the thunder hell vine, which was originally dark purple and had bamboo-like vines, was immediately transformed into jade by the green light. Young master, take advantage of this moment. After doing everything, Douluo shouted at Bai Ji. After hearing what Douluo said, Bai Ji also reacted immediately. He used the teleportation method of the alternate dimension castle to cross hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye and came to the front of the thundering hell vine. Then he suddenly took out the juk sword from the space ring and swung it heavily at the thundering hell vine. As a thundering hell vine with 10,000 years of cultivation, although it is a plant-type soul beast, the defense of the thundering hell vine is actually not bad. However, because it was illuminated by the green light of the danzu spit out by Douluo, the thundering hell vine, which was turned into emerald color, seemed to have really turned into fragile emerald. It was cut off instantly after being hit by Bai Ji's sword, and the whole emerald vine was immediately chopped into pieces and fell to the ground. What a pity! Seeing that the thundering hell vine was chopped into pieces by his sword, Bai Ji felt a little regretful. You know, the thundering hell vine is also a fairy product in a sense, but it is a fairy product with thunder attributes. Although the attribute is more violent, it may also help him to refine his body. After killing the thunder hell vine, the thunder in the entire thunderstorm land suddenly became less frequent than before. Although the thunderstorm land is rich in magnetite, it is indeed more attractive to thunder, but without the guidance of the thunder hell vine, it would not be possible to become a forbidden place that is difficult for people and soul beasts to set foot on. Sir, this thunder hell vine is a soul beast of the 10,000-year level, and its strength is not shallow. Do you really have the confidence to absorb it? Although Douluo has great confidence in Bai Ji because Bai Ji has created many miracles, when he really saw Bai Ji preparing to absorb the 10,000-year soul ring when he was promoted from soul master to soul sect, Douluo was still a little worried. Now he and Bai Ji have risen and fallen together. If Bai Ji has any accident, will he be fine? Douluo senior, don't worry. I know my situation very well. It's just a 10,000-year level soul beast. There's no problem. Bai Ji shook his head. On the other side, when purple spots of light continued to emerge from the corpse of Thunder Hell Prison Vine and condensed the prototype of Soul Ring in the air, Douluo also came over. Looking at the corpse of Thunder Hell Prison Vine on the ground like emerald fragments, thinking of the scene of thunder and lightning caused by Thunder Hell Prison Vine before, Douluo was still a little shocked. The Soul Ring is about to take shape, young master. Hearing that Bai Ji had his own plans, Douluo did not continue to say, after all, his identity was just a follower. But when he saw the soul ring on the corpse of Thunder Hell Prison Vine was about to take shape, Douluo could not help but remind him. Senior Dogu, there are often thunders falling in this thunderstorm area, so I'd like to trouble you to protect me. Butler. Before preparing to pull the soul ring, Bai Ji said. That's natural. Dogubo nodded. After getting Dogubo's response, Bai Ji took a deep breath and summoned the Moyun Teng. The current Moyun Teng already possesses the extreme ice and fire properties of the 8 aniseed mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot. Although the performance may not be as exaggerated as the 2 extreme fairy products, the extreme ice and fire power still makes the Moyun Teng undergo a reborn change. This change is not only reflected in the increased toughness, but also in the attack. However, although it has the extreme ice and fire properties, it still needs the guidance of soul skills to burst out the extreme ice and fire energy. After all, the Moyun Teng did not have the 2 extreme ice and fire properties before. After summoning the Moyun Teng, Bai Ji slowly closed his eyes, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to use his internal force to pull the already formed Thunder Hell Teng Soul Ring. With the pull of Bai Ji's inner force, the black 10,000-year Thundering Hell Vine Soul Ring flew towards Bai Ji after a slight shake. After arriving above the Moyun Vine Martial Soul in Bai Ji's right hand, it shrank rapidly and was put on the Moyun Vine Martial Soul. As the Thundering Hell Vine Soul Ring was successfully put on the Martial Soul Moyun Vine, Bai Ji suddenly felt a violent soul power suddenly gushing out of the soul ring, and then instantly rushed into Bai Ji's limbs and bones. For a moment, Bai Ji felt a sharp pain all over his body, as if he was pressed on the operating table by a certain existence called the Thunder King, but because of the practice of Dragon Elephant Pruchna and 13 Tebeo's horizontal refining of the Golden Bell cover, plus the previous ice and fire body refining, Bai Ji's physical fitness has been extremely strong, more than enough to withstand the 10,000-year level soul ring, so although it hurts, his body is still unaffected. Dark purple thunder attribute soul power continued to flow out from the soul ring of the Thundering Hell Vine, turning into electric snakes that kept flowing on Bai Ji's body, crackling. Bai Ji was shrouded in a layer of lightning, as if he was wearing a thunder and lightning coat, and the whole person was like the god of thunder. Although the endless thunder attribute soul power was violent, in a sense it was also a good raw material for tempering the body. Feeling the wonderful effect of thunder attribute soul power, Bai Ji immediately activated the 13 Tebeo horizontal refining gold bell cover and began to temper his body with the help of the thunder attribute soul power of the Thundering Hell Vine. With the operation of the 13 Tebeo horizontal refining gold bell cover, the ice and fire spiritual power hidden in Bai Ji's body also began to become active. After the thunder attribute soul power violently circulated in the body to temper the body, the ice and fire spiritual power followed closely to nourish Bai Ji's body. The tempering of thunder attribute soul power and the nourishment of ice and fire spiritual power made Bai Ji's body continue to become stronger. In the eyes of most soul masters, every time they absorb a soul ring, it is a crisis, because soul masters can only passively bear the violent soul power gushing out of the soul ring. Although their bodies will be tempered by these violent soul powers, most of the soul power gushing out of the soul ring will eventually dissipate in the air. But if the soul master can completely absorb the power released by the soul ring, even if it is not all absorbed, but only half, it is impossible for the soul master to only increase his strength by 1 level after absorbing the soul ring. The soul ring contains the cultivation of the soul beast. Although the soul ring itself carries most of the cultivation of the soul beast, allowing the soul master to perform soul skills, the soul power it releases still accounts for 20 to 30% of the total soul power of the soul beast, but the soul master cannot use it. Therefore, most soul masters only break the bottleneck after absorbing the soul ring, and use the soul power released by the soul ring to temper their bodies once, but these soul powers eventually dissipate. However, Bai Ji was able to use the 13 Guardians horizontal refining golden bell cover and the Dragon Elephant Pruchna Sutra to perfectly absorb the soul power that gushed out from the soul ring. The crisis that others were worried about was an opportunity that Bai Ji longed for. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. Due to the continuous tempering of the thunder attribute soul power that gushed out from the Thunder Hell Vine soul ring, plus the nourishment of the ice and fire spiritual power of the mysterious ice star anise grass and the fiery apricot delicatesse that he had absorbed before, Bai Ji's 13 Guardians horizontal refining golden bell cover finally successfully broke through the 6th level, and the Dragon Elephant Pruchna Sutra also broke through the 9th level. In terms of soul power level, as the Thunder Hell Vine soul ring was absorbed, the soul power of the Thunder Hell Vine soul ring, plus the spiritual power left by the 1/3 of the 8 anise mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot delicatesse that he had taken before, Bai Ji suddenly broke through the 6th level. After breaking through several levels, he directly broke through from level 40 to level 43. Slowly opening his eyes, Bai Ji looked at the Moyun vine. Perhaps because of the special nature of the Thundering Hell vine, the Moyun vine actually had the extreme thunder purple lines that were parallel to the extreme ice blue lines and the extreme fire red lines. Although it was not obvious because the Moyun vine itself was black and purple, it was still clearly visible when you looked closely. Moreover, sensing the information from the fourth soul ring, Bai Ji also knew the fourth soul skill he had produced after absorbing the Thundering Hell vine soul ring. Although Bai Ji's fourth soul ring absorbed the soul ring of the Thundering Hell vine with thunder attributes, Bai Ji's fourth soul skill was not entirely thunder attribute. It was neither the thunder forest of the Thundering Hell vine nor other skills of the Thundering Hell vine, but a powerful soul skill produced by the combination of the extreme ice and fire power of the mysterious ice star anise grass and the fiery apricot, called Ice and Fire Thunder Explosion. Chapter 184 Experimental Power. Powerful ice, fire, and thunder explosion, 2/4. Ice, fire, and thunder explosion are both group attack skills like the Forest of Thunder and Lightning, but unlike the Forest of Thunder and Lightning, the Forest of Thunder and Lightning attacks by using the Thundering Hell vine to draw lightning from the sky, turning a large area around it into a sea of lightning, while ice, fire, and thunder explosion, as the name suggests, attacks by exploding. After absorbing the Thundering Hell vine, the Moyun vine also possessed the ultimate thunder attribute. In addition to the ultimate ice and fire attributes inherited from the mysterious ice 8 anise grass and the fiery apricot, the Moyun vine now has 3 ultimate attributes. Ice, fire, and thunder explosion is a soul skill that explodes the 3 ultimate attributes of the Moyun vine. Ultimate ice and fire are 2 extremely powerful extreme attributes, which are extremely powerful in attack and conflict with each other. If it were not for the special constitution of the Moyun vine, it would not be able to accommodate the 2 ultimate ice and fire attributes. The attribute of the ultimate thunder is also extremely violent and powerful. Because of the special nature of the Moyun vine, in order to prevent the 3 powers in the body from going out of control, the 3 ultimate attributes will only provide Moyun vine with corresponding resistance. However, if the ice and fire thunder explosion is used, the 3 ultimate attributes will collide with each other in the Moyun vine, and instantly burst out with terrifying power to destroy everything around. This skill of several ultimate attribute energies colliding with each other to burst out with powerful power is very similar to Xiao Yan's Buddha's wrathful lotus in the world of Douluo Kangsheng in terms of the mechanism of action. However, compared with the strange fire, the ultimate attribute energy is still a little worse, so in terms of power, the ice and fire thunder explosion is still far inferior to the Buddha's wrathful lotus. However, although the power is not as strong as the Buddha's wrathful lotus, the power of the ice and fire thunder explosion is still amazing. It is easy to severely injure or even kill a soul master of the same level as Bai Ji, and even if Bai Ji's strength is at the same level, a soul master who is not strong in defense will also be severely injured. Moreover, because ice, fire, thunder and explosion has 3 extreme attributes, even if you survive the ice, fire, thunder and explosion by chance, you will also fall into 3 debuff states of burning, freezing and paralysis due to the impact of the 3 extreme attribute energies. Overall, Bai Ji's 4th soul skill, Ice, Fire, Thunder, and Explosion, is undoubtedly an extremely powerful offensive soul skill, but because of its great power, it is easy to hurt your own people, so it should be used with caution in battle. Young Master, have you successfully absorbed this 10,000-year soul ring? At this time, it was already late at night, but because it was still in the thunderstorm area, Douluo did not rest, and Douluo, who was standing by, saw Bai Ji wake up and asked immediately. Success. Bai Ji stood up with a smile and nodded. What soul skill was produced? Douluo was a little curious. Although the soul skills of soul masters cannot be easily told to other soul masters, given the relationship between the two, it is still okay to just mention the name. For Bai Ji, a monster who has absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring after being promoted from a soul master to a soul master, Douluo is very curious about what soul skills Bai Ji's 4th soul ring will have. I call it Ice, Fire, Thunder and Explosion. Bai Ji summoned the Moyun vine while speaking. Looking at the black and purple Moyun vine in front of him, which is covered with sharp spikes and blue, red and purple lines all over the body, Douluo is even more puzzled. Ice, Fire, Thunder and Explosion? But didn't the soul ring that Moyun vine just absorbed come from a 10,000-year-old Thundering Hell vine? It should be a Thunder attribute soul skill, how can there be Ice and Fire? This is because I absorbed 2 kinds of extreme attribute fairy herbs before, one is the extreme ice attribute of the 8-angled black ice grass, and the other is the extreme fire attribute of the fiery apricot jiaishu. Bai Ji did not hide it. 8-angled mysterious ice grass fiery apricot, could it be the two ice and fire poison grasses near the ice and fire yin yang eye? Can that thing be eaten? Douluo was shocked. I'm lucky for this. Bai Ji laughed, but didn't explain. Douluo also knew that there was a secret, but this was Bai Ji's secret. Although he was curious, Bai Ji didn't say it, and Douluo wouldn't ask. Ice and fire thunder explosion? It sounds like it's very powerful. Why don't you show us how powerful it is? On the other side, seeing Bai Ji wake up, Douluo also came over with some curiosity. Yan Yan. Hearing Douluo's words, Douluo couldn't help but frowned. Tianatian Shuba. It's okay, Senior Douluo, it's just a display of power, it's okay. Hearing Douluo's words, Bai Ji was just about to experiment with the power of ice, fire, thunder, and explosion, so he agreed. Slowly standing up, Bai Ji scanned the surroundings, ready to see if he could find something suitable for experimenting with the power of ice, fire, thunder, and explosion. In the end, Bai Ji locked his target on a boulder. It was a dark boulder located on the top of the mountain. Because it was struck by lightning for a long time, the surface of the boulder was charred, but it also showed a shiny metallic luster. Thunder strikes are not much different from hammering with an iron hammer to some extent. This boulder has been struck by lightning for many times. In terms of hardness, the boulder is probably not inferior to some 100 forged iron. It is a good target for Bai Ji to experiment with the power of ice, fire, thunder, and explosion. Strangle with thorns. Ice, fire, and thunder explosion. Looking at the huge rock on the mountaintop not far away, Bai Ji shouted and launched 2 soul skills in succession. As Bai Ji's soul skills were launched, the first and fourth soul rings of Bai Ji's body suddenly burst into bright light, and a large number of moyun vines quickly grew from the top of the mountain and wrapped the huge rock tightly, and then the moyun vines exploded instantly, and the dazzling blue, red, and purple light illuminated the top of the mountain. Boom! A deafening sound came out, and the originally dark huge rock on the top of the mountain was instantly blown into pieces of rubble and flew into the sky with the launch of ice and fire thunder explosion, and then fell near the top of the mountain like rain, rolling down from the top of the mountain. What a great power! Seeing that the huge rock on the top of the mountain that looked as hard as steel was blown into pieces by the ice and fire thunder explosion, Douluo was very shocked. Not only the power, this ice and fire thunder explosion should also have 3 special effects, which should be freezing, burning and paralysis. Compared with Douluo was more careful. When he saw that the rubble rolling down from the top of the mountain was full of charred and ice, Douluo couldn't help but speak out his guess. As expected of you, Senior Douluo, yes, this ice and fire thunder explosion is not only powerful, but also has these 3 special effects. However, it is also because of its great power that I can't control it. I'm afraid that the opponent will be killed or injured if I use it. Bai Ji shook his head. You little monster, are you still not satisfied with such a powerful soul skill? If you use this ice and fire thunder explosion when you reach the soul Douluo level, I'm afraid it can threaten some title Douluo with low defense. Seeing that Bai Ji got the advantage and still acted cute, and even shook his head, Douluo couldn't help but say with anger and amusement. By that time, I will definitely have a more powerful soul skill, and I don't think I will need the ice and fire thunder explosion. After all, it is better to use less soul skills with uncontrolled power. Bai Ji smiled and said. Okay, Senior Douluo, this soul ring hunting operation can be regarded as a complete success. Although there are fewer thunderstorms in this thunderstorm land because of the absence of the thundering hell vine, there is still danger. Let's leave here first. Seeing that the sky was already dark, it was estimated that it would be almost the next morning, Bai Ji couldn't help but say. Okay, but I want to take Yunyan back to Tiandu Imperial City. Young master, are you going back to Tiandu Imperial City with me or continue to stay in the ice and fire yin and yang eye? Douluo asked. I won't go back to Tiandu Imperial City, but stay in the ice and fire yin and yang eye. The environment there is very beneficial to my cultivation, and I also want to make pills there. I'll trouble Senior Douluo to escort me there. Bai Ji shook his head and smiled. Okay, that's okay, but when do you think Yunyan's green phosphorus poison should be removed regularly? Douluo nodded and asked again. It depends on Douluo's cultivation. The green phosphorus poison comes from the possession of the martial soul. If the martial soul possesses too many times, the green phosphorus poison will naturally break out. Just find me before it breaks out. Bai Ji said. Okay. Douluo nodded. In this way, under Douluo's escort, Bai Ji returned to the Yin-Yang Ice and Fire Eye, and Douluo took Douguyan back to Tiandu Imperial City. Chapter 185. 1 month later, the harvest. 3/4. More than a month passed in a flash. In the past month, after refining 1/3 of the star anise mysterious ice grass and fiery apricot, Bai Ji continued to swallow the remaining 2/3 of the star anise mysterious ice grass and fiery apricot. After 3 times of using the power of the ice and fire yin-yang ice to temper his body, after half a month of hard practice, Bai Ji finally broke through to the 7th level of the 13 Tabeo's golden bell cover, and from then on he had a body of copper skin and iron bones, and his defense was comparable to that of a soul king in the state of being possessed by a defensive martial spirit. After swallowing the remaining star anise mysterious ice grass and fiery apricot, with the help of the abundant spiritual power contained in the 2 immortal products, Bai Ji's cultivation also made great progress, directly from the 43rd level after absorbing the 10,000 years Thunder Hell Vine Soul Ring to the 45th level. Raising 2 levels in half a month, if others knew about this, they would definitely regard it as a fantasy. And because of the nourishment of the 2 immortal products, Bai Ji's the Dragon Elephant Prujna technique also broke through to the 10th level. From then on, relying solely on the strength of the physical body, Bai Ji's strength has reached more than 1,300 kilograms. With the blessing of the internal force of the Soul Sect level, Bai Ji's strength has reached the lowest level of the Soul King level power type Soul Master. Of course, this lowest level refers to the strength of the Soul King level power type Soul Master without entering the martial soul possession, only using the soul power blessing state, but even so, Bai Ji's current strength can be imagined to what extent. The Soul Sect level has actually reached the defense and strength of the Soul King level, which is simply terrifying. However, the cultivation of Xian Gong and Chongtian Jiti Dafa does not have such a fast progress as the Dragon Elephant Prujna technique and the 13 Taibeo Hungli Engine Zongjao. After all, one is an internal skill and the other is a spiritual skill. Neither is an external skill. It is difficult to improve rapidly with the help of external forces, and can only be improved gradually. However, the reason why the Dragon Elephant Prujna and the 13 Tabeos could be cultivated so quickly, in addition to the help of the 8 aniseed mysterious ice grass, the fiery apricot and the yin-yang ice and fire eyes, also largely relied on the help of the Yujing Bone Forging chapter recorded in the 9 Yin Manual. It was because Bai Ji used the Yujing Bone Forging chapter to continuously improve his own bones and help digest the ice and fire spiritual power in his body, and then endured the pain of ice and fire body refining, and practiced the Yujing Bone Forging chapter in the yin-yang ice and fire eyes, that he achieved an extremely rapid progress. However, it may be because his qualifications have been improved to the limit, and now the Yujing Bone Forging chapter has no effect on Bai Ji. And it may be because of the help of external forces, although Bai Ji broke through 2 layers of the Dragon Elephant Prujna and the 13 Tabeos in a short period of time. Among them, the 13 Tabeos horizontal refining of the golden bell cover was okay. After all, it was just a passive defensive technique, but the Dragon Elephant Prujna technique progressed too fast, and Bai Ji's strength also increased by 5 levels in half a month, so for a while Bai Ji's grasp of strength was affected. So in the following period of time, Bai Ji was familiar with his current strength. During this period of time, Bai Ji also took the time to use the gold level lottery opportunity obtained by subduing Douluo and the silver level lottery opportunity obtained by passing the test of the Tiandu Education Committee. The gold level lottery opportunity obtained a dual cultivation technique called Yin Yang Yu Xianju, and the silver level lottery opportunity obtained a spear technique called Bai Niao Chao Feng Qiang. While familiarizing himself with his strength, Bai Ji was also studying the 9 Yin martial arts that he had not mastered in Soto City before. At the beginning of Soto City, Bai Ji only practiced the Spiral 9 Shadows and the Great Demon Subduing Fist, but the rest like the Soul Transferring Technique, the Ghost Prison Yin Feng Hao and the Flying Catkin Strength Bai Ji had no time to practice. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bai Ji practiced 3 techniques, all of which achieved good results. Because the Heaven Changing and Earth Strike technique broke through the 4th level, Bai Ji developed mental power, and with the help of mental power, he performed the Soul Transfer technique and Ghost Prison Yin Feng Hao, and the power of the 2 martial arts was greatly improved. Among them, the Soul Transfer technique can be performed with the help of eyes, which can be said to be unexpected, and the Ghost Prison Yin Feng Hao was originally just a sound attack martial art, but with the help of mental power, it can make the ghost prison Yinfen Howl have the effect of mental shock, and it is group-based, which is not weak. The practice of these two martial arts has greatly improved Bai Ji's combat power, and made Bai Ji have the confidence to win the championship of the elite exchange competition of Seoul Masters Colleges across the continent 1 year later. And the Flying Catkin's power is not a martial art in the strict sense, but a skill of unloading force. Although it cannot improve Bai Ji's defense, it can play a great effect when dealing with physical attacks, and it is also very useful to Bai Ji. Fantasy. On this day, Bai Ji was sitting cross-legged near the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, practicing, while the blue bird's eye Bai released from the other dimensional castle was practicing on a tree farther away. The yin-yang eyes of ice and fire are one extremely cold yin spring and the other extremely hot yang spring. It was difficult for creatures to get close to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire except for spiritual medicines, but because of taking the 8-angled black ice grass and the fiery apricot, Bai Ji has a physique that is invulnerable to ice and fire. Although Bai Ji no longer has the ability to enter the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire because he has digested the medicinal power of the 8-angled black ice grass and the fiery apricot, but practicing near the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, Bai Ji can no longer be affected by the extremely cold and extremely hot air. And because it is not affected by the extremely cold and extremely hot air, the spiritual energy near the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire is abundant, which is naturally a good place for Bai Ji to practice. Not far from Bai Ji, 2 thick moyun vines growing from the rock wall were passing through the ears of a pill furnace, winding around the mouth of the pill furnace and hanging the pill furnace on the extremely hot yang chuan. The pill furnace was covered with a furnace cover. This was Bai Ji refining the pill with the help of the extremely hot yang chuan. How could refining the pill with ordinary flames be as convenient as refining the pill on the extremely hot yang chuan? Although the extremely hot yang chuan is spring water, its actual temperature is as hot as magma. Refining the pill with the heat emitted by the yang chuan not only has a higher temperature than flames, which makes refining the pill easier, but also uses hot air to heat the pill furnace more evenly than using flames to heat the pill furnace, which can make the success rate of refining the pill higher. In the process of getting familiar with his own strength, in addition to practicing the 3 major martial arts, Bai Ji also practiced refining pills. In the past half-month, Bai Ji first a furnace of top-grade Baikou was refined with the spiritual herbs near the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Because the spiritual herbs used in this furnace of top-grade Baikou are extremely powerful, it can be said that 1 pill is better than 100 pills in terms of effect. This is Bai Ji's apology to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. When Ning Rongrong went back to ask for help, Bai Ji believed that the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect must be on high alert and even prepared to use their connections to put pressure on Douluo, but he didn't expect it to be just a farce. Although the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect may not have any opinion of Bai Ji because of this, Bai Ji thinks it is better to make an apology, so that the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect will be more willing to support Bai Ji. And as the son-in-law of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, the stronger the swordbone Douluo is, the more confident he will be. Moreover, refining this furnace of 100 herbs pills was also Bai Ji's preparation for refining the barrier-breaking pill with the 9th grade purple Ganoderma as the main ingredient. Otherwise, if he used the immortal product to refine the spiritual medicine at the beginning, he would lose a lot if he failed. You should know that there is only one immortal product near the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. As far as Bai Ji knew, there were only the medicinal properties of Narcissus jade muscle bone, 8-petal fairy orchid and 9th grade purple Ganoderma. The former 2 could be used to refine the spiritual ascension pill, which was mainly used to improve cultivation, and the latter could be used to refine the barrier-breaking pill, which was mainly used to break through the realm. 2 weeks ago, Bai Ji had already refined a furnace of barrier-breaking pills, and there were a total of 12 pills out of the furnace. Because the barrier-breaking pill was mainly used to break through the realm, Douluo could not use it, but the barrier-breaking pill was of great use to the master. With the barrier-breaking pill, the master could break through the bottleneck of level 29 that he could not break through for many years. This was definitely great news for the master. Bai Ji had said before that he would bring a gift that satisfied the master after he returned, and the gift that Bai Ji gave to the master was this barrier-breaking pill, but Bai Ji had no idea how to make Luo Sanbao successfully evolve into a golden holy dragon, otherwise it would be the most perfect gift for the master. Bai Ji was still refining the spirit rising pill at this moment. Because of the heating of the extremely hot yang chuan, Bai Ji did not need to control the fire, and only needed to add the medicinal materials at the beginning and condense the liquid into a pill at the end. Now it has been almost a day since the refining of the spirit rising pill. Because of the experience of successfully refining the barrier-breaking pill, Bai Ge estimated that the spirit-rising pill would be ready tomorrow, so Bai Ge had written a letter the day before yesterday and asked Douluo to send it to Meng Shu, asking Meng Shu to come to Tiandu Imperial City as soon as possible. With Meng Shu's cultivation, it is estimated that he will be able to arrive at Tiandu Imperial City tomorrow. At that time, he will hand over the spirit-rising pill and the barrier-breaking pill to Meng Shu, and Bai Ge will have one more titled Douluo level strongman under his command. With the support of two powerful titled Douluo level masters, Meng Shu and Douluo, even if they are only the weakest titled Douluo, Bai Ge undoubtedly has the capital that no one dares to offend. At that time, Bai Ge can rest assured to carry out the subsequent plans. As the saying goes, if you are poor, you should take care of yourself, and if you are rich, you should help the world. It is not easy to come to this world. If you don't bring some changes to this world, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Chapter 186 Duguyan's Love, Shengling Pill is completed. 4/4. Another one, because Bai Ge has always had the habit of storing food in the space ring, plus there is an alternate dimension castle, Bai Ge is not worried about not eating well or sleeping well. At this time, Bai Ge was still practicing beside the ice and fire yin-yang eyes while paying attention to the pill furnace, but suddenly, a sound of footsteps came from afar. No need to think, it must be Douluo coming. Because Douluo had set up a poison array around the mountain where the yin-yang eye of ice and fire was located, it was almost impossible for anyone or soul beast to break through the poison array and come to the mountain where the yin-yang eye of ice and fire was located, except for Douluo himself, so the person who came could only be Douluo. As expected, not long after, a tall figure came behind Bai Ge, but compared with a month ago, Douluo now looked much younger, and his whole body no longer exuded a strange fishy fragrance like before. This was because Douluo had successfully condensed the poison pill, and because there were many spiritual medicines near the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, Bai Ge did not only refine the 100-herb pill for sword bone Douluo, but also refined a furnace of 100-herb pill for Douluo. Because Douluo, like sword bone Douluo, also broke through to the titled Douluo when his physical condition was no longer at its peak. Since sword bone Douluo could use the 100-herb pill to recover to his peak, there was no reason why Douluo could not, so Bai Ge also gave Douluo a bottle of top-grade 100-herb pill. The result was not beyond Bai Ge's expectation. After condensing the poison pill, Douluo's cultivation was no longer affected by the green phosphorus poison. After taking the 100-herb pill, with the help of the pure life essence of the 100-herb pill, Douluo's physical condition also recovered a lot. Although he did not recover to his youth in his 20s, he also went from being over 50 to middle-aged, and looked much younger. Bai Ge, we meet again. When Douluo came not far from Bai Ge, Douguyan suddenly jumped out from behind Douluo with a smile, which made Bai Ge's face suddenly darken. Why are you here again? Bai Ge said with some distress. Why can't I come? I'm still waiting for you to continue to talk to me about the killing. What's the next part of the story? What happened to the girl named Bai Yao after she cast the love spell on Zhang Fan? Did she die? Douguyan asked curiously. Hey! Bai Ge sighed in his heart, regretting that he shouldn't have said that at the beginning. What about Zhu Xian? Even if it was just a joke. After Bai Ge cured Douguyan of the green phosphorus poison, he didn't know what Douluo and Douguyan said. Douguyan insisted on proving Yu Heng's love for her. Because Douguyan's green phosphorus poison needs a soul bone to be completely cured, Douguyan asked Yu Heng to go to the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect to ask for a soul bone for her to prove his love for her. Yu Heng naturally agreed. But Yu Heng's willingness does not mean that the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect is willing. How precious is a soul bone? Even a titled Douluo like Douluo can't get it. Although the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect is one of the top 3 sects, there may be only 1 or 2 soul bones that have not been absorbed in the sect. It is too late to give it to his own people, so how can it be returned to Douguyan? Even though Douguyan is Yu Heng's girlfriend, as a poisonous girl of the green phosphorus, her poison will harm her descendants. No one in the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan is optimistic about Yu Heng and Douguyan, and this has nothing to do with Douluo. Although Douluo is a titled Douluo, the poison of the green phosphorus is well known far and wide. Almost all the soul masters who know the inside story avoid the Douluo family. You know, once the offspring are infected with the green phosphorus poison, even if they don't inherit the green phosphorus snake martial spirit, it will be very difficult, and it is likely to cause weakness first. And awakening the green phosphorus snake martial spirit is even worse. The more you use it, the faster you die. Therefore, the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan is unwilling to give Yuhang soul bones, and even detained Yuhang in the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan in order to stop Yuhang and Duguyan, which made Duguyan very sad. Douluo didn't know what he was thinking. He wanted to enlighten Duguyan but brought Duguyan to beg. Bai Ji had just finished his training and was getting familiar with his own strength. Although he had to make pills at the same time, he didn't need to pay too much attention to the pill furnace because of the existence of the extremely hot Yang Chuan. Seeing Duguyan was very sad at that time, Bai Ji, who didn't know the truth, asked the reason to show his concern. Duguyan answered truthfully that the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan didn't think highly of her and Yu Heng, and Bai Ji was quite sympathetic at the time. However, Bai Ji also understood the difficulties of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. After all, not everyone was like him, not afraid of any poison. The green phosphorus snake martial spirit was a pit. People who knew the inside story would definitely not want to step into it. Seeing Duguyan sad at that time, Bai Ji was quite free anyway. Because Douluo was condensing poison pills in the cave, he left Duguyan outside. In order to divert Duguyan's attention, Bai Ji told Duguyan about Zhu Xian. Bai Ji originally just wanted to ease Duguyan's sadness, but who knew that Duguyan was actually fascinated by Zhu Xian, and after that, she had to pester Bai Ji to continue telling her every once in a while, which made Bai Ji feel uncomfortable. Because the backgrounds of Douluo continent and Zhu Xian are still very different, at least there are no concepts such as Taoism and immortality in Douluo continent, and Bai Ji has to explain all these, plus the magic tools and so on, it is very troublesome. It was okay at the beginning, but it became more and more troublesome later, and Duguyan liked to get to the bottom of it, which made Bai Ji very uncomfortable. At the beginning, the heroic girl who was so competitive and aggressive, and said all kinds of harsh words in front of him, how come she has become a salted fish girl who pesters people to tell stories now? Bai Ji has bitterness, but she won't tell it, If she doesn't tell it, Duguyan can keep nagging in your ear, maybe because she played the role of a cold-faced girl for a long time before. When she takes off this mask, Duguyan is more talkative than a chatterbox, and Bai Ji really can't stand it. There was no other way, so Bai Ji continued to tell Duguyan. So in the end, Zhang Fan didn't end up with Bai Yao, but ended up with Lu Sueki. Duguyan was a little sad. Yes, Bai Yao and Zhang Fan are not destined to be together after all. Bai Ji sighed. Not destined to be together. Duguyan muttered in a low voice, slowly lowered his head, and didn't know what he was thinking. Suddenly, the alchemy furnace beside him vibrated violently, which made Bai Ji suddenly happy. The Shengling pill was almost refined? What's wrong? Seeing that the alchemy furnace hanging on the Yangchuan by the Moyun vine suddenly began to vibrate violently, Duguyan couldn't help but raise his head and asked. My Shengling pill is almost successful. Bai Ji stood up excitedly and came to the Lilua furnace, slowly stretched out his hands, and Bai Ji sent his internal force into the Lilua furnace through the air. Under the control of Bai Ji's powerful mental power, the elixir in the furnace began to rotate regularly. At the same time, Bai Ji manipulated the Moyun vine to lift the furnace. As the distance from the extremely hot Yangchuan gradually increased, the temperature of the furnace began to drop. Finally, more than a dozen pills slowly condensed into shape. Get it out! Bai Ji carefully manipulated the Moyun vine to lift the furnace and put it on the shore. Opening the furnace cover, a refreshing fragrance immediately emanated from the furnace. The strong fragrance was full of vigorous spiritual energy, and even Douluo, who was practicing in the cave, was attracted out. Chapter 187 Powerful Shengling Pill, Ready to Leave, 1/4. Young Master, is this the Shengling pill you mentioned? Smelling the tempting fragrance, Douluo walked out of the cave. Douluo asked as he looked at the furnace in front of Bai Ji. Yes. Bai Ji nodded and took out a delicate small porcelain bottle from the space ring. In the furnace, the number of Shengling pills refined was 2 more than the number of Pazan pills refined before, a total of 14. Bai Ji took out 12 Shengling pills and put them into the small porcelain bottle, and then used his internal force to pull the remaining 2 Shengling pills out of the furnace. This is Shengling pill, which I made with the immortal spiritual medicine Narcissus Jade Muscle Bone as the main medicine, combined with Cinnabar Lotus, Snow Silkworm, Jade Bone Grass, Blue Tangerine Flower and other spiritual medicines. It has the effect of strengthening tendons and bones, replenishing qi and unblocking meridians. Even for Senior Douluo, taking a Shengling pill will at least increase his strength by 1 level, and a soul master like you, Duguyan, should be able to increase by at least 5 levels. Bai Ji wrapped the 2 Shengling pills with his internal force and handed them to Douluo and Douluo respectively. Although the Shengling pill was made by Bai Ji, the original owner of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire was Douluo. Bai Ji would not forget the well-digger. Moreover, Douluo was also Bai Ji's subordinate. The stronger Douluo was, the stronger Bai Ji was. Is this Shengling pill really so magical? Douluo took the Shengling pill in front of him with some suspicion and looked at it in his palm for a while. In addition to emitting a rich aura, the dark pill had nothing special. You will know if it is magical or not after trying it. Bai Ji did not explain too much, but smiled and said. Then I will try it. Hearing Bai Ji's words, thinking of the various magical things Bai Ji had shown in front of him before, Douluo no longer doubted it, but directly swallowed the Shengling pill in his hand. But as the Shengling pill entered his stomach, Douluo's face suddenly changed. Because he suddenly felt an extremely powerful spiritual energy suddenly surge from his abdomen to his limbs and bones. It was an extremely pure and gentle spiritual energy, like spring rain, moistening everything silently, but bringing revival to all things. Seeing this, Douluo hurriedly sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes and began to meditate and refine the spiritual energy in his body. More than an hour passed, and suddenly, a powerful force suddenly burst out from Douluo's body. Douluo suddenly opened his eyes, and a burst of light suddenly burst out from Douluo's eyes. I have broken through level 93. Let's see who dares to say that I am the weakest titled Douluo in the future. With the breakthrough of strength, Douluo suddenly stood up from the ground, and his slightly evil face was full of uncontrollable excitement. Sir, I don't need to thank you for your kindness. After being excited, Douluo immediately bowed solemnly to Bai Ji. If Douluo had only joined Bai Ji because of Bai Ji's method of condensing poison pills and treating Douluo, then now Douluo truly regarded Bai Ji as his lord, just like Jiangu Douluo and Ning Fengzi. As a titled Douluo, no one knows the difficulty of practicing titled Douluo level soul masters better than Douluo. In the 7 or 8 years of breaking through the titled Douluo, because of the green phosphorus poison, Douluo could not practice like a normal titled Douluo, so his strength remained at level 91 for 7 or 8 years without any progress. Even if Bai Ji had taught Douluo the method of condensing poison pills before, Douluo could only break through level 92 within a year, but if he wanted to break through level 93, Douluo estimated that it would take at least 2 or 3 years. However, Bai Ji's one spirit-raising pill actually saved him several years of hard training, and Douluo could also feel that after taking the spirit-raising pill, not only did his strength break through 2 levels in a row, but even his body seemed to have recovered to his youth. Moreover, part of the medicinal power of Shengling pill has not been fully refined. This part of the medicinal power is hidden in the body, which will make his future cultivation much faster. Magical pill. Magical little monster. This is what Douluo is thinking at this moment. Because of the bet with Bai Ji before, Douluo has regarded Bai Ji as a strong man of the same level, and now the appearance of Shengling pill makes Bai Ji even more mysterious in Douluo's eyes. Online ebook. As for such a precious pill, it would be fine if Bai Ji gave it to himself, but he could even give one to his granddaughter, which further proved that Bai Ji valued himself, which made Douluo more loyal to Bai Ji. Douluo, why don't you take this Shengling pill? If you don't plan to take it now, you must put it in a porcelain bottle or jade bottle, otherwise the spiritual energy will disappear. After Douluo took Shengling pill, Bai Ji found that Douluo had not taken it yet, but held the Shengling pill in his hand, and Bai Ji couldn't help but remind him. Bai Ji, you have refined so many Shengling pills, why not give me one more? Douluo's eyes showed a hint of expectation. For you Tianheng. Although the words were questions, Bai Ji's tone was very sure. Bai Ji would naturally not agree to Douluo. It was a joke. 14 Shengling pills were divided into 2 for Douluo. And Douluo, Bai Ji now only has 12 pills left. When he returns, he will share them with Tang San, Dai Mubai and other Shrek students. 8 pills will be divided, and Bai Ji will keep one of the remaining 4, one for Meng Shu, and one for King Mian Yao Ziobai, so Bai Ji only has one left. Bai Ji naturally has to keep this last one well. Douluo actually wants Bai Ji to give it to Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng is nothing. If Douluo is not Douluo's granddaughter, Bai Ji will not even give Douluo. Without paying attention to Douluo, Bai Ji put the exquisite small porcelain bottle with Shengling pill into the space ring, and then put it into the space ring with a gesture towards the pill furnace. Bai Ji has been in the ice and fire yin-yang eye for more than a month. He has finished practicing, and now he has finished refining the pill. It is time to go back. Stingy. On the other side, knowing that Bai Ji refused, Duguyan couldn't help but mutter. Yan Yan, you are so old, don't you know what politeness is? If someone can give you treasures, it means they are generous. How can you ask others for things like you, and say they are stingy if they don't give it to you? Is it because I didn't educate you well, or did Yu Tianheng give you some kind of magic potion? Hearing Duguyan's words, Dugubo finally got angry. He really doted on his granddaughter, but he also knew right from wrong. In the past, although Dugubo did not approve of Duguyan and Yu Tianheng being together, he would not object, because with Duguyan's status, it didn't matter who they were with. But now with Bai Ji, Dugubo didn't like Yu Tianheng very much. In addition, Yu Tianheng went back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect to seek soul bones for his granddaughter Duguyan, but the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect not only did not give it to him, but also detained Yu Tianheng. To be honest, Dugubo was very annoyed. He thought that Dugubo was also a titled Douluo, so wasn't he worth a soul bone? Dugubo is a man who cares about his reputation. Since the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan despises his own Bailan family, Dugubo will not put his warm face on the cold butt. In the past, Dugubo thought that Yu Tianheng was a genius of his generation, but compared with Bai Ji, Yu Tianheng was far inferior in character, courage, strength, potential, and any other aspects. Now Dugubo no longer thinks that Yu Tianheng is a good match for his granddaughter Duguyan. Of course, the main reason is that as long as Duguyan can be with Bai Ji, the Bailan family will probably not be troubled by the Bailan poison from now on. Otherwise, even if there is a way to condense poison pills and force poison into soul bones, it takes strength to condense poison pills, and soul bones are hard to come by. If there is no way to completely solve the Bailan poison, the Dugu family will still disappear in the dust of history in the future. Thinking of the death of his son Dugu Xin, Dugubo never wants to see his relatives die from the Bailan poison again. So Dugubo couldn't help but become more determined to match Bai Ji and Duguyan. He would not give up. Dugubo brought Duguyan to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire in the morning. After Dugubo took the Shengling pill, Duguyan did not take it immediately. Instead, he asked Bai Ji for a porcelain bottle and carefully put his Shengling pill into the porcelain bottle, apparently wanting to leave it for Yu Tianheng. Bai Ji did not say anything about Duguyan's behavior. Since Bai Ji had given this Shengling pill to Duguyan, it belonged to Duguyan. Bai Ji would not care how Duguyan dealt with it. Whether he took it himself or left it to Yu Tianheng, what did it have to do with him? If it weren't for Dugubo, Bai Ji might not have had any intersection with Duguyan at all. Chapter 187 Return to Shrek, A Gift for Everyone, 2/4. Under the leadership of Dugubo, Bai Ji safely left the Sunset Forest and finally returned to Tiandu Imperial City. After entering Tiandu Imperial City, Dugubo took Duguyan away, while Bai Ji came to Lanba Academy alone. The current Lanba Academy has been officially renamed Shrek Academy. Even the plaque with 4 gilded characters Lanba Academy has been replaced with a plaque with 5 characters Shrek Academy. Looking at the gilded plaque with 5 characters Shrek Academy in front of him, Bai Ji couldn't help but admire Lu Erlong. The foundation laid for so many years was given away as soon as it was said, it is true that women are not inferior to men. When they arrived at the school gate, because Bai Ji was not wearing Lanba Academy, oh no! Now it is Shrek Academy uniform, 2 guards immediately stopped Bai Ji. Who are you? This is Shrek Academy, no outsiders are allowed to enter. Looking at Bai Ji, one of the guards shouted. I am also a student of Shrek Academy. My name is Bai Ji. I joined more than a month ago. However, due to some special reasons, I have not been here for a month, so I have not been able to receive the Shrek Academy uniform. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask the teacher of Yinshu. Bai Ji smiled. In fact, Bai Ji was going to let the guard go to find Flanders, but thinking that Flanders is now the dean of the entire Shrek Academy, a guard may not be able to see him. To Flanders, Bai Ji said a teacher who also knew him but whose position was not too high to prove his identity. Wait a minute, I'll go ask. Seeing Bai Ji's handsome appearance, the material of his clothes also looked quite good, and there was a pet on his shoulder, he didn't look like an ordinary civilian at all, so when the guard heard Bai Ji's words, although he was a little suspicious, he didn't say he didn't believe it. Instead, he discussed with another guard and left. Less than 10 minutes passed, and soon, a group of people in Shrek Academy walked towards the gate. Bai Ji. Before the people arrived, two suppressed excited voices came from a distance, and then two figures immediately threw themselves into Bai Ji's arms like a swallow flying into the forest. They were Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran. I'm so glad you're okay. In his arms, Ning Rongrong sobbed. You don't know, we were so worried when you were captured by Douluo. Meng Yuran's eyes were also slightly red. Okay, I'm fine now. Sorry for making you worry. Hearing the two girls' words, Bai Ji felt very warm in his heart. He touched the hair of the two girls. Bai Ji gently wiped the tears of the two girls in his arms with his fingers and said softly, Bai Ji, that Douluo didn't bully you, right? If he bullied you, tell me, I will find Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Sword to teach him a lesson. You are the son-in-law of our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, and you can't be bullied by just anyone. After being comforted by Bai Ji, Ning Rongrong calmed down, but thinking that Bai Ji might have suffered from Douluo, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but show a fierce look again. Okay, Senior Douluo didn't bully me. On the contrary, he helped me hunt for spirit rings. Now I am a spirit section. Bai Ji said with some laughter. You have been promoted to a spirit sect. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the master and everyone on the side couldn't help but show a look of shock. You have to know that Bai Ji is younger than Tang San. Tang San is already 13 years old, while Bai Ji is still 12 years old. A 12-year-old soul sect is simply unheard of and unseen. Bai Ji, have you really broken through the soul sect? Let me see your soul ring. The master shook Bai Ji's hand excitedly and said. But hearing the master's words, Bai Ji shook his head slightly. Xiao Gang. On the side, Lu Erlong couldn't help but patted Yu Xiaogong's shoulder as if to remind him. The master suddenly patted his head as if he had just woken up from a dream, and smiled bitterly, I am too excited. This is not a good place to reminisce. Let's find a quiet place. Let's go to my wooden house by the lake. It's absolutely quiet there and no one will disturb us. Lu Erlong suggested. Okay. Everyone nodded. Under the leadership of the master and Lu Erlong, everyone walked through the campus area of Shrek Academy towards the back mountain. Entering the back mountain, surrounded by trees, birds chirping, and the air full of the fragrance of flowers and plants, it seems particularly quiet. After passing through the back mountain, everyone finally came to Lu Erlong's original residence, a wooden house by the lake. Bai Ji, there are no outsiders now, let us see your fourth soul ring and soul skills. When they came to the wooden house, the master immediately said curiously. Hearing the master's words, everyone also cast their curious eyes on Bai Ji. Originally, Daimyo Bai was the person with the highest cultivation among the crowd, but unexpectedly, Bai Ji broke through to level 41st. Everyone was very curious about what level of soul ring Bai Ji's fourth soul ring was and what soul skills he had. Okay, then I'll show you. Bai Ji smiled and slowly summoned the Moyun Teng. As the black and purple Moyun vine covered with spikes and red, blue, and purple lines emerged from Bai Ji's heart, 4 shining soul rings of yellow, purple, and black rose slowly from under Bai Ji's feet. 10,000-year soul ring. When everyone saw that the fourth soul ring under Bai Ji's feet was a 10,000-year soul ring, they couldn't help but scream, except for the master. Good, very good, Bai Ji, you really didn't disappoint me. The master was not surprised that Bai Ji's fourth soul ring actually absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring, but was very pleased. A long time ago, the master knew that Bai Ji's physical fitness was far superior to that of ordinary people, so the master's requirement for Bai Ji has always been to let Bai Ji absorb soul rings with a higher age as much as possible, because this way he can obtain better quality soul skills. And according to what he knew, Bai Ji's physical fitness is indeed expected to carry a soul ring with 10,000 years of cultivation. If he took Bai Ji to hunt for the fourth soul ring, he would also choose a soul beast with 10,000 years of cultivation for Bai Ji. Bai Ji, what is your soul skill? Oscar asked curiously. My fourth soul skill is an offensive skill called Ice, Fire, and Thunder Explosion. It is a powerful group attack soul skill that is enough to seriously injure any soul master of the same level. Gao was lucky enough not to die, but the Ice, Fire, and Thunder Explosion will also bring the enemy a triple debuff effect of freezing, burning and paralysis. Bai Ji explained. His hearing Bai Ji's words, everyone couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. It was enough to seriously injure any soul master of the same level, and there were triple debuff effects. This was too abnormal. By Ge, what soul beast's soul ring did you absorb to get this soul skill? The ice, fire, and thunder explosion should have the three attributes of ice, fire and thunder, but the soul beasts you can absorb should not have these three attributes at the same time. Hearing Bai Ge's words, the master couldn't help but frown. My fourth soul ring comes from the legendary soul beast Thunder Hellvine. As for the reason why it also has the two attributes of ice and fire, it is because I have another opportunity. Bai Ge did not explain too much. Thunder Hellvine? The legendary Thunder Hellvine with the blood of the Thunder God? Hearing Bai Ge's words, the master couldn't help but be shocked, followed by excitement. Bai Ge, did you bring back its body? This is a legendary soul beast. No, although this thundering hell prison vine is only 10,000 years old, it is extremely powerful. In order for me to successfully kill the thundering hell prison vine, Senior Douluo used a special soul skill, so that the thundering hell prison vine no longer has a body. Bai Ge shook his head. Okay. The master was a little disappointed. For people like him, in addition to getting new martial soul theories, the most favorite thing is to see unknown soul beasts. I thought I could see the legendary thundering hell prison vine, but unfortunately. The master shook his head with some regret. Teacher, don't be sad. I brought you all gifts when I came back this time. Seeing the master sighing, Bai Ge smiled. Gift, what gift? Before the master spoke, Ma Hong-jun, who liked to take advantage, came over with a shameless face. It's a magic pill. Bai Ge smiled. Spiritual pill? Is it a special pill? Xiao Wu asked curiously. Spiritual pills are pills with more powerful effects than ordinary pills. The pills I made before were all made with ordinary medicinal materials, so the effects were very ordinary. Now I am making spiritual pills, which are made with spiritual medicine as the main medicine, so their effects are extremely amazing. Chapter 188 The Terrifying Spiritual Pill, the master finally broke through. 3/4. I have made two kinds of spiritual pills in total. One is called the Shengling pill, which can improve cultivation. Soul masters like you can at least improve 5 levels after taking the Shengling pill. The other spiritual pill is called the Pazan pill, which can help you break through the realm, but because the number of the two pills is limited, each of you can only choose one. Bai Ge said. I will definitely choose the Shengling pill. I will choose the Shengling pill too. The crowd started to chatter. Bai Ge, can your Pazan pill really help people break through the realm? While everyone was chattering, the master grabbed Bai Ge, his eyes full of excitement. That's right, teacher, my barrier-breaking pill is made specifically for you. With the barrier-breaking pill, you can break through the bottleneck of level 29 that you have been unable to break through. Bai Ge said respectfully. Bai Ge, thank you. Hearing Bai Ge's words, the master's eyes suddenly turned red. No one can understand the pain of a proud person like him who can only choose to study theory because he can't break through level 29. Although the master no longer regards studying theory as a substitute for breaking through level 29 because he has made great achievements in martial arts theory, in his heart, the master always longs to break through level 30, so when he heard Bai Ge's words, the master was immediately moved. Here, teacher, this is your barrier-breaking pill. Bai Ge took out a small porcelain bottle, poured out a pill and handed it to the master, then Bai Ge poured out another pill and handed it to Lu Erlong. Aunt Erlong, here, this is yours. Ah? Do I have one too? Lu Erlong was a little surprised. Not only you, but also Dean Flanders, Teacher Zhao Wuji, Teacher Lu Kaiban and Teacher Xiao Xian have them, but because there are only so many Shengling pills, I can only give you the barrier-breaking pill. Bai Ge said apologetically. It's enough. Although Shengling pills can improve cultivation, they should only be of great use to soul masters with relatively low strength like you. For example, Flanders and the others have become soul saints, and they will definitely not be able to improve much. Give them the barrier-breaking pill, and maybe they will be able to break through the titled Douluo in the future. The master smiled lightly. Okay, Bai Ge, Xiao San and the others probably can't wait. You go and give them their gifts. I also want to take this pill. Looking at the barrier-breaking pill in his hand, a hint of determination flashed in the master's eyes. Yes. Bai Ge nodded, and before giving the barrier-breaking pill to Flanders, Zhao Wuji and other teachers after putting the pills into a small porcelain bottle and handing them to the master, Bai Ge took back the remaining barrier-breaking pills and then took out the ascending spirit pills. Here, Wrong, this is yours. Here, Yuren, this is yours. Here, Tang San, this is yours. Bai Ge distributed all the ascending spirit pills in the small porcelain bottle. In the end, there were only 4 ascending spirit pills left in the small porcelain bottle. Bai Ge also took out one, and suddenly there were only 3 left. One of these 3 was to be given to Meng Shu, one was to be given to the Blue Mian Bird Xiao Bai after returning, and the last one was to be kept by Bai Ge for backup. Thank you, Bai Ge. 139 Reading Network. After receiving the ascending spirit pills, everyone thanked them. Everyone, take it quickly, otherwise the spiritual energy of the spirit pill will be lost. Bai Ge smiled and took back the small porcelain bottle containing the ascending spirit pills. Yet, everyone nodded, took the ascending spirit pills, and then sat cross-legged on the ground and began to refine the medicinal power of the ascending spirit pills. Seeing that everyone had taken the Shengling pill, Bai Ge also took his own Shengling pill. After half a month of practice, Bai Ge had digested the medicinal power of Xianbing Bajiako and Lihuo Xingjiaishu, and now he could take the Shengling pill. After taking the Shengling pill, Bai Ge also sat cross-legged on the ground and began to practice Xiantian Gong. As the majestic spiritual energy contained in the Shengling pill was refined, Bai Ge's cultivation level, which was originally only level 45, also improved rapidly. But it may be because his body is too strong, or it may be because he has taken 2 immortal products and his body has developed drug resistance, so Bai Ge only improved his cultivation level by 3 levels, from level 45 to level 48. As the medicinal power of the Shengling pill was finally consumed, it could no longer support Bai Ge to continue to break through. However, these unconsumed medicinal powers will not dissipate, but will hide in the flesh and blood. When practicing, these spiritual energies will still be refined, thereby greatly improving Bai Ge's practice speed. As Bai Ge absorbed the power of the Shengling pill, everyone on the side also absorbed the power of the Shengling pill, and one by one they achieved a breakthrough. Among them, Ning Rongrong was level 29 before coming to Tiandu Imperial City. In this month, Ning Rongrong has broken through to level 30 and hunted the 3rd soul ring. The soul skill is soul power amplification. So after taking the Shengling pill, Ning Rongrong immediately broke through 6 levels in a row, directly from level 31 to level 37. And Meng Yuren was originally level 32. After taking the Shengling pill, his strength increased by 5 levels, and he also broke through directly from level 32 to level 37. Tang San's strength was level 35, and he broke through to level 40 after taking the Shengling pill. Xiao Wu's strength was level 33, and she broke through to level 39 after taking the Shengling pill. Dai Mubai did not take the Shengling pill immediately, because in the month since he came to Tiandu Imperial City, Dai Mubai had already broken through to level 39. If Dai Mubai takes the spiritual boosting pill now, he can only break through to level 40 at most. It is better to take the spiritual boosting pill after breaking through level 40. By then, Dai Mubai can probably reach level 45 at least. In the month since arriving at Tiandu Imperial City, Ma Hongjun has also broken through level 30 and reached level 31, so after taking the spiritual boosting pill, Ma Hongjun directly broke through to level 37. Oscar's strength is level 33, and after taking the spiritual boosting pill, he also broke through to level 39. Zhu Zuqing, like Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun, has already broken through level 30 and reached level 31, so after taking the spiritual boosting pill, his strength directly reached level 37. In this way, with the help of the spiritual boosting pill, the members of the Shrek team have made great progress in strength, and on the other side, with a burst of momentum coming, the master who was sitting cross-legged on the ground suddenly opened his eyes, and the master also broke through. Teacher, what's wrong? Seeing that the master opened his eyes with excitement in his eyes, Bai Ge quickly walked to the master and asked with concern. I broke through. The master slowly stood up from the ground, and his fists were clenched at some point. Although he spoke in a calm tone, his voice was trembling. Bai Ge, it is really my luck to accept you as a disciple, otherwise I am afraid that I will never be able to break through the shackles of level 29 in my life. Looking at Bai Ge, the master's eyes were full of complexity. Teacher, I'm glad that you can break through. For the complexity of the master, Bai Ge smiled indifferently. Because Bai Ge knew that even without him, Tang San would eventually bring the 9th grade purple Ganoderma to help the master break through. It's just that he refined the 9th grade purple Ganoderma into a barrier-breaking pill, which not only gave the master a chance to break through, but also gave all the teachers including Flanders, Lu Erlong and Zhao Wuji the opportunity to break through Soul Douluo and title Douluo in the future. Chapter 189 Goodbye Mengshu, do you want to become a titled Douluo? 4/4. Using the 9th grade purple fungus and Narcissus jade bone as the main ingredients, Bai Ge refined a total of 12 barrier-breaking pills and 14 spiritual ascension pills. Barrier-breaking Bai Ge gave 1 pill to each of the master, Lu Erlong, and a group of Shrek Academy teachers including Flanders. Now Bai Ge only has 5 pills left. Bai Ge gave 2 of the 14 soul-raising pills to Douluo and Douguyan, and then 1 to each of the 8 members of the Shrek 7 Devils. Bai Ge also took 1 pill himself, and now Bai Ge has 3 pills left. Bai Ge plans to give 1 of the remaining soul-raising pills and barrier-breaking pills to Mengshu. Mengshu's current strength is 87th level Soul Douluo. As long as he can get the soul-raising pill and barrier-breaking pill, Mengshu is likely to break through to the titled Douluo directly. Although he was pushed to the titled Douluo by the pill, the titled Douluo is still the titled Douluo. Even the weakest titled Douluo has a strength far beyond the Soul Douluo. Thinking of Mengshu, Bai Ge couldn't help but walk towards Meng Yuran, who had just broken through and was still a little excited. Yuran, I wrote to your grandfather the day before yesterday and asked him to come to Lan Ba Academy in Tiando Imperial City. Is your grandfather here now? Bai Ge asked. My grandfather has come, but he went to Tiando Imperial City this morning and hasn't come back yet. But now it's almost noon, he should have come back, how about I take you to see it? Meng Yuran blinked her big eyes and suggested. Okay. After thinking about it, Bai Ge nodded. Everyone should have broken through. Although the spirit-raising pill can greatly improve everyone's strength, the sudden increase in strength will also cause many problems, such as not being able to grasp the sudden increase in strength. So everyone should take time to familiarize themselves with their current strength. I have something else to do, so I will leave with Yuran first. Turning back, Bai Ge said to everyone. We know, you go find Senior Mengshu, and we can go out and have a good gathering together if we have a chance in the evening. Daimyo Bai smiled. Wrong, I'll take Bai Ge to see my grandfather. See you tonight. On the other side, Meng Yuran said to Ning Rongrong. Well, I know. Ning Rongrong nodded. Thinking of today's Shengling pill and Pazan pill, the clever Ning Rongrong seemed to have guessed something in her heart. Teacher, we'll leave first. After saying the last word to the master, Bai Ge took Meng Yuran away. After leaving the back mountain, following Meng Yuran, Bai Ge came to the campus of the former Blue Tyrant Academy, which is now the New Shrek Academy. New Shrek Academy was born out of Blue Tyrant Academy. Although Blue Tyrant Academy's history is not as long as that of Tiandu Royal Academy, and its funds are not as abundant as those of Tiandu Royal Academy, its buildings and facilities are not inferior at all. Of course, there is still a gap between the two academies, but this gap is at most that the cutting-edge facilities such as the Wuhan Mimicry Training Field are not as good as those of Tiandu Royal Academy. But with the addition of Shrek's teachers, the current New Shrek Academy is no less powerful than Tiandu Royal Academy in terms of faculty. The campus of the New Shrek Academy is much more prosperous than the Shrek Academy when Bai Ge was in Soto City. There are students wearing Shrek Academy uniforms everywhere. It is noon now, and Shrek Academy has just finished school. Because Shrek Academy is not an aristocratic academy like Tiandu Royal Academy, most of the students in Shrek Academy are civilians. For civilians, it is more economical to eat in the cafeteria, and now is the time for the cafeteria to open after school. Walking on the avenue of Shrek Academy, compared with the students around him who are all wearing Shrek Academy uniforms, Bai Ge's moon-white robe embroidered with purple cloud patterns seems a bit out of place with the surroundings. Originally, he was dressed in a way that stood out from the crowd. Coupled with Bai Ge's handsome and flawless face, snow-like silver-white long hair, and the blue bird on his shoulder, Bai Ge had a high rate of turning heads along the way. But seeing Meng Yuran following Bai Ge, no girl came to chat with him. Following Meng Yuran, Bai Ge finally came to a tall building on the west side of the campus. This is the reception building of the college, which is also the place where the college receives foreign guests. After entering the reception building, following Meng Yuran all the way, the two finally stopped in front of a room. God of Heaven! Is Senior Mengshu here? Looking at the room in front of him, Bai Ge asked. If my grandfather is back, he must be here. Meng Yuran said. Grandpa, are you there? Meng Yuren knocked on the door and asked. I'm here, is it Yuren? Come in. Inside the room, a full-bodied voice came out, it was Meng Shu's voice. My grandpa is back as expected. Meng Yuren smiled happily, then opened the room and walked in with Bai Ji. Grandpa, Bai Ji and I are here to see you. Walking into the room, Meng Yuren closed the door, and then smiled and said to Meng Shu who was standing in front of the window looking into the distance. Bai Ji? Hearing Meng Yuren's voice, Meng Shu couldn't help but turn around immediately. Young Master, do you have anything to tell me? Meng Shu turned around, put his hand on his chest, bowed slightly to Bai Ji, and asked. Senior Meng Shu, please relax. I have something good to tell you. Please sit down first. Bai Ji smiled slightly, greeted Meng Shu, and then sat on the sofa by the window with Meng Yuren. Good news. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Meng Shu was a little confused. He turned his head to look at his granddaughter Meng Yuren, hoping that she could give him some information, but she just smiled at him foolishly. Meng Shu shook his head helplessly. Alas! Girls can't be kept when they grow up. Bai Ji sat on the sofa, and seeing Meng Shu also sat down, Bai Ji stood up and took the teapot on the table to pour a cup of tea for each of the three people. Picking up the tea, Bai Ji took a sip slowly, and saw that Meng Shu opposite him looked a little anxious, and Bai Ji felt a little funny in his heart. Senior Meng Shu, have you ever thought about becoming a titled Douluo? Putting down the teacup in his hand, Bai Ji looked at Meng Shu and said with a smile. Titled Douluo. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Meng Shu was a little confused. Who doesn't want to be a titled Douluo? However, there are hundreds of soul Douluos on the Douluo continent, but less than a handful of them can become titled Douluos. He is only a level 87 soul Douluo now, and is still far from level 89. Is there any way to help him become a titled Douluo all of a sudden? Young master, your question is a bit strange. Naturally, I want to become a titled Douluo, but I am only a level 87 soul Douluo now. I don't know if I can break through to level 88 before I die. I am too far away from the realm of titled Douluo. Meng Shu sighed. Hehe, since Senior Meng Shu wants to become a titled Douluo, then I have a way to make you a titled Douluo directly. What do you think? What? Chapter 191 Gift of Pills, Quasi-titled Douluo, Meng Shu. 1/4. Sir, can you make me a titled Douluo? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Meng Shu was a little shocked. Senior, calm down. I do have a way to make you a titled Douluo, but the strength of a titled Douluo who becomes a titled Douluo in this way is definitely far inferior to that of a normal titled Douluo. Bai Ji waved his hand, signaling Meng Shu to calm down, and then continued. Sir, you are joking. If I continue to practice like this, I am afraid I will never become a titled Douluo until I die. It is enough to be able to become a titled Douluo by taking advantage of the situation, even if my strength is not as good as that of a normal titled Douluo. Meng Shu smiled bitterly. He is nearly 90 years old and can't live for many more years. Becoming a titled Douluo can at least increase his lifespan by 10 years. Even if his strength is not as good as that of a titled Douluo who is promoted normally, he is still stronger than an ordinary soul Douluo, right? And he also has his wife, the snake lady Chao Tianxiang. If he becomes a titled Douluo, even if his strength is not as good as that of a normal titled Douluo, if he can launch the martial soul fusion skill Dragon Snake joint attack with his wife, the power will definitely exceed that of a titled Douluo of the same level. Well, since Senior Meng Shu has made a decision, I will fulfill your wish. Hearing that Meng Shu had made a decision, Bai Ji immediately took out two gorgeous and exquisite small porcelain bottles from his space ring and placed them on the table, and said in a deep voice. This is... Meng Shu was a little confused. These are two bottles of elixirs. One is the Ascension Pill. Taking one Ascension Pill can at least improve the strength of a soul Douluo like you by 1 or 2 levels. The other is the Barrier Breaking Pill, which can help you break through the bottleneck and advance to the title Douluo realm. Bai Ji said slowly. After that, Bai Ji opened the small porcelain bottle containing the Ascension Pill, poured out a pill from it, and held it in the air with his inner strength and handed it to Meng Shu. Senior Meng Shu, please take it, and then meditate and refine it with all your strength, and then take the Barrier Breaking Pill. The medicinal power of the two elixirs will definitely allow you to break through the title Douluo realm in one fell swoop. Bai Ji said. Grandpa, come on. On the side, Meng Yuan encouraged Meng Shu. Hearing the encouragement of his granddaughter and looking at the ascension pill in Bai Ji's hand, Meng Shu took a deep breath, then directly took the ascension pill and put it into his mouth. As the Shengling pill entered his stomach, Meng Shu immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began to meditate and refine it with all his strength. Seeing Meng Shu begin to refine the Shengling pill, Bai Ji and Meng Yuan both sat quietly on the sofa, not making a sound, for fear of disturbing Meng Shu. Time passed by minute, and as the Shengling pill was refined, the aura emanating from Meng Shu's body became stronger and stronger. Finally, an astonishing aura suddenly burst out from Meng Shu's body, and Meng Shu immediately opened his eyes, and 2 dazzling rays of light instantly burst out from Meng Shu's eyes. "How is Senior Meng Shu?" Seeing Meng Shu open his eyes, Bai Ji asked hurriedly. "Sir, your Shengling pill is indeed as its name suggests. I have successfully broken through the 89th level." There was also a hidden meaning in Meng Shu's voice. Can't help but get excited. "E-book house. That's good." Hearing Meng Shu's words, Bai Ji was relieved. If Meng Shu only broke through the 88th level, and then took the barrier-breaking pill, although the combined power of the 2 elixirs would allow Meng Shu to break through the titled Douluo realm with a probability of more than 70%, the problem is that there is also a 30,000th chance of not being able to pass. However, since he has already broken through to the 89th level, the barrier-breaking pill's efficacy can be fully exerted, and Meng Shu can basically break through the 90th level and enter the top quasi-titled Douluo realm among soul masters, and from then on step into the threshold of titled Douluo. Here, Senior Meng Shu, this is the barrier-breaking pill. Whether you can break through the titled Douluo realm depends on this moment. Seeing Meng Shu refine the ascension pill, Bai Ji took out a barrier-breaking pill from another small porcelain bottle and handed it to Meng Shu, saying, "I will do my best to break through." Meng Shu took the barrier-breaking pill and said firmly, "Then I will wait for good news." Bai Ji smiled. Meng Shu took the barrier-breaking pill. Because he had experience in refining the spiritual ascension pill, he did not hesitate too much and put the barrier-breaking pill directly into his mouth. After taking the barrier-breaking pill, Meng Shu sat cross-legged on the ground again and began to refine the medicinal power of the barrier-breaking pill, preparing to use the medicinal power of the barrier-breaking pill to break through the titled Douluo realm. Unlike taking the spiritual ascension pill, Meng Shu only spent less than half an hour to refine the spiritual ascension pill. However, an hour has passed since he refined the barrier-breaking pill, but Meng Shu still has no signs of breakthrough. This made Bai Ji a little worried. Although as far as he knew, the ability of the barrier-breaking pill to break through the realm was almost absolute, but that was after all the experience of another world. Bai Ji was not absolutely sure whether it could help soul masters break through the titled Douluo and Douluo continent. After taking the barrier-breaking pill, as it was refined, Meng Shu's aura was rising at the beginning, but after reaching the peak, Meng Shu's aura began to decline. However, this decline was not a weakening, but it was like accumulating power. Although the aura decreased in height, the density and condensation were increasing, as if the aura was being compressed and condensed. The aura is actually the soul power pressure that Meng Shu unconsciously emits, which can also represent the changes in the soul power in Meng Shu's body at this moment. The decline and condensation of the aura means that Meng Shu may be compressing the soul power in his body and transforming it into a more advanced state. This process is similar to the transformation of true qi into true essence, but according to what Bai Ji knows, Meng Shu is more likely to condense the soul core. In Bai Ji's view, the soul core is like Dugu Bo's Danzu, which is the aggregated product of the soul power, somewhat similar to the golden elixir of the cultivator. However, cultivators need to comprehend the Dao and the meaning of the Dan, and it is not possible to simply compress and condense the true essence in the body. Therefore, many cultivation systems can basically fly and hide in the sky and gain magical powers after achieving the golden core. However, the titled Douluo on the Douluo continent seem to have begun to comprehend their own martial souls and comprehend the true meaning of martial souls after condensing the soul core. The two are fundamentally different. Moreover, compared with the soul master system that relies too much on soul rings and has a somewhat deformed entire cultivation system, the cultivation system far exceeds the former in terms of the use of its own power and the borrowing of external forces. It is not an exaggeration to say that the golden core cultivators completely beat the titled Douluo. However, whether it is the titled Douluo on the Douluo continent or the golden core cultivators in the cultivation system, it seems that their strength will change dramatically after condensing their energy into a solid state. This is a rare commonality between the two cultivation systems. While Bai Ji was thinking in his heart, Meng Shu's breakthrough also reached a critical moment. As he continued to push his soul power to the limit, he tried to condense it into a soul core, again and again. If it weren't for the continuous support of the barrier-breaking pill, Meng Shu might have failed long ago. But because of the support of the barrier-breaking pill, after failing again and again, Meng Shu was indomitable, and finally, a soul core shining with brilliance was condensed. He, Meng Shu, finally broke through the realm of titled Douluo. Chapter 192 Preparing to establish Dan Pavilion, Tiandu Auction House, 2/4. After breaking through the realm of titled Douluo, Meng Shu's momentum suddenly rose again, and then when the momentum rose to the limit, Meng Shu suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light suddenly burst out of his eyes. "Grandpa, how are you? Have you broken through?" Seeing Meng Shu open his eyes, Meng Yuan couldn't help asking. "I have broken through. With the help of the 2 elixirs given by the young master, although the process was difficult, I have successfully broken through the realm of titled Douluo." Meng Shu clenched his fists and said excitedly. "Great!" Hearing Meng Shu's words, Meng Yuan couldn't help but cheer. "I am Meng Shu, thank you for your kindness. If it weren't for you, I would probably never break through the realm of titled Douluo until I die. You are not only my benefactor, but also the benefactor of our dragon snake family." Turning around, Meng Shu immediately knelt on one knee in front of Bai Ji, his words full of respect. "Senior Meng Shu, you are too kind." Although Senior Meng Shu's breakthrough was indeed helped by the elixir of my junior, the main reason is that Senior Meng Shu has a deep foundation and strength. Strong, otherwise I am afraid I can't break through. Bai Ji said modestly. But after hearing Bai Ji's words, Meng Shu shook his head and said, "Young master, what are you talking about? There are at least hundreds of soul Douluos like me on the Douluo continent, if not 1,000, but how many of them can become titled Douluos? If it weren't for you, I would also be one of those soul Douluos who can't break through." As he spoke, Meng Shu couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Fortunately, he listened to his granddaughter Meng Yuan's words and agreed to surrender to the young man in front of him. Otherwise, how could he get the help of this incredible elixir and eventually become a titled Douluo? Although he became a titled Douluo and had the power to stand at the top of the continent, Meng Shu did not become arrogant because of this. He did not even have the idea of betraying Bai Ji in his heart. Instead, he became more respectful to Bai Ji. The reason is very simple. Even if he broke through the realm of titled Douluo, Meng Shu was already old and could not live for many years. For the dragon snake family, he was just a sunset at the end of the curtain. Even if he suddenly shined again, he could only shine for a short while. But Bai Ji was different. Bai Ji's talent was much higher than his, and since he could give him such a precious elixir without blinking, he must have a better one in his hand, or at least the same elixir. It seems that Bai Ji will almost certainly break through the title Douluo in the future. Compared with him, who is about to fall, Bai Ji is destined to be a more dazzling sunrise. The dragon snake family will naturally hold on to him more tightly, rather than short-circuiting their brains and betraying him. By the way, Senior Long Gong, now that Senior Long Gong has become a title Douluo, when will Senior Long Gong go to hunt for the 9th spirit ring? As if thinking of something, Bai Ji couldn't help asking. "Sir, do you have anything to tell me? Just say it." Hearing Bai Ji's words, the old and sophisticated Meng Shu immediately understood what Bai Ji meant, so he asked. "It's like this, I'm planning to set up a force in Tiandu Imperial City, called Dan Pavilion, specializing in selling elixirs, but Senior Meng Shu also knows the effect of elixirs, and it will definitely be coveted by others, so I need Senior Meng Shu's help to block some villains for me. At present, I have recruited Senior Douluo and asked him to buy a shop for me in Tiandu Imperial City. However, since Senior Douluo has joined the Tiandu Empire, he is still a little lacking in strengthening the momentum of Dan Pavilion. So I hope that after Senior Meng Shu has hunted the spirit ring and registered as a titled Douluo in the Spirit Hall, don't forget to come to Tiandu Imperial City. By then, I should have handled everything, and it's just right to use Senior Meng Shu's breakthrough to build momentum for Dan Pavilion. By the way, if Senior Meng Shu needs it, I can ask Senior Douluo to help you hunt the 9th spirit ring together." Bai Ji said. "Douluo? Are you talking about Biphosphorus Douluo, Poison Douluo Douluo?" Hearing Bai Ge's words, Meng Shu couldn't help but feel moved and asked. "Yes, it's Senior Douluo." Bai Ji smiled faintly. 85. Seeing Bai Ji's calm look, Meng Shu was a little surprised. Although Douluo was called the weakest title Douluo, his strength should not be underestimated. Moreover, it was said that Douluo was arrogant and even disdained the recruitment of the Spirit Hall. Only Prince Xuexing of the Tiandu Empire made Douluo the royal advisor of the Tiandu imperial family by saving his life. But the royal advisor was just a guest position after all. Douluo and the Tiandu Empire were equal in status. But Bai Ji did say that he recruited Douluo, so Douluo was strictly speaking Bai Ji's subordinate. But how did Bai Ji, a soul master, make the arrogant Douluo agree to become his subordinate? Meng Shu was puzzled. But thinking that even a soul Douluo like himself had surrendered to Bai Ji, and Douluo's willingness to become Bai Ji's subordinate was actually no different, there was nothing to be surprised about, Meng Shu couldn't help but shake his head with a bit of amusement in his heart. I already know what the young master ordered. After I hunt for a soul ring and register at the Spirit Hall, I will definitely come to Tiandu Imperial City to help the young master. Since the young master can introduce me to Poison Douluo, I also want to meet him. If I can get Poison Douluo's help, I will definitely be able to hunt for a better soul ring. Meng Shu naturally would not refuse Bai Ji's suggestion that he could ask Douluo to help him hunt for spirit rings. You should know that the age of the spirit ring is related to the combat power of a spirit master after a breakthrough. His martial spirit is the dragon staff, and he needs to hunt for the spirit rings of spirit beasts with dragon blood. Although he can hunt for suitable spirit rings by himself, it is definitely impossible to hunt for the best. However, if he can get the help of Douluo, plus his wife Chao Tianxiang, he will definitely be able to hunt for spirit rings with a higher age. There is no doubt about that. Senior Douluo, I can indeed help you, Senior Meng Shu, but I asked Senior Douluo to help me purchase a store before, and he may not be at home now. Senior Meng Shu, why don't you wait in Shrek Academy first? I just happened to be out for something, so I'll go to Senior Douluo's mansion tonight. If Senior Douluo is here, I should be able to come over tomorrow to help Senior Meng Shu hunt for spirit rings. After thinking for a while, Bai Ji said. Okay, then I'll trouble you, young master. I just broke through the title Douluo, and it's just right for me to adapt my strength here. You go out first, and I'll wait for good news. Meng Shu pondered for a while and said. After saying goodbye to Meng Shu, Bai Ji took Meng Yuran out of the reception building. Under Meng Yuran's leadership, after finding Ning Rongrong, Bai Ji took the two girls out of Shrek Academy. Arrived outside Shrek Academy. Although Shrek Academy is not located in the center of Tiandu Imperial City, it is also located in a very prosperous area. There is a wide street outside the gate, surrounded by shops, cars and pedestrians, and it is very lively. Hey, Bai Ji, where are we going? Ning Rongrong was still a little curious after leaving Shrek Academy with Bai Ji. This was the first time Bai Ji asked her out. She didn't know where to go. Although she was very happy, she couldn't help feeling a little depressed when she thought of Meng Yuran following her. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Meng Yuran on the side also cast a curious look at her. Although Bai Ji had told her grandfather that he had something to go out for, he didn't say what he was going to do. I'm going to take you to the Tiandu auction house. I have refined a lot of pills before. Now I'm going to set up a force to sell pills, called Dan Pavilion, and it's just right to go to the Tiandu auction house to make a name for myself. Bai Ji smiled. But didn't you say that pills have too much influence, isn't it time now? Ning Rongrong was a little confused. It doesn't matter. Am I not the son-in-law of your Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect now? Can't your Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect protect me? Bai Ji joked. We can definitely protect you. If you only sell ordinary pills, our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect can definitely protect you, but if you also sell the elixirs given to us, I am a little worried about the Spirit Hall. Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes at Bai Ji out of curiosity, but at the end, Ning Rongrong was a little worried. Born in the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, she can see the true face of the Spirit Hall more thoroughly than ordinary spirit masters. Chapter 193 Enter the auction house and appraise the treasure. 3/4. In a certain sense, the Spirit Hall has indeed made contributions to the Douluo continent, but if you think that the Spirit Hall is a glorious and righteous force based on this, you are completely wrong. If the benefits reach a certain level, even the Spirit Hall will not be able to withstand the temptation and choose to take off its bright and beautiful coat and turn into a robber. There are many forces that were destroyed by the Spirit Hall because they accidentally obtained spirit bones but were unable to protect them. Of course, it is definitely unknown forces that destroyed these forces, not the Spirit Hall, but no one is a fool. Over the years, the ambitions of the Spirit Hall have long been known to the top leaders of the Spirit Master world. Don't worry, I don't have enough of these elixirs for myself, so I definitely won't sell them. Hearing Ning Rongrong's concerns, Bai Ji comforted her. In fact, I'm not going to sell even the 100 herb pills at the moment, and I've already recruited Senior Douluo, and Senior Meng Shu will soon become a titled Douluo. With 2 titled Douluos in charge, the Spirit Hall won't attack us just because of ordinary elixirs. Senior Longgong is going to become a titled Douluo? It seems that you really gave Senior Longgong the spiritual ascension pill and the barrier-breaking pill. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Ning Rongrong was not too surprised. Before, when she heard Bai Ji talking about the effects of Shengling pill and Pazan pill, and heard Bai Ji say that he wanted to find Meng Shu, Ning Rongrong guessed Bai Ji's purpose, and now it seems that he is right. Rongrong, have you guessed it? On the other side, Meng Yuan couldn't help but be a little surprised. Of course, it's too obvious. Bai Ji just gave us Shengling pill and Pazan pill to master and Ant Erlong, and then he wanted to find your grandfather. Thinking that your grandfather is a soul Douluo, I guessed what Bai Ji wanted to do. Ning Rongrong said speechlessly. The 3 chatted and walked through several streets without realizing it. Not far away, a huge and white hemispherical building like a giant bowl upside down on the ground appeared in front of the 3 people. There was no sign on the hemispherical building, only a hammer pattern. It was not a blacksmith's forging hammer, but an auction hammer. This building was the Tiandu auction house. Okay, we're almost there. Seeing the building not far away, Bai Ji couldn't help but say. Is this the Tiandu auction house? I heard that even soul bones are for sale there. Seeing the Tiandu auction house, Meng Yuan couldn't help but ask curiously. Who said there are soul bones for sale there? The Tiandu auction house did auction soul bones once before, but I don't know how many years ago it was. Soul bones are so precious that even our Kaibao Liulai sect doesn't have extra soul bones. This Tiandu the auction house was lucky to get a soul bone to auction, but what was auctioned was only the lowest level 10,000-year soul bone. Ning Rongrong corrected. Okay. Meng Yuan felt a little regretful. She thought she could see the real soul bone. Okay, don't say it, you will know when you go in and take a look. Listening to the words of the 2 girls around him, Bai Ji shook his head helplessly and said. When he approached the auction house with Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuan, Bai Ji could really see the appearance of the Tiandu auction house. The Tiandu auction house is also a dome building like the Wuhan Hall, but the overall shape is a strange semi-spherical shape, with a diameter of nearly 500 meters and a height of more than 80 meters. BBE Book. Although it is smaller than the Soto Great Fighting Soul Arena in terms of floor area, the auction house that does not require spectators must be far more luxurious and complete in terms of internal facilities than the Soto Great Fighting Soul Arena. Walking into the Tiandu auction house, the interior decoration of the auction house is the same as the exterior, the color is milky white, and in the white hall, 4 tall girls stand at the door. These 4 girls are obviously strictly selected. Not only are they well proportioned, they are about 1.75 meters tall, and their looks are also very beautiful. Although they are definitely not as good as Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuan beside Bai Ji, they look different in uniform. 3. Is there anything I can help you with? Seeing Bai Ji and the other 2 come in, a young girl came up to them, bowed slightly, showing her full chest, and said with a standard smile on her face. We are here to auction things. Bai Ji didn't say much nonsense and got straight to the point. Auction things? Could you show me the items to be auctioned, sir? Hearing Bai Ji's words, the girl was stunned, but still smiled. You can't see anything. What I want to sell is elixir, which is the same as potion. You should ask your appraiser to come out. Bai Ji shook his head and said calmly. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the girl was not angry. Because Bai Ji looked handsome, dressed extraordinary and had a pet on his shoulder, he was obviously a noble, and might even be a soul master, so he shouldn't lie, so the girl immediately said, then please come in, I will take you 3 to appraise. After saying that, the girl invited Bai Ji and the other 2 into the hall, and then led them to the inside of the auction house. After leaving the hall, they entered the corridor leading to the inside of the auction house. However, there was nothing too magnificent in the corridor, all of which were white marble, except that the walls of the corridor had more relief decorations. The reliefs were not colorful, and they looked simple, bright, and extremely elegant. In addition to the reliefs, there were some wall-mounted display windows on the walls, which displayed some exhibits such as porcelain and armor. If you didn't know what this place was for, you would probably think it was a museum. After leaving the reception hall, under the guidance of the girl, Bai Ji and the other two turned left and right all the way, and finally came to a room with a signboard with the word appraisal hanging on the door. "Sir, please come in, this is the appraisal department." The girl pushed open the door and walked into the room with 3 people. The room was very spacious, but the layout was very simple. In addition to a row of chairs placed against the wall at the door, there was only a row of tables in the room. Behind the tables were 8 appraisers in black robes, who were busy appraising some items. The girl brought Bai Ji to an appraiser who was not appraising and said, "Appraiser number 7, this guest wants to appraise an item, please trouble me." "Oh? What does this gentleman want to appraise?" After hearing the girl's words, appraiser number 7 raised his head and looked at Bai Ji, asking very politely, without being negligent because of Bai Ji's young age. "This is what I want to appraise." Bai Ji took out a small porcelain bottle from the space ring, and then poured out a pill from it and handed it to the number 7 appraiser. "This is..." Looking at the pill in Bai Ji's hand, the number 7 appraiser was a little confused. Chapter 194, Showing the Pill, the shock caused by the chi replenishing pill, 4/4. It's called a pill, and it has a similar effect to a potion. Bai Ji explained concisely. "Similar to a potion? Then what is the effect of this pill?" The number 7 appraiser asked curiously. "This pill is called the chi replenishing pill, which can restore the soul power consumed by the soul master." Bai Ji said lightly. "Can restore soul power?" Hearing Bai Ji's words, the number 7 appraiser couldn't help but be a little shocked. You know, making items that can restore soul power has always been the patent of food-type soul masters. What is the specific effect? After calming down the shock in his heart, the number 7 appraiser asked very seriously. "This chi-boosting pill is only a low-grade chi-boosting pill. It can restore all the soul power consumed by a soul master or a great soul master, and restore the soul master's soul. Half of the soul power, restore a quarter of the soul zone, and an eighth of the soul king. The recovery effect is reduced by half for each realm of cultivation." Bai Ji said slowly. "Low-grade chi replenishing pills, then sir, you should have medium-grade and high-grade chi replenishing pills in your hand, right?" Hearing Bai Ji's words, appraiser number 7 couldn't help asking. "That's right." Bai Ji nodded. "The effect of the medium-grade chi replenishing pill is that it can restore all the consumed soul power before the soul zone realm. After that, the recovery effect is reduced by half for each realm of strength improvement. The high-grade chi replenishing pill can restore all the soul power consumed by the soul emperor starting from the soul emperor. If the cultivation exceeds the soul emperor, the stronger the strength, the weaker the recovery effect." Bai Ji said. "It can restore all the soul power consumed by a soul emperor." Hearing Bai Ji's words, appraiser number 7 was still a little dazed. "Sir, we at the auction house believe that your pill is a treasure, but we need to be responsible for our customers, so we still need to test it." Coming back to his senses, appraiser number 7 said respectfully. "Okay, you can ask someone to come over and check it out." Bai Ji nodded. He didn't expect the auction house to believe him directly. When facing unknown items, they must try them to know whether they are real or fake. He can understand. "Sir, please follow me." Appraiser number 7 stood up and took Bai Ji, the other two and the girl in charge of reception into a semicircular door behind the appraisal room. "Sir, please wait here for a moment. I will ask someone to come over and check it out." After inviting Bai Ji, Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran into the room, appraiser number 7 said apologetically. Although he is an appraiser, his strength is only that of a great soul master. However, Bai Ji's elixir still needs at least a soul master, a soul ancestor, a soul king and a soul emperor to test the effect, so he can only ask the auction house for help. "Well, then you go quickly." "Shabada." Bai Ji nodded, and with Bai Ji's consent, the number 7 appraiser immediately left quickly, and it seemed that he was determined to find a soul master to help. Seeing the number 7 appraiser leave, Bai Ji observed the room he was in. This should be the place to inspect weapons. The space is large, there is a target in the room, and the walls around are all made of steel plates, which look particularly strong and solid. "Oh, it's so slow, how long do we have to wait?" After following Bai Ji around the Tiandu auction house for a long time, Meng Yuan couldn't help but complain a little when he didn't even finish appraising the items to be auctioned. Don't worry, it should be done soon. The Tiandu auction house can build such an auction house in the Tiandu imperial city where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. The background must be extraordinary. If they are asked to find some soul saints or soul Douluos, it may be a little difficult, but it should not be a problem to find a soul emperor or a soul master with the strength below the soul emperor. Bai Ji comforted. Don't worry, my father and I have been to the Tiandu auction house. The auction here is carried out 24 hours a day, and we will not miss the auction. Ning Rongrong also explained. Okay. Meng Yuan had no choice but to nod helplessly. Bai Ji's words were right. The power of the Tiandu auction house was indeed amazing. Within 10 minutes, appraiser number 7 came in again with 5 soul masters. Sir, I've been waiting for a long time. Seeing Bai Ji, appraiser number 7 bowed slightly and said. These 3 bottles are low-grade chi replenishing pills, medium-grade chi replenishing pills, and high-grade chi replenishing pills. I have already put labels on them. You can ask them to use up all their soul power and then take them and refine them. Bai Ji took out 3 bottles of chi replenishing pills and threw them to appraiser number 7, then said. Okay, sir. Appraiser number 7 nodded, and then took the 5 soul masters to the center of the room, asking them to release their soul power with all their strength and release soul skills, consuming all the soul power in their bodies. With a burst of shouting, followed by the sound of various weapon spirits tearing the sky, the roar of beast spirits, and the bombing of various soul skills, after a while, the 5 soul masters brought by appraiser number 7 consumed all the soul power in their bodies, and then each received a corresponding chi replenishing pill. The 5 soul masters each took the chi replenishing pill and then refined it. After refining, the 5 stood up and told appraiser number 7 about the effects of taking it. Appraiser number 7 immediately showed an uncontrollable smile on his face. Soon, appraiser number 7 walked over quickly with the remaining pills, handed back the remaining pills from the experiment, and appraiser number 7 said respectfully, Sir, this is your pill, sir, how many bottles of this pill do you want to auction? Well, I want to auction so many. Bai Ji took out 3 bottles of low-grade chi boosting pills, 2 bottles of medium-grade chi boosting pills, 1 bottle of high-grade chi boosting pill and 1 bottle of black jade intermittent paste from the space ring, and said. In fact, Bai Ji has many other kinds of pills, such as bone strengthening pills, body strengthening pills, essence pills, herb pills, and marrow cleansing pills, etc., but many of these pills need to be taken for a long time to be effective, and Bai Ji will definitely not sell the herb pill. After all, the herb pill once the use of title Douluo is discovered, it is difficult for Bai Ji to guarantee what the spirit hall will do. At present, Bai Ji does not have the capital to confront the spirit hall, so for the Baiko pill, it is better to hide and make a fortune quietly. Moreover, for Douluo continent, the chi boosting pill and the black jade bone repairing paste alone are enough to attract people's attention. The reason why Bai Ji auctioned the pills is just to spread the name of the pill pavilion, and making money is not the main purpose. Sir, what is this bottle of pill called black jade bone repairing paste? Seeing Bai Ji took out another bottle of new pills, appraiser number 7 couldn't help but ask in surprise. This bottle is called black jade bone repairing paste, which is used to treat bone injuries. Even if the bones are broken, as long as they can be connected, this black jade bone repairing paste can make the bone injuries healed. Bai Ji introduced. So that's it, a very powerful bone injury medicine. Appraiser number 7 nodded, but with the chi boosting pill in front, appraiser number 7 was very calm about the black jade bone repairing paste. Chapter 195 Goodbye Ning Fengzi, entering the auction venue, 1/4. Excuse me, sir, are these all you are auctioning? After putting all the pills that Bai Ji took out into a tray, appraiser number 7 asked. Aren't you going to test the black jade bone restoration paste? Bai Ji asked in surprise. No need, since sir has a treasure like the chi replenishing pill, he will not deceive our auction house with this black jade bone restoration paste. Appraiser number 7 smiled. That's all. Bai Ji nodded indifferently. Okay, since sir has finished the appraisal, please follow me. I will take sir to go through the formalities, and your auction items will appear at the auction soon. On the side, seeing that the appraisal was over, the girl in charge of reception hurried to Bai Ji and said. Following the girl, Bai Ji came to the reception hall again. After filling out a form at the counter, the girl gave Bai Ji a gold card. This is the account card of the Tiandu auction house. The gold soul coins obtained from Bai Ge's elixir after the auction will be stored in the account of this card. Bai Ge will need to show this card to receive the money from the auction. It is somewhat similar to a bank card, but more like an identity certificate. Thinking of the bank card, Bai Ge found that there was no institution similar to a bank on the Douluo continent. Those large-scale gold soul coin transactions were completely dependent on storage soul guides. If a bank could be opened on the Douluo continent, it should be very profitable. However, if you want to open a bank, you must have sufficient credibility and capital. If the Wuhan Hall or the Kaibao Liulai sect may be barely qualified, Bai Ge is still far away now, but it is still possible in the future. When filling in the form, there is a belonging force after the identity column. Bai Ge naturally filled in the Dan Pavilion. After doing all this, just as Bai Ge was about to take Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran to follow the girl in charge of reception into the auction venue, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Rongrong, Bai Ge. Hearing the voice, Bai Ge immediately looked behind him. It turned out that the person standing behind him was Ning Fengzi, and next to him was Jian Douluo Chen Xin. Dad, Grandpa Jian. Seeing Ning Fengzi, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but smile with surprise. Bai Ge, who is this person next to you? Ning Fengzi walked over with Chen Xin. When he saw Meng Yuran, although he had guessed it in his heart, he still asked because he didn't know Meng Yuran's name. This is the granddaughter of Senior Longgong, Meng Yuran. Bai Ge introduced very naturally. My name is Meng Yuran, meet Master Ning. Hearing what Ning Rongrong and Bai Ge said, Meng Yuran immediately realized the identity of the middle-aged man in front of him, so he hurriedly said respectfully. So you are the granddaughter of Senior Peerless Dragon Snake. Just call me Uncle Ning. It's really a good talent and beautiful jade. Uncle doesn't have any good things, so I'll give this to you. Ning Fengzi smiled gently, took out an exquisite jade pendant from his waist and handed it to Meng Yuran. This is too precious. Seeing the jade pendant handed over by Ning Fengzi, the knowledgeable Meng Yuran immediately recognized that the jade pendant was carved from colorful glazed jade worth 1,000,000 gold, so he quickly declined. Yuran, just accept it. This jade pendant is also a gift from my father, and it is a gift from the senior to the junior. How can the junior refuse it? Seeing Meng Yuran refuse, Ning Rongrong smiled and persuaded. Then I will accept it. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Meng Yuran hesitated for a while, but still accepted the jade pendant. After hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Ning Fengzi looked at Ning Rongrong in surprise. Huaxia Library. Bai Ge, why did you three come to the Tiandu auction house? After delivering the things, Ning Fengzi asked curiously. I came to auction some things, and then I came to see the world by the way. Bai Ge he smiled and said. Is it the elixir? Ning Fengzi guessed. Uncle Ning is indeed Uncle Ning. I am indeed auctioning the elixir. Bai Ge nodded. That one should not be taken out, right? Ning Fengzi frowned and asked. Uncle Ning, don't worry. I won't do anything I'm not sure of. Bai Ge naturally knew what Ning Fengzi was referring to. That's good. I'm also going to attend the auction. Let me take you in. Hearing Bai Ge's words, Ning Fengzi relaxed his brows and smiled gently again. After asking the girl in charge of reception for 3 masks, Ning Fengzi asked the 3 of them to wear masks, and then took Bai Ge and the other 2 to the 2nd floor from the stairs on the right side of the reception hall. The auction center of Tiandu Auction House is located on the 2nd floor of the auction house. When they arrived at the 2nd floor of the auction house, a girl in charge of reception immediately came to greet them. But unlike the receptionist on the 1st floor, although they were both wearing white clothes and skirts, the receptionist on the 2nd floor wore a shorter skirt. The short skirt was just 7 inches above the waist, revealing her slender thighs, and the open front of her chest revealed her surging peaks and ridges. With the white high heels, she looked even taller. The strong uniform temptation made Bai Ge a little stunned. But before Bai Ge saw the key parts, he felt a sharp pain on both sides of his waist. It was the 2 girls around him who used their talents, a kind of armor-breaking attack that could ignore armor. Bai Ge was startled and turned his head immediately, not looking away. On the other side, seeing the little movements of the 3 little guys behind him, Ning Fengzi in front couldn't help shaking his head with a bit of amusement. Oh! It's so good to be young. Ning Fengzi couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Following Ning Fengzi, the group finally arrived in front of the auction center. After sending the group to the auction center, the receptionist turned around and left. Let's go, the auction venue is inside. Ning Fengzi smiled as he looked at the open door in front of him. The group walked into the auction venue of the auction center. The layout of the auction venue gave people the feeling of a large auditorium. The layout was somewhat similar to the main fighting arena of the Soto Grand Fighting Arena, but there were no boxes, but rows of seats. In the center of the auction center was a circular platform, with circles of seats arranged in a radial ring around it. The seats were clearly divided into 5 parts. The 3 rows of seats closest to the platform were red, and the 3 rows behind were black, purple, yellow, and white respectively. The seating arrangement of the auction venue was obviously set according to the level of the bidders, which could clearly show the status of the bidders. The nobles liked this. At this time, the first few rows of the auction venue were almost full, but the back was sparse, with not many people sitting at all. Let's just find a place to sit down. Entering the auction venue, Ning Fengzi didn't care about the clear 5-layer layout of the auction venue. Instead, he smiled gently and asked Bai Ji and the other 2 to sit down. He casually found a white seat and sat down, not caring about his identity at all. Chapter 196, Gifting the Best 100 Herbs Pill, Really? Cat-eared Beast Girl. 2/4. Seeing that even Ning Fengzi, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, sat on the lowest white seat, Bai Ji and the others naturally wouldn't be picky. Following Ning Fengzi, the 3 of them also sat on the white seats. Chen Xin didn't sit down, but stood behind Ning Fengzi. At this time, on the podium in the center of the auction venue, the host was auctioning a natural 5-color agate mermaid statue. This was a top-grade rare luxury, but unfortunately Bai Ji was not interested, and Ning Fengzi was the same. By the way, Bai Ji, I have found 48 soul masters with wood and fire attributes that you asked me to find for you before. When are you going to accept them? While listening to the host's introduction to the 5-color agate mermaid statue on the stage, Ning Fengzi turned his head slightly and said to Bai Ji, "Have you found 48 people?" Bai Ji was a little surprised, but thinking of the status of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect in Douluo continent, Bai Ji was relieved again. "I don't have a place to put them now. Wait 5 or 6 days. Uncle Ning, you can bring them here in 5 or 6 days. It should be ready by then." After thinking for a while, Bai Ji said. 5 or 6 days later. "Do you want to buy real estate in Tiandu Imperial City? Do you need my help?" Hearing Bai Ji's words, Ning Fengzi immediately guessed what Bai Ji was going to do, but in fact Bai Ji had already asked Douluo for help. "No, Uncle Ning, I have already found someone to help." Bai Ji smiled and shook his head. "Have you found someone to help?" Ning Fengzi was a little surprised. Could it be Lu Erlong, the Dean of Blue Tyrant Academy? Although Lu Erlong has the support of Blue Tyrant sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, which can choose to be neutral, should not have too many connections in Tiandu Imperial City. However, since Bai Ji refused, Ning Fengzi did not say much. Bai Ji still left a very stable impression on Ning Fengzi. Since he said that someone would help, he would definitely be able to do it. "By the way, Uncle Ning, here, this is for Elder Jian and Elder Gu." Hearing Ning Fengzi's help, Bai Ji suddenly thought of the top-grade Baiko Dan that he had specially refined during the time in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. So, while talking, Bai Ji took out 2 bottles of top-grade Baiko Dan from the space ring and handed them to Ning Fengzi. "Is this Baiko Dan?" Ning Fengzi asked with some doubts. "Yes, but not entirely. This is the top-grade Baiko Dan that I refined with the best medicinal materials in Senior Douluo's medicine garden. The effect is thousands of times better than the Baiko Dan I gave you, Uncle Ning. At that time, I was asked to leave by Senior Douluo. I troubled Uncle Ning to worry about you." Bai Ji shook his head and said. "Then I'll thank you on behalf of Elder Gu, Bai Ji." Ning Fengzi took the 2 bottles of top-grade Baiko Dan handed over by Bai Ji, and first smiled and thanked him, then handed 1 bottle to Chen Xin behind him, and put the other bottle into the storage soul guide. But although he smiled gently on his face, Ning Fengzi was quite thoughtful in his heart. The medicinal materials of poison Douluo. He was also a smart man. When Ning Rongrong suddenly ran back crying and said that Douluo had captured Bai Ji, he naturally took Swordbone Douluo and went straight to Sunset Forest. But when they rushed to Sunset Forest and met the master said that Douluo asked Bai Ji for help and would not cause any harm to Bai Ji, saying that it was just a misunderstanding. Although the master said that Bai Ji had come forward to prove it himself, Ning Fengzi did not believe it because there was obviously something wrong with this statement. Sanjiu. First of all, Douluo and Bai Ji didn't know each other at all, so how could he know that Bai Ji could help him? And even if a titled Douluo needed the help of Bai Ji, a soul master, he could just meet him openly. It was obviously not the attitude of asking for help to kidnap someone secretly. So Douluo must have kidnapped Bai Ji with malicious intent, but Bai Ji somehow changed Douluo's attitude and made Douluo dare not hurt him. And now Bai Ji still refused to leave, so Bai Ji must have reached some agreement with Douluo. Now hearing Bai Ji calling Douluo senior all the time, and even using the medicinal materials in Douluo's medicine garden to make pills, Ning Fengzi was more certain of his guess in his heart that Bai Ji and Douluo must have reached some agreement, and Bai Ji should still be the dominant party. What a powerful little guy! Ning Fengzi sighed in his heart. When he was only 12 years old, his strength was only that of a great soul master, and he was a little scared when facing a soul emperor. How could he dare to negotiate with a titled Douluo and even reach an agreement in the end? After Bai Ji handed over 2 bottles of top-grade Baikou to Ning Fengzi, the final ownership of the 5-color agate mermaid statue on the central stage of the auction venue was finally determined. The host smiled and introduced the next auction item, which was a belt-shaped storage soul guide similar to Tang San's 24 Bridges Moonlight Night. Compared with the more popular brocade bag storage soul guide, the belt soul guide is obviously more convenient to carry, and the belt storage soul guide auctioned on the stage is not only powerful, but also gorgeous in appearance. Not only are there various gold and silver wires on it, but it is also inlaid with various gems. It looks very luxurious and valuable, so the belt storage soul guide also ushered in a small wave of competition, and was finally successfully bought by a noble sitting in a purple seat. After the belt storage soul guide was auctioned for 43,000 gold soul coins, the host immediately showed a mysterious smile and said to the audience, "Next, we will auction a rare treasure. Please pay attention, especially male guests." After speaking, the host clapped his hands. With the sound of the host's clapping, 3 strong men immediately pushed a cart out of the passage behind the central stage. The cart was covered with red cloth, and it was impossible to see what was inside, but through the outline of the red cloth, it could be judged that it should be a large square box. Bai Ji seemed to have guessed something in his heart. "Can you guess what this is? Let me tell you the starting price first. The starting price of this item is 100,000 gold soul coins. Each bid must not be less than 10,000 gold soul coins. This is the best of the best." Seeing that everyone around the stage was looking at the cart with a curious look, the host showed a mysterious smile. Hearing the host's words, everyone became more curious. Seeing that he had successfully aroused everyone's curiosity, the host was a little pleased with himself, but he did not continue to keep the suspense. As the saying goes, too much is as bad as too little. Being able to arouse the curiosity of the guests will help to sell the auction items at a high price, but keeping the suspense too much may offend people. The host knew this very well, so after he finished speaking, he reached directly for the red cloth. "Now, please look carefully, guests." As the host said loudly, he suddenly grabbed the red cloth and pulled it off in an instant. As the red cloth was lifted, the things covered by the red cloth were immediately revealed, but to everyone's surprise, the red cloth was not covered by a box, but a huge iron cage, in which curled a girl with dark purple hair, a good figure and a beautiful face. Perhaps the VIPs are wondering why such a girl can have such a high reserve price, the same price as the beauties trained by our auction house for many years, but if you look closely, you will find her special. As he spoke, the host took out a stick from somewhere, reached into the iron cage, and gently lifted the dark purple hair on the girl's head, revealing what was hidden in the dark purple hair. It was a pair of ears, but they were not human ears, but furry and pointed ears similar to those of cats. Yes, the VIPs were not wrong. This is a rare cat girl. When her martial spirit awakened, her body mutated and had some cat forms. Her eyes were blue and green, unique, and she even had a long tail. As the host spoke loudly, he knocked the girl with the stick in his hand, causing the girl to reveal her snow-white tail behind her in pain. Is this a real cat-eared beast girl? Looking at the cat-eared girl on the stage, thinking of the plot in his memory, Bai Ji couldn't help but feel moved. A bold idea suddenly popped up in his mind. Chapter 197 Asking Ning Fengzi for help, the two girls' jealousy, 3/4. On the central stage of the auction venue, after showing the cat-eared girl, the host showed a meaningful smile on his face. It can be said that she is unique in the entire continent. It is so happy to have such a beautiful cat as a pet. The specific happiness should be known to all the distinguished guests, so I won't go into details here. The distinguished guests below can bid. They actually sell people as pets. Hearing the host's words, Meng Yuan was a little unbelievable, but Ning Rongrong seemed to be very accustomed to it. Ning Rongrong had already seen through these guys who were called nobles but were actually worse than animals. Don't worry, my dad will buy them. Ning Rongrong said very easily. In fact, when she saw her father coming to the auction house, Ning Rongrong guessed that the auction house might auction slaves today, and the result was not beyond her expectations. When Ning Rongrong was a child, Ning Fengzi had brought Ning Rongrong to the Tiandu auction house. The reason for bringing Ning Rongrong to the Tiandu auction house was very simple, just to tell Ning Rongrong the face of the nobles and the dangers of this world. At that time, Ning Fengzi had photographed some female slaves and let them go, and he had been doing such things since then. Ning Rongrong had already gotten used to it. Even when she met her father at the auction house, Ning Rongrong still mourned for the Tiandu auction house in her heart, because with the arrival of her father Ning Fengzi, the Tiandu auction house would definitely suffer a blood loss again this time. There are too many things in this world that we cannot stop. All we can do is not to go along with them. Beside him, Ning Fengzi sighed and raised the auction card in his hand. I'll offer 110,000 gold soul coins. Ning Fengzi's magnetic and gentle voice sounded in the auction venue, but because the whole auction venue was quite noisy, no one except the host on the central stand noticed Ning Fengzi. After Ning Fengzi, someone else raised the price. I'll offer 130,000 gold soul coins. I'll offer 140,000 gold soul coins. I'll offer 170,000 gold soul coins. A full-bodied voice suddenly sounded from the red seat closest to the central podium in the auction venue. Hearing the voice, Bai Ji immediately recognized the owner of the voice. It was Prince Swexing who he had met at Tiandu Royal Academy. This guy is here after all. However, although he met Prince Swexing, who had a grudge against him, the system in his mind did not issue a task, which made Bai Ji a little regretful. With the improvement of strength, the difficulty of the system triggering tasks is getting higher and higher. Now the system basically won't issue iron level face slapping tasks, but basically all high difficulty tasks above silver level. Beside him, Ning Fengzi raised the bidding card again. I bid 180,000 gold soul coins. 180,000? Okay, a white VIP bid 180,000, is there anyone who bids higher? Seeing that a VIP sitting in a white seat bid 180,000 gold soul coins, but his account was not overdrawn, the host was a little confused, but his good professional ethics still made him maintain a standard smile. I want to see who dares to compete with me. But compared to Ning Fengzi's calmness, Prince Swexing couldn't help but stand up in a rage and look towards Bai Ji and the others. Seeing Prince Swexing's actions, Bai Ji couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Prince Swexing is indeed in a high position in the Tiandu Empire, but it depends on who he is compared with. The Seven Treasures Glazed sect is a Tiandu. The supporters behind the royal family would not dare to neglect them even if Xuebeng came to power in the future. Even if Prince Swexing had 100 guts, he would not dare to challenge Ning Fengzi. The result was as expected by Bai Ji. Ning Fengzi did not wear a mask when he entered the Tiandu auction house. When Prince Swexing saw that the person bidding with him was Ning Fengzi, he suddenly became silent, said nothing, and sat down with an ugly face. Beside Prince Swexing, some other nobles could not help but exclaimed in a low voice when they saw Ning Fengzi, and then they sat up straight one by one. On the central stage, when a closer look revealed that the VIP on the white seat was the familiar Ning Fengzi, the host also showed a smile that was uglier than crying, and said, "This VIP bid 180,000 gold soul coins, is there anyone higher?" Although the words were said, when the host saw Ning Fengzi, he knew that no one dared to continue bidding, because no one dared to offend the famous Seven Treasures Glazed sect master Ning Fengzi. Nuwa Library. 180,000 gold soul coins for the second time, 180,000 gold soul coins for the third time, deal. This Catwoman belongs to a magical VIP in the white VIP area. After 3 confirmations, the host finally announced loudly the ownership of the Catwoman. Because the ownership of the Catwoman has been determined, the huge iron cage containing the Catwoman was pushed down again. But not long after the iron cage was pushed down, an old man hurried over, stepped onto the stage, and whispered something to the host. While speaking, he also looked at Bai Ji and the others, and the host nodded repeatedly. Seeing everything that happened on the stage, combined with the plot he recalled, Bai Ji immediately guessed that the old man should come to ask the host to cancel the next few slave auctions. The reason is very simple, because Ning Fengzi is here, the goods will definitely not be auctioned at a good price. These guys are going to fool me with low-priced goods again. Every time I come, it's like this. Why bother? I'm not paying. Seeing everything that happened on the stage, Ning Fengzi also shook his head helplessly. Uncle Ning, I have something I want you to help me with. Listening to Ning Fengzi's words, Bai Ji suddenly spoke. What is it? Uncle will definitely help you if I can. Ning Fengzi still smiled gently. The girls ready for auction at this auction house should all be beast-eared girls like this. I want to ask Uncle to help me get them all. Bai Ji said. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Ning Fengzi couldn't help but reveal a very strange look. And beside him, as soon as the words came out, as expected, accompanied by two delicate snorts, Bai Ji suddenly felt a pain in his waist on both sides. It was Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuren's armor-breaking attack, or the same method, or the same feeling. Bai Ji felt a little sad and funny in his heart. He really didn't have the same idea as Prince Swexing to buy these beast-eared girls. What do you want them to do? Ning Fengzi asked a little strangely. I don't have any other ideas. They have undergone such changes. Even if you, Uncle Ning, buy them and let them go, their future fate will not be very good because of their own specialness. I am just about to set up a force to sell elixirs recently, and I just happen to be short of staff. I think they are quite special. If they can serve as my staff, the effect should be good. Bai Ji explained. Hearing what you said, as a staff, they are indeed good. Their own special image can indeed attract a lot of attention. Ning Fengzi pondered for a while and said. Uncle Ning, you are really smart. When the Dan Pavilion I am going to build opens in the future, I am going to let them perform on stage. So many unique beast-eared girls will perform on stage together. At that time, I will throw out today's incident as a gimmick, which will definitely set off the entire Tiandu Imperial City. Bai Ji couldn't help laughing. Beast-eared girls. Ning Fengzi was a little curious when he heard the words from Bai Ji, but Bai Ji was immediately shocked. Damn, I let it slip. It seems that it is okay to call a girl with animal ears girl. It sounds pretty nice. But after thinking about it, Ning Fengzi actually nodded in agreement. However, compared with Ning Fengzi's understanding, Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuren beside him cast a somewhat suspicious look at Bai Ji, which made Bai Ji a little amused. Don't look at me like that. I, Bai Ji, am a gentleman. I guarantee that I have absolutely no dirty thoughts about these animal ears girls. At most, I will let them all wear maid costumes, and then dance to the pure land of bliss. Yes, that's it. Chapter 198 The Popularity of Qi-Boosting Pills. 4/4. Although Bai Ji asked Ning Fengzi to help buy these animal ears girls, the two women still chose to believe it when they thought of Bai Ji's character. Anyway, at most, they will just stare at them more. Men are like cheating. The cat cannot be stopped. Moreover, Bai Ji's explanation is reasonable and well-founded. Forcibly opposing it will only make him look unreasonable. It is better to be generous. Because of Ning Fengzi's arrival, the atmosphere of the entire auction venue suddenly dropped. After the old man who suddenly arrived and was suspected to be a senior executive of the auction venue said something to the host on the stage and left, the host's face showed a standard smile again. Okay, distinguished guests, we will usher in the last finale auction item of this round of auctions. This auction item is called elixir, which is divided into two types, one is called Qi-Boosting Elixir, and the other is called Black Jade Bone Renewing Paste. The elixir called Qi-Boosting Elixir is divided into 3 grades, low grade, medium grade and high grade. The effects of the 3 grades are different, but the effects are absolutely unexpected. The host's face showed a mysterious smile again. Hey, Bai Ji, it's our elixir. Hearing the host's introduction, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but say happily. Qi-Boosting Elixir? Bai Ji, is this another type of elixir you have refined? Hearing the host's introduction, Ning Fengzi couldn't help asking. Although he knew about Bai Ji's elixir at the beginning, Ning Fengzi focused on Baiko Dan because he found that it was amazingly effective for Jiangu Douluo, and did not pay attention to other elixirs. Now, after hearing the host's introduction, Ning Fengzi couldn't help but feel a little curious. In addition to the Baiko pill for Uncle Ning, I actually have many other kinds of pills, such as Zhuanggu pills that can strengthen bones, Qiangdi pills that can strengthen the body, Jingyuan pills that can restore physical strength, and Zisui pills that can improve qualifications. But these need to be taken for a long time to be effective, and what I auction on the stage are the qi-boosting pills and high-xuxing bone pastes that can take effect immediately. The effect of qi-boosting pills is as its name suggests. Qi-boosting is to replenish the soul power consumed in the body. Qi-boosting pills are divided into 3 types according to quality: low grade, medium grade and high grade. Low-grade qi-boosting pills can restore all the soul power consumed by a soul master or a great soul master, half of it for a soul master, and 1/4 for a soul master. The same goes for higher strengths. The medium-grade qi-boosting pill can restore all the soul power of a soul master or a soul master, and the effect is halved as the strength increases, while the high-grade qi-boosting pill can restore all the soul power of a soul king or soul emperor, and the effect will also weaken as the strength increases. The Black Jade Bone Restoration Ointment is an ointment for treating bone injuries. Even if the bone is broken, as long as it can be connected, it can be restored by applying the ointment. Bai Ji explained. There are so many kinds of elixirs. Ning Fengzi was a little surprised at first, and then his mind moved. Bai Ji, you auctioned the qi-boosting pill to build a reputation for your future Dan Pavilion, right? Yes, Uncle Ning guessed right. Bai Ji nodded. Bai Ji, your uncle supports you in building your power, but your elixir is so effective that you can't be too ostentatious. You still need to hide your shortcomings. You can't release all the elixirs, especially the 100-herb pill. If the effect of your 100-herb pill on the titled Douluo is spread, the consequences may be difficult to predict. Ning Fengzi said earnestly. Uncle Ning, don't worry, Bai Ji knows that I will only use this 100-herb pill for myself and supply it to Elder Jiangu. I won't sell it to others. After all, I know the importance of it. Bai Ji naturally knew about Ning Fengzi's worries. That's good. Love me. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Ning Fengzi also nodded. While Bai Ji and Ning Fengzi were talking, the host on the stage had already introduced the effects of the qi-boosting pill. The qi-boosting pill is actually similar to the effect of some food made by food-based soul masters, but the food made by food-based soul masters has a time limit. Compared with most of the food made by food-based soul masters that can only be stored for a few months at most, Bai Ji's qi-boosting pill can theoretically be stored for several years or even decades. Moreover, most of the food made by food-based soul masters can only increase the speed of soul power recovery, and rarely can directly restore soul power, but Bai Ji's qi-boosting pill can almost directly restore soul power, and the top-grade qi-boosting pill can even restore the entire soul power of a soul emperor. Once the effect of the qi-boosting pill was mentioned, it immediately set off the entire auction venue, and everyone began to bid, from the starting price of 300,000 gold soul coins to 500,000 gold soul coins, and the bidding has not yet ended. I'll bid 530,000 gold soul coins. A noble sitting on a purple seat raised his bidding card. Faced with such an amazing treasure, no one was willing to give in. I'll bid 550,000 gold soul coins. A burly noble sitting on a red seat raised his bidding card. Compared to other nobles, he was not only a noble but also a powerful soul emperor. No one knew the preciousness of the treasure on the stage better than him. A pill that can almost instantly restore all the soul power consumed by a soul emperor can almost turn the tide in a battle. With such a treasure called qi-boosting pill, he can even defeat a low-level soul saint. After all, even a soul saint has limited soul power, but with the qi-boosting pill that can restore all his soul power, he can do it in the replenishment. Before the qi dan is consumed, he can release soul skills infinitely. As long as the tactics are appropriate, he can completely kill a low-level soul saint with the advantage of soul power. No one can resist such a treasure. I offer 590,000. I offer 600,000. I offer 630,000. The bidding continued, but suddenly, a familiar voice sounded again, I offer 800,000. Listening to the full-bodied voice, Bai Ji showed a rather playful smile at the corner of his mouth, because the person bidding was none other than the old acquaintance Prince Swexing. Hearing the voice of Prince Swexing, the nobles around frowned. Although Prince Swexing wore a mask, as the younger brother of the current Emperor Shuiyat, the first prince of the current empire, others may not know Swexing's voice, but as a great noble, they heard it at once. They were not very afraid of Prince Swexing's identity. After all, even a prince must abide by the rules, and it is impossible to kill them because of a treasure. But Prince Swexing is always vindictive. If they offend Prince Swexing by bidding for this treasure, Prince Swexing will probably take the opportunity to seek revenge in the future, which is very troublesome. They are considering whether it is worth offending Prince Swexing for this treasure. I bid a 10,000. While the nobles were thinking, the burly Soul Emperor noble raised the bidding card in his hand. He is a Soul Master, and a powerful Soul Emperor. As long as he is loyal to the Empire, even Prince Swexing can't do anything to him. With his strength, others are afraid of Prince Swexing, but he is not afraid. Chapter 199 by Ge, who drives up prices, Prince Swexing's anger, 1/4. I bid 850,000. Prince Swexing shouted and raised the bidding card in his hand again. Prince Swexing recognized the identity of the Soul Emperor nobleman at once. After all, there were not many nobles with such a burly figure in Tiandu Imperial City. However, the Soul Emperor nobleman had strength, but as a Soul Master, he had to spend money everywhere to practice. Could his assets compare with Prince Swexing? I bid 860,000. The Soul Emperor nobleman raised his bid card again without admitting defeat. But when he heard that the Soul Emperor nobleman only added 10,000 gold soul coins each time, Prince Swexing couldn't help but sneer at the corner of his mouth. Poor guy! I bid 900,000 gold soul coins. Prince Swexing raised his bid card again and said loudly. Damn! Hearing Prince Swexing's words, the Soul Emperor nobleman couldn't help but clench his fists in anger. Although he didn't want to give up the chi replenishing pill, he had no money. Facing Prince Swexing's high price of 900,000 gold soul coins, it was beyond his tolerance limit, so he could only choose to give up. Oh, this distinguished guest has already bid 950,000 gold soul coins. Any other guests who want to raise the price? 950,000 gold soul coins once, 950,000 gold soul coins twice, 95. Wait. I bid 980,000 gold soul coins. Bai Ge interrupted the host with a smile and raised the bidding card in his hand. Who dares to compete with me? Prince Swexing stood up again in anger and looked towards the place where the voice came from. When he saw that the voice came from Ning Fengzi, Prince Swexing was a little afraid. But when he saw Prince Swexing looking over, Bai Ge slowly stretched out his right hand to Prince Swexing, then gave him a middle finger, and finally, in Prince Swexing's astonished eyes, Bai Ge even raised his middle finger hard. Although he didn't know what Bai Ge's gesture meant, looking at the contemptuous smile on Bai Ge's mouth, Prince Swexing couldn't help but feel a rush of blood rushing to his head, and his heart was very angry. This guy actually dared to show such an expression to me? No one has ever dared to look down on me like this. Prince Swexing was furious. The previous auction of Catwoman was because he violated the laws of the Empire and was not virtuous, so he did not dare to challenge Ning Fengzi, but this time it was a normal auction. Even Ning Fengzi had no excuse to question him. Thinking of this, although he was not sure whether Bai Ge was related to Ning Fengzi, he figured out the connection in his heart, and Prince Swexing was not ready to give in, but directly raised the bidding card. I bid 1 million gold soul coins. Seeing Prince Swexing's actions, Bai Ge couldn't help but smile with a conspiracy. Raising the sign will add 50,000 gold soul coins to the account, which is simply a huge profit. I bid 1,500,000. Bai Ge raised the sign again. Because the heaven-changing and earth-strike technique broke through the 4th level and gave birth to spiritual power, although it is not possible to read minds at present, Bai Ge can faintly feel the superficial thoughts of most ordinary people and some soul masters with relatively low strength through the diffused spiritual power, and Prince Swexing is undoubtedly one of the people whose thoughts Bai Ge can sense. Through the heaven-changing and earth-strike technique, Bai Ge perfectly grasped Prince Swexing's thoughts at the moment, especially since Prince Swexing is still extremely angry and has no intention of hiding his thoughts. Damn, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Sensing Prince Swexing's thoughts at the moment, Bai Ge raised his bid card again, 1,100,000 gold soul coins. Hey, Bai Ge, this is our elixir. Why are you bidding? Beside him, Ning Rongrong whispered anxiously. Don't worry, I just want to take revenge on Prince Swexing and make more money. Bai Ge replied in a low voice. Don't go too far. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but mutter. 1,150,000. Prince Swexing raised his bid card again. Fate. 1,200,000. Bai Ge was not to be outdone. At the auction, seeing that Bai Ge was actually arguing with Prince Swexing, everyone couldn't help but look at Bai Ji, wanting to see who dared to play against Prince Swexing. But when they saw that Bai Ji was actually next to Ning Fengzi, everyone was a little nervous. Could it be that the Seven Treasures Glazed sect wants to suppress the fourth prince's line? As the great nobles of the Tiandu Empire, they naturally knew about the disputes in the court. But although the Seven Treasures Glazed sect supported the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, it never suppressed the fourth prince Xuebeng, but always maintained an aloof attitude. Is this attitude going to change now? Prince Xuexing naturally didn't know the opinions of the nobles around him. If he knew, Prince Xuexing would definitely sneer. Because the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, as a supporter of the Tiandu imperial family, can express support for the succession of the royal heir, but it is impossible to express opposition, because who will inherit the throne in the end is still decided by Emperor Shui yet. If the Seven Treasures Glazed sect clearly expresses opposition to a certain prince, but in case the prince who eventually inherits the throne is not the prince supported by the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, but the prince opposed by the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, it will easily affect the relationship between the Seven Treasures Glazed sect and the Tiandu imperial family. As a great man of his generation, Ning Fengzi couldn't be unaware of the power relationship. Of course, with the support of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, Emperor Shuiye would definitely consider the opinions of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, but everything was still unknown before the dust finally settled, and no one could make a conclusion. 1,900,000. Prince Xuexing raised the bidding card with a somewhat ugly face. Although he was rich, the current price of the qi-boosting pill was almost beyond his psychological expectations. After all, the qi-boosting pill was only better than the food made by the food-type soul master in terms of cost performance, but it was not irreplaceable. As long as it was more than 2 million, I would not want it. Prince Xuexing made a decision in his heart. 1,900,000. Bai Ji smiled and raised the bidding card again. 2 million. Prince Xuexing gritted his teeth and shouted out the final psychological price. This distinguished guest has shouted out 2 million gold soul coins. Is there a higher price? On the stage, the host shouted excitedly. You know, the highest price of this qi-boosting pill in their auction house was estimated to be only 1.2 million gold soul coins, but they didn't expect that the premium is almost doubled now. Hearing the host call out his bid, Prince Xuexing couldn't help but look at Bai Ji again, but this time Bai Ji didn't compete with him again. You win. Bai Ji showed a rather playful smile to Prince Xuexing, and then mouthed. Oh, there is no higher price, than 2 million gold soul coins once, 2 million gold soul coins twice, 2 million gold soul coins 3 times, deal. Our final auction items, Qi Boosting Pill and Black Jade Bone Renewing Paste, were won by this distinguished guest. The host shouted loudly. Hearing the host say that he finally won the treasure called the pill, Prince Xuexing didn't feel happy at all, but suddenly felt that he was teased. Because from Bai Ji's face, he saw only mockery, no regrets at all. That is, that guy didn't want to bid for the pill at all, just to make him spend more money. Damn it! Thinking of this, Prince Xuexing punched the horizontal bar at the edge of the seat hard, making a loud bang sound, which made the surrounding nobles look sideways. Then, this round of auction is over. Please follow our service staff to collect your auction items. The next round of auction will start in an hour. On the stage, the host bowed slightly and said, Let's go, this round of auction is over. I will take you to see the girl who was auctioned, and then help Bai Ji buy the remaining girls. Hearing that this round of auction was over, Ning Fengzi stood up and said, Yet. Bai Ji nodded, and the 3 of them followed Ning Fengzi and Jian Chen to leave the auction venue. Chapter 200 Prince Xuexing who vomited blood, your beast-eared girl has arrived. 2/4. Not far away, seeing Bai Ji actually leaving with Ning Fengzi, Prince Xuexing was very angry. But thinking of Ning Fengzi, Prince Xuexing could only suppress his anger, as he could not afford to offend Ning Fengzi. I wonder if this auction house will know what's good for this time. Thinking of the Catwoman auctioned before, although the Catwoman was bought by Ning Fengzi, there must be other similar treasures in the auction house. If the Tiandu auction house knows what's good for them, they should leave a few for themselves, just like before. Slowly standing up, thinking of this, Prince Xuexing couldn't help but feel much better. But what Prince Xuexing didn't expect was that Bai Ji had inserted an eye into him before leaving. Eye Stone, this is the black iron level reward that Bai Ji got when he went to the Xingda Great Forest to slap Kanghui Academy in the face, which can condense an invisible guard eye anywhere. Although only 4 eyes can be inserted at the same time, the guard eye is invisible and intangible, and it is impossible to be discovered. It can be called a surveillance weapon. After leaving the auction venue, seeing Ning Fengzi go out, a girl immediately came to greet him. "Dear guests, please follow me," the girl said respectfully. "Lead the way." Ning Fengzi smiled gently. Following the girl, the group walked through several corridors and finally entered a luxurious room. The room was elegantly decorated with a white leather sofa and a round coffee table in front of the sofa, on which were several plates of snacks and fruits. "Please wait here for a moment, the auction items will be delivered soon." The girl apologized. "It's okay." Ning Fengzi waved his hand and slowly sat on the sofa. Seeing Ning Fengzi sitting down, Bai Ji also sat down with Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran, while Jian Douluo Chenexen was still standing. "Uncle Ning, how many beast-eared girls do you think there are in the auction house, and how many beast-eared girls will be sent over?" Bai Ji suddenly asked while waiting. "Haha, they are very brave. There should be only one of them, and the others should be ordinary slave girls. But since you, Bai Ji, have asked your uncle, then your uncle will definitely help you find all the treasures hidden in the auction house." Ning Fengzi smiled gently, but his words were full of confidence that he was determined to win. After a while, with the sound of wheels, a huge iron cage was pushed into the room by several big men. There were not only the cat woman who appeared before, but also several other girls in the iron cage. They were all very beautiful, but unfortunately Bai Ji did not find anything special. They were not the beast-eared girls. "Master Ning, this is your auction item." After pushing the iron cage into the room, the middle-aged man who was accompanying him bowed respectfully to Ning Fengzi and said, "Are these the only ones?" Ning Fengzi said lightly. "This cat woman is your auction item, and the others are our auction house's intentions." The middle-aged man did not understand what Ning Fengzi meant, but laughed. "No, Uncle Ning means that the other treasures are only this cat woman, there should be more than that, right?" Bai Ji smiled. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the middle-aged man was a little surprised. Ning Fengzi was not the first time to do this. They had done this before and there was no problem. "Master Ning, but you only bid for this cat woman." The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. "That's because you cancelled the auction of other treasures." Bai Ji sneered. "Do you think Uncle Ning has a good temper and won't bother with you, or do you think that the 7 treasures glazed sect is weak and can be bullied, and an imperial prince has a higher status than Uncle Ning in your eyes?" "We don't." Hearing Bai Ji's words, the middle-aged man's face turned pale. "You should know what I mean. The remaining few treasures should be with Prince Swexing, right?" Bai Ji asked with a smile, but his tone was full of affirmation. Because through the guard eye inserted in Prince Swexing, Bai Ji has seen the other 4 beast-eared girls who were sent to Prince Swexing. In addition to the cat girl, the auction house is preparing to auction a wolf girl, a fox girl, a cow girl and a butterfly girl. "You?" Hearing Bai Ji's words, the middle-aged man couldn't help but show a look of astonishment, as if he didn't know. "I want your treasures this time." Ning Fengzi didn't say much, but said directly. "Hot search. I follow the orders of Sect Master Ning." The middle-aged man couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although this would definitely offend Prince Swexing, Ning Fengzi had already spoken, and he didn't dare to refuse. In fact, let alone him, even the person standing behind him, that is, the owner of this auction house, is the same. In the past, Ning Fengzi turned a blind eye, and they just made a little less money to get by, but now Ning Fengzi is not going to turn a blind eye. Facing Ning Fengzi who asked directly, how dare they say no? "Lead the way." Hearing the words of the big man behind him, Bai Ji also had the confidence and said directly to the middle-aged man. "Yes." The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. On the other side, Prince Swexing was admiring the treasures reserved for him by the Tiandu auction house. Looking at the 4 beast girls in the iron cage, one was a wolf girl with a hot body, silver hair, wolf ears and wolf tail, and one was a fox girl, also with a hot body, fox ears and tail, and red hair. The other 2 were a cow girl with a broad mind, horns on her head, and a black and white cow tail behind her, and a butterfly girl with a tall figure, but a slightly barren chest, and a pair of colorful butterfly wings behind her. "Not bad." Prince Swexing stroked the long white beard that had just fallen to his neck with satisfaction. "Hehe, as long as your highness is satisfied." Beside the iron cage, the manager who was responsible for delivering the goods to Prince Swexing said flatteringly. Just as Prince Swexing was about to hand over the card to receive the goods, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside the room, which made Prince Swexing's movements pause. Prince Swexing, we meet again. With Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo, Bai Ji took the lead and stepped into the room. Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuan stood beside him. Looking at Prince Swexing in the room, Bai Ji chuckled. You are. At this time, Bai Ji had taken off the mask, but in fact, Prince Swexing could recognize Bai Ji without taking off the mask. After all, Bai Ji made him spend a lot of gold soul coins. But what surprised Prince Swexing was that Bai Ji was actually from Shrek Academy, whom he met at Tiandu Royal Academy. But isn't Shrek Academy a garbage academy from Soto City? How is it related to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect? This puzzled Prince Swexing. I want these 4 treasures. Bai Ji didn't waste any words. He directly pulled up the manager of the Tiandu auction house standing next to the iron cage and threw him aside. You. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Prince Swexing was almost furious. He had spent nearly 1,000,000 gold soul coins before, and now he wanted to snatch the female slave he had obtained. This was simply too much. As a prince of the empire, Prince Swexing naturally had guards around him, but they were not Douluo, but just a Soul Emperor. Seeing that his master was angry, the Soul Emperor was about to step forward to show Bai Ji a good lesson, but Chen Xin only took a glance and made the Soul Emperor kneel on the ground instantly. Master Ning, what do you mean? Seeing that the guards around him were subdued by Jian Douluo Chen Xin in an instant, Prince Swexing couldn't help but look at Ning Fengzi in fear. He knew that Bai Ji was just a fox pretending to be powerful, and the specific situation depended on Ning Fengzi's attitude. It's nothing, it's just that my son-in-law wants to do something in Tiandu Imperial City, and now is the time when he needs people. It just so happens that he has taken a fancy to these treasures behind His Royal Highness, so please let His Royal Highness give them up. Ning Fengzi smiled gently and pointed out the relationship between Bai Ji and himself. Son-in-law. Prince Swexing's heart sank when he heard Ning Fengzi's words. But looking at the 4 beast girls in the iron cage next to him, who might be the only ones in the entire continent, Prince Swexing really didn't want to give up, but Bai Ji didn't care what Prince Swexing thought. In fact, he just wanted to anger Prince Swexing. So after Ning Fengzi finished speaking, Bai Ji walked directly to the iron cage, grabbed the iron cage, and directly activated his internal force, pulling the iron cage and pulling the iron cage card out of the room. You. Seeing Bai Ji's actions, Prince Swexing was immediately anxious. But just as he was about to step forward to stop him, Prince Swexing stopped again when he thought of his cultivation level of only a great soul master. Now he had seen that Bai Ji was obviously here for revenge, and if he stepped forward to stop him, he would probably be kicked away. Given Bai Ji's age and his status in the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, he would not get any good even if he reported it to Emperor Shuiyat, and could only suffer this loss in vain, so although Prince Swexing was angry and ashamed, he could only stop. I won't send you off, Prince Swexing, please send me off. Bai Ji pulled the iron cage and smiled at Prince Swexing. The smile was so standard, just like the host on the stage, but it instantly ignited Prince Swexing's anger, it was simply too much. Ah! After Bai Ji left, Prince Swexing shouted angrily and kicked over the coffee table in the room. The teapot fell to the ground and broke into pieces, the tea spilled everywhere, and the fruits and snacks also fell to the ground and rolled all over the floor, making the whole room a mess.